All right, greetings, family. This is Bomani Tayemba, and I'm here with my good brother, Kala Genesis. And today we're going to talk about some in detail subject, and we have to talk about this, family, because real is real. We have to deal with the threats to what we're doing as a people, me as an individual, and the movement of us as a people reconnecting to Africa and keeping that bridge and connection strong. So today, family, live on Revolutionary Cam, we're going to be talking about the pathological liar, race traitor, black devil, the unapologetic Negropean, and he's going to be psychoanalyzed by Kala Genesis and Bomani Tamba. Family, we're all about black power and Pan-Africanism. And what I mean by that, family, judge people by the things that they're doing and the work and the moves they're making. If someone sits around all day long and hate on people who are out there working on building that bridge, they have a serious issue. You know what I'm saying? Family, this is no joke. I've dedicated 18 years of my life from 26 years old to now 44 to put that work in. And there's a lot of other people out there. You know, you won't see them on YouTube, you won't see them on anything. They just out there doing the work. You know? But I'm one person that's also representing a movement. And that movement is, repatriation and Pan-Africanism. That movement is Black Power, meaning, because I'm explaining to people what Black Power means. Black Power means that you own things. That means, it means that you have things in place for your future. You know, it's power, and black is just putting a coin to it that it's connected to us as a people who consider ourselves black, basically African people. You know, so what we're gonna do, family, we're gonna get deep into this, and what I have is a beautiful thumbnail. I'm not exactly the best graphic designer, but I'm the IT technician himself, and I do my best to put things together. So that thumbnail is actually beautiful. I really just like how it look, and actually want to show people what the thumbnail looked like in its core essence. Yeah, this is nice. This is a beautiful artwork. So what I'm doing is loading it, and we're gonna see how it look. So let me see if I can stop share and do a fresh share and see if I can. All right, let me see how that look.
Yeah, that's something. Yeah, that's
It looks a little better.
that's perfect, man. Negro exposed, man. Negro exposed, Negropean exposed.
So when you
And
see something like that, what you're thinking of is like, why would somebody do that? And like people have sent me messages like, "Oh, you childish," once a man, twice a child.
mm-hmm.
That literally, family. We're not trying to be high schoolers and things like that, but and we shouldn't be joking because we have somebody that literally is destroying our business and
Yeah,
our movement
we're gonna mix it up.
and things like that.
It's gonna be
But
serious.
literally, I want you to see this, family. That's serious. I want you to see this. This person is a convict and a sissy. He's on two spectrum of this madness and things like that. So we realize that he's bored and he has nothing better to do. So he's trying to get them YouTube things up. That's why I seen back to back days. He made like back to back videos, put my name in it. And yes, I am a popular person on YouTube and a popular person in the movement of just Pan Africanism and repatriation and things like that. But I don't play with people. I'm serious about my business. But since this person want to play games, we're gonna go at it and make it happen. So, family, what I want anyone out there that has job openings, the jobs that we have here at Bomani Technology, he doesn't qualify for. But somebody got to be able to give this man a job because he's out there harassing all of our people. Like, you know what I'm saying? I got my beautiful sister up there, ES, in the northern region. I'm always the same family. She has done what all of us literally don't want to do, which is to go to the northern region and build a community. And we're just like enjoying it. And then here comes the Negropean, brother, all in our business, pushing this stuff around. If anybody had like intel on certain people's business, their relationship and things like that, and they were able to put it out there publicly, you can ruin anyone. But the issue is some people thinking that some people are celebrities and it's okay just to come at them. I'm not a celebrity, but like I said, family, I'm one of them people that he wants to target because he's like, okay, I can drum up a good story, because there got to be a few people out there that do not like this guy. And I'm telling people, you look at the best, sharpest, most organized person, and trust me, at least a few people don't like them, and then they will be willing to report to Negropean, and then all kind of lies come out. Never allegations. This guy lies on everybody. So the title is called Pathological Liar. And let me boost that up for you again so you can see that nice title, Pathological Liar. And Brother Kala, you're a scholar, man. What does the word pathological mean?
It means pathological means the fact that everything you say is on a path to lying. You're pathological. What he is like, I would say that pathological. This dude is a seditious liar. There's a difference. Pathological means, okay, you're trying to lie to get out of something. Somebody said, did you put your Negropean, did you take the cookie I took your job? No, I didn't take it out of the cookie. That's a pathological. But when you are a sadistical liar, that means you lie on other people. You create sedition. You are malicious, with your thing. He's malicious with his lies, And so it's not nothing that he's trying to, a pathological liar will lie about something he did or didn't do, whatever. But somebody who's maliciously lying like he does, right, is basically trying to destroy people with lies and everything. And before I get started, somebody named Kwame Nkrumah Ture, whatever his goofball is, Kala Genesis is a revolutionary Pan-African. Yeah, punk, I am. You want to come on the show later and show me how I'm not. I got my credentials. Everybody, I wouldn't be on Bomani's show if I wasn't.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But all we do is hardcore stuff.
That's another thing. We don't know who these people are talking in these chat rooms and whatnot. You just because you got your name Kwame Nkrumah Ture, don't mean you could be a white guy for all we know. You could be a swirler in your life for all we know. So don't get on this thing talking about the Kala Genesis. Everybody, I got years of blogs, years of everything, written books, everything. Everybody knows who the hell I am. So don't come on here with this brand new shit. Everybody come up with this brand new shit all of a sudden. Nigga, you know who the fuck I am. What do you think I'm playing games here? You think I'm a joke? I'm spending my Saturday night because I think this is fun and games? No, this is in my soul. This is who I am. Dumb nigga.
Yeah, I'm trying to find a comment and things, and we're not definitely gonna let the.
Yeah. Anyway,
that's the comment right there.
Yeah,
Bomani, but I'm trying to find other one.
Yeah.
That you mentioned.
That was his comment. Comment. Oh yeah, well, is he revolutionary? What do you think? We think this? We're not playing games no more.
Yeah, absolutely. So, these are real serious conversations.
That's what everybody play too much. People
we literally have to be serious because what me and my brother talked about earlier is the future of our children. Is that
it's our future?
What our children are gonna have?
This is our future. It's not about Bomani and Kala. Our life has already been lived. It's like what we're gonna leave for the next generation. What we're gonna leave. You can't pass down your dead end job to the next generation. You can't pass down your Walmart job, whatnot. As a Walmart maintenance supervisor to your son. He ain't gonna. That ain't nothing to pass down to. So sit back and shut up for a second and listen to what we gotta say. We're talking about Brother Bomani had 18 years into this, right? More than any of us combined. This young man, as a young man, he became our version of Marcus Garvey. He went out there and did this, traveled the world, right? Got the skills, got the education, got everything he got, lived an exemplary life. He got people out there talking about, man, I wish I would did something with my life and everything like that. Yeah, you could have done that.
Yeah, that's why the Negropean is always coming at like, oh my God, you're this age. Oh, you're almost the same age as me. And
I believe Negropean. I believe he's older than you.
I mean, he's a lot older than me. I mean, you see, I mean, he's probably about late 40s, but he looked like about 65.
Yeah, he does. He looks really roughed up.
He looked like he's aging from, because Europe is rough. I mean, the weather.
And rough.
I think he's in like, like Austria, somewhere like that.
Yeah, I think he's in Vienna, Austria.
Because he's like hiding because, what I'm saying? Last I remember, all business and all people about their business, at least their location.
Right. And so the whole thing is this. Bomani has been on the cutting edge of everything. Before him, there was nobody doing this. He took 500 people, black people, to the African continent, gave them the time. Everybody I talked to that went on one of Bomani's tours say, man, that was a life-changing experience. The bonding, the fellowship, all the stuff like that we all only dream about, being together, people of like mind, on trips. I remember when I was a kid, we used to take trips. We used to rent the Greyhound bus, right, our church, and we used to get with other churches in the African Methodist Episcopal Church and the Zion Church and everything. And we go on these revival tours and whatnot. And the bonding, I mean, just on a Christian tour. And Malcolm X described that too when they used to do the tours from Detroit to Chicago, and they'd be welcoming and everything. The bonding, it's life changing. You could talk all you want online, right? Until you start bonding with people, right? Until you have an adversity, the bus breaks down, you got to change a tire, and that basically changes people, the getting to know people and stuff like that, the bonding of people. That right there is stuff that we as black people miss in our daily lives. And then when you talk about taking a trip on the motherland, on the continent, where you're on another continent with people, African Americans and Caribbeans like you, and you're in Africa, and you're basically doing all the right things and everything like that, and you're bonding with black people, and the possibility that you could basically have something like I said, we live in a world where black people, where everything around us is controlled by white people all our life, right? And I remember when I went to Africa the first time, man, lining at the going to the airport and seeing all black people searching me and taking care of me. I said, I'm in my brothers and sisters' hands now. I'm not in America no more. Once I touch down, I'm in a black country. And the bottom line is that feeling of being with your own people, being with your own kind, and just basically bonding and fellowshipping and everything. Is life changing. It's life changing. And Brother Bomani has given that gift to 500 people who went to various countries on the African continent, various countries in Gambia, Ghana, Senegal, and Tanzania, and several other countries around in Africa. And the bottom line is this: nobody can match what he's done so far, right? And maintain a business at home and everything. And the fact that this brother is humble, Bomani's humble. I got to push him to do stuff like this. This is really me. I got to push him. This brother's humble. He's like, and it's annoying me sometimes. He's like, but at the end of the day, I said, Bomani, that's good. You're a beautiful person, man. But there's people that want to destroy us, right? We got to be more tougher. Now he sees what I'm talking about, The bottom line is this. So Bomani's too much of a nice gentleman. Don't his bad side, but this is what I'm here for. I got his back, because I see this brother is real. Because he told me years ago, he said, look, I want to see more people doing what I do. I don't want all the money for myself and everything. He said, man, there's so much opportunity in tourism and investments and everything. He said, people just got to get their stuff together. People just got to get their stuff together. He said, your brothers got to get their stuff together. Sisters got to get their stuff together, and then we could do it. We could do this thing, right? We could have what we want to have and everything. And we could build these communities on the African continent. We could build investment. We could have our own investment clubs and parties and everything. We don't have to be spectators while the Lebanese and everybody carving up Africa. We could be over there doing that. Now I'm laying this out. Why? Because we have enemies, the enemy within, the enemies among us, right? Who don't understand how the real world works, right? You're gonna need to do capitalism. You're gonna need all this stuff like that. All the things the white man does tell you that, oh, you don't do that, it's bad. While he basically carves up the goddamn planet, he carves up the planet, got everything. He's taking all Africa's gold. He's monetizing it. You don't even want to learn how banks work. You don't want to know how finance works. You don't want to know how industries work. You don't want to know how shipping works. You don't want to know how anything this is. And then you got a nerve to call yourself black excellence. Black excellence means we match everything that everybody else can do. If a Chinese man could do it, we could do it. That means the fact that you bring your industrialists, you bring your manufacturers, you bring your finance people, you bring your construction people, you bring your engineers. You match them engineer for engineer, industrials for industrials, and everything. That's how we win. That's what nationalism is. That's what Pan-African. That's what the African nationalism is. Nation means we have our own infrastructure. We have everything. We don't need another race of people to provide for us. That's what we want to train our kids to do. That's what we want to build and for the future. So when we talk about nation building and stuff like that, right? And we know we're not going to start off with, oh, it's going to build a nation, but we can build communities. We can build enclaves. We can build retirement communities. We can build vacation towns. We could start the process of taking the $1.9 trillion that we generate every year and funneling it to the African continent. We spend $80 billion a year. Billion. That's probably more now. That was 3 years ago. On Black people spend 80 to 90, $100 billion a year on hotels, travel, car rentals, vacations, all stuff like that. But where do we go? We go to Europe. We go to the islands. We go to Canada. We go to South America. We go to Asia. We go every place but the African continent. So we spend. Black people are the biggest spenders on cruise ships. We're the most cruise shipping people on the damn planet. And so the bottom line is this. So if we start learning how to make Africa our destiny, our end game and destiny, then our cruise ship lines will start going to Ghana. They'll start going to Nigeria. And that'll create wealth and opportunity for the Ghanaians, the Nigerians, or whoever else on the ground that has a port of entry, port of call. Why does all the carnival cruises that Negroes get on and everything spend $1,500 for a cruise ship, right? They always go to places where the money goes back into the white world. Italy and all these other places, Spain, Mallorca, and all these places like that. No, there's no cruise ship lines that dock in Africa. So you tell me that we don't have harbors and everything that could accommodate people for a day on a cruise? What are you saying? No, because we're not demanding that. We're not demanding that, and we don't demand that because we let people come around us with this stupid ass nonsense and make it seem like we're doing something wrong. When we go to our motherland, our mother continent. And mother continent can't be all about, Africa. No, Africa needs our dollars. It needs our brain, our young minds, our investments, It needs all those things and everything, right? And you can't serve two masters. We'll talk about that tonight, too. You can't serve two masters. Either your heart is with America or UK or is it with Africa. You got to make a choice. You can't serve two masters. God said, you can't serve two masters. You can't do this. You can't think America is the end game and everything. Use America for what it's worth, your jobs and everything, but your allegiance it should be to the mother continent. That's what the African nationalists think. It ain't enough to be just a pan-Africanist and I'm in America. But no. Where's your end game? Where's your allegiance to? Where's your loyalty to? It has to be to the African continent. We have to learn that tonight. So, and getting back to, and we'll start off with talk about the unapologetic Negropean. And first of all, I'm a very serious person. Right? When someone has allegations of wrongdoing and stuff like that, I take that very seriously. And I realize now, right? I realize something, right? That YouTube is not a place where you're going to find that person who's serious. Why? Because if the person was really serious, right? First of all, he says, I want to get the truth out to Africa, right? The first thing you do is demonetize your platform, like Brother Bomani has. His platform demonetized. The Negropean's platform is monetized. So he has one thing that you need to understand before we get started here, right? I want you to think about this, right? Who has gained and who has not? Brother Bomani has nothing to gain by this, right? By YouTube. He just puts his information out there. The Negropean is trying to gain. You understand what gain is? Gain is when you basically have something to gain in your intentions. You could say, I'm doing charity work and everything like that, right? But come to find out that you're posting with your good deeds all over town, right? To make it seem like you're so generous and everything because you want to be awarded something. So look what all I did. When people usually do something, right, and it's really from the heart, they don't have gain. They're not trying to get something out of it. What Negropean is doing, right, he's trying to make a living off of YouTube. He's trying to get subscribers. He's trying to get his Patreon going, right? First, he started off, I'm not like this. And he's smart enough not to come out directly because it took him a few months to do that, right? But right. I said to myself, well, he's not monetized yet. He's not asking for money and everything. And sure enough, after the ES thing and Art Cap thing, he got about 1,000 subscribers. He started asking, right? He couldn't even wait till he get to 5,000 subscribers, right? This nigga automatically start asking for money. His the little thing you donate money to on the screen start popping up. Then he gets a Patreon, right? And then he talks about, then he starts segueing into, if you want to really talk about investing in Africa or whatever, I got to do it for it. After he discredited all these other people, right? But there was one person.
You know, you talk about that oversight, that bootleg site, oversight.
Yeah,
I don't think the website even work.
Yeah, it's a site that don't even have to work half the time, right? And that's oversight, right? And so what is oversight, right? Oh, but he showed you all the examples. What he did was he deliberately showed you all the examples of why you should. What's her name? Brexit. He said, oh, this person like that, all taking half truths, right? Misfortunes and everything, which always happens in Africa, right? Because I say right now, if you talk about $10,000, that's not a damn lot of money. I can tell you, if somebody said, if somebody was, I was in Africa, I would say, man, unless you're coming with $100,000, right, and we got guarantees and boom, 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 you got backers and everything like that, don't do it, because $10,000 can get eaten up in a freaking week in Africa, you know, and that's what happens is people mismanage money and everything. Not stealing, it's just that you go to Africa, there ain't no welfare, there ain't no nothing like that, you know. So that money, look, I gotta dip into the pot, you know. That's what happens in Africa, you know. And that's what happens in Africa. So we understand that with our people, you know, things are tough over there. It's tough to go to from a first world country to a third world country, right? With no social safety net, no nothing and everything like that. Talk about starting a business. They have it in their heart and their good intentions to do the right thing. But sometimes it just don't work out like that, you know, Sometimes things just don't work out. You know, we understand that. You know, and we tell people all the time, do your due diligence, you know, just don't, don't use your emotion. Black people, we're so emotional. I want to get, the worst thing you do is you're not ready. You don't have any skill set, right? You don't have anything to really offer, right? You can't even go to Africa. Let me tell you something. When our ancestors went to Liberia, they went to Liberia with skills. Every African American that went to Liberia from the Caribbean, wherever, came over with skills. They had 2 or 3 skills, and they could farm. So the idea that they would hit the ground running and built their homes, built their farms, everything like that, that was the 19th century. Those are strong-ass Black people. But those was coming from the modern world where we got everything on instant, right? We think it's supposed to work like that. We think everything's supposed to work in a pressure of a microwave button. Instantaneous. Boom, boom. Give me some results, man. Come on, Bomani. I haven't seen no results yet. No, this is a process. You know, this is a process. And Bomani and everybody tell you this is a process. This is the long-term thing. There's an immediate and there's a long-term, you know. And when you sign up for anything, you look at the long-term and immediate. You know, you weigh whether you do it. And if you don't have the means, right, it's an investment. If you don't have the means, then you don't do it, right? You don't say, man, I got my bags packed, man. You know, Brexit, man. I gave you $5,000. Find me some land and have it cleared by the time I get there. You get off the plane. Like, well, things happen, this, that, and the other thing, whatever, you know. You got to be smart, you know. I'm tired of grown people, right? They have the mind of teenagers, right? You know, okay, you got to understand that things just don't work out, you know. Things just, you know, it is what it is. Not trying to make excuses for her, not a thing, but I know things happen. I would not do it because I know, okay, you know, if I send her $5,000, I might as well just send her a gift. Here has $5,000 on me. You know what I'm saying? Because that's where it's going to go to, you know? That's what it is. But the whole thing, my point I'm trying to make is this, right? The Negropean used that, right? You know, used the Bag family. Oh, yeah. When you go to do a job in Africa, sometimes the Bag family said they paid the guy and the guy didn't show up, right? And they confronted him in town. But that happens all the time, you know? It happens in America. You pay somebody to do a job or not. You know how people are, you know. They get that money when I need a down payment to buy equipment. You don't see that nigga again, you know. And Ricky confronted him. Hey, yo, such and such. The guy's like, oh yeah, you know. To him, outside, I got my money and whatever. It probably wasn't a whole lot of money, you know. And the guy just said, you know something, man. I'm just gonna drink, man, and be cool one night. And Ricky's like, yeah, man, I paid that dude. Well, you learned life lesson. You don't pay to somebody until they did the work, you know. You lesson learned. Ricky learned from that, you know. But the Negropean is like, how dare you confront this guy? Look, he's harassing this guy for asking about his money. So you're not supposed to go to the African continent and you do a job, whatever like that. Maybe you don't understand the culture, and you learn it. Remember, this is what pioneering is all about. When somebody pioneers something, right, and they're pioneers, and they made it and they're successful, the people coming behind them will they'll be advisors, and that's how things grow. But when you're a pioneer, it's a learning lesson. It's a live and learn lesson. You're going to make mistakes. You're going to trials and tribulations and everything. And then once you persevere, you got a testament, what we call a testament. You could testify. This is what we did. This is the problem we ran through. This is a problem we had. This is our end game. See how successful we are? But this is what we had to go through. You ever see people like that? You see them have a business, right? Oh, wow, you're marketing the business, right? But they'll tell you, well, this is what I had to go through. I had to eat soup like 5 days a week, we had money thing. We didn't have gas, so everything went to this business and everything. Sometimes people don't tell you all what they went through. It's trials and tribulations. It's just like black people look at Indians in America, right? Why are they on all these gas stations? They don't see them. They don't see what they go through, right? Bomani probably knows about this, right? What you don't see is them Indians are living in the back of that store for like 10 years, and going to the YMCA to take a bath. They got their mom, grandma, everybody. I seen it, right? And all the money for the business is paying off debts and everything like that. But you're looking at it like, oh man, how them Indians, they come in here taking a lot of money, blah, 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 blah. Well, your black ass would not have a store, a convenience store to go through, because you won't do what they do to make sure you're supplied. Everybody in your community got milk and everything like that, because it takes a lot to run a grocery store in America. It takes a lot.
Absolutely, brother, and that's what we have to understand about people who are running enterprises and doing certain things. They're you don't know their story. All you see is glory, like, oh, this person have this and they're doing this and things like that. And like, I'm one person, I tell people, since even back to 2003, I spent like that whole year just reading books and literally just watching DVD while working my aircraft technician job at the airlines. Because you're making good money, you're good, putting that time in, and then you just evolve and work from there. But it's the trials, the tribulations, the craziness come. Ever since I've taken this path, as far as just looking to build that connection, because I was inspired by Marcus Garvey, dead serious. I'm always the one that's telling people, like, even books like Life and Lessons, it's an amazing situation, because you see someone at that age, 28, starting the Universal Negro Improvement Association and the African Communal Leagues, and with a energy of saying, we're going to build something in Africa. And at that point, you basically say that I'm going to sacrifice my life and everything I have,
right,
to this work, regardless if it works or not, because these things don't always work. But you have to go. It's kind of like a soldier. They put you out there to war. You may not come back, but that's the job, and that's the situation.
And that's what a soldier is, and he don't no regrets.
There's no regrets, there's no turning back, and that's what we are. I tell people, it'll be easy if we can just go back to our good old days when we're just employees and we just have to follow our boss, or when I was in David Airlines. But we have to grow to take accountability. Men have to grow to step up and build a future for their children. I have an 11-year-old child back there playing his video games and chilling and everything. But it's like, when this time comes up, it's like either we have things in place for him, or we put him out there to like literally figure it out, which is not the game anymore. When I was 18 years old, you had to figure it out. Kyle, I'm sure when you was in the same age, you had to figure it out. And most of us had to figure it out. Let's not do that to our generation. Let's put things in place and make it work for them.
Exactly. I wish there was I wish I was 18 and I was sitting here listening to a Bomani and a Kala Genesis and whatnot, and saying, wow, I got a future, because what we're doing, our work, what we're doing, the young people are going to walk into something that basically is going to be unbelievable. We're going to deliver our people. We're going to deliver our people. We are going to deliver our people. So Negropean, all these people could try what they want. We're going to do. We came this far. And what I want to say like this, about trials and tribulations, right? When you do something, right? And Bomani is the type of person, right? He worked hard. He done 10 times the work anybody else does. He doesn't stop and ask and brag and boast about what he does, And I said to myself, man, for somebody who's so accomplished and what he does and whatnot, I know people that do 10% of what Bomani does, and they're boasting, I did this and blah, 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 blah. And this, I've never heard Bomani boast in himself and boast in what he does. He's just so humble, and he just puts in the work, and he knows he really believes in this. You know, he really believes this. It's not just believes in it is him. You know, this is what he was born to do. You know, and so bottom line is all the conferences he's organized, right? That he's a keynote speaker at, all the stuff he's done and everything like that. People do not give this brother enough praise and respect and everything like that. We're all grateful to the work Brother Bomani's done. He softened the blow for a lot of people who's getting into this movement. You know, people see the potential and everything like that. And all of us coming behind Brother Bomani, and we're just grateful for all the work he's done. And he's done it humbly. You know, I can't express that enough. Humbly, saying that he wants to help other people, put other people on, and say this is what you do and everything like that. You know, and so it's very, you know, so when somebody comes at Brother Bomani, it should be all hands on deck. You know, I need all friggin' hands on deck. If you really are Pan-Africans, like you claim you are, if you're African nationalist or Black Power revolutionary, you should be rallying behind this brother. Don't sit here and say, well, I'm going to see what happens. I want to see if Negropean, yeah, that's what the niggas do. They sit around saying, oh, I'm going to see what happens. I'm going to see if Bomani folds. You know, no. Bomani folds, man, you can forget this whole movement, you know. There's nobody else like him, you know. And what he does and everything like that, the Black Star Line and all stuff like that in Ghana, that is like the mothership or what everything else. Everybody else is just, you know, we're supporting stuff, you know, and that's why we give him this respect. And I'm gonna talk.
Yeah. Let me add to that as far as the setup and the connection of what we have, family. And I appreciate your energy, brother, because what you're doing is you're running business as a business administrator and a business or I should say technology administration or technical administrator. And what you're doing is that you're doing the work. You know, you're in an office, you have phones, computers, and you have people and connections in the country. So if you told me that you're looking to move to Africa and you want to do a tour first, we do a tour for you, work it out to where you check out the country, you go there, you connect. We have business conference, we have our land there, Black Star Pan African community, and you can connect onto what we got going on, and then you can come back, organize yourself, and we can help you with that whole process from moving this stuff to literally getting you all of the legal aspect of living in the country to all your legal business paperwork as far as your land and things like that. And the ideal example we have is we already have someone else that's already completed these things. We have a couple, Lennon and Carmen. They traveled with me in December 2019, literally. And then December 2021, they're living on the land. Their house is completed. And you don't go from just being here in America to getting all of that done within 2 years without someone like myself doing those things and organizing it and working with them. Naturally they have their stuff in place, but you're not going to just move from America to Africa.
Bonnie, do you have Black people are very visual, right? Do you got a picture of them that you can show?
Picture, absolutely, always.
Yeah. Put a picture up there. Show them what we're talking about. Because I know Negropeans listen to this. You know.
Right, and let's see. I'm gonna just click on our Black Star community information and click on introduction.
And by the way, anybody in the chat room want to hook up with me, there's only one way. Join my social network, man. I had somebody call me, inbox me today. Kyle, I heard you had gold mine connections in Liberia. I'm like, out of nowhere, on Facebook, you know? I'm like, yo, look, man, who? I mean, I swear to God, people, man, like, yo, look, there's a way there's a process, right? With me, you join our social network. You connect with the people on the ground. I can put you on everything. You socialize first. And then you come to me afterwards, I don't just talk to any random person on YouTube or whatever like that, I don't do it. You join the social network, you get to know me, get on our conference calls and everything like that, and then we could talk later, That's how I'm putting it into this YouTube, stuff like that, Facebook and oh man, Kala, I appreciate the love, but damn, we just gotta start closing ranks.
And family, so that is their house on the land. And literally when you're on YouTube page, you'll see a link that say Black Star Pan African Community, and you'll literally see videos of them at the house and everything. But also you'll see a bunch of other videos, conference call, preparation, a tour of the entire land, also our business office and things like that. We have 100 videos dedicated to Black Star Pan African Community, and that's from September of 2019 all the way to now. And that's how real we've kept it. And we also have a bunch of photo galleries of the land and things like that. So that's the next thing that I can probably do. Just put up the Facebook page, which we have all of the videos and everything. All right, so that's all I'll do. But that's all, nice Ram Earth home. That's Ram Earth, to make sure I pronounce it clearly. And as you can see, it's the color of this earth bricks. So it's a lot cooler than your cement and center block setup. All right, so Kala, you ready to see them? That's what you're looking to do, right? Let me.
Yeah.
Sure. All right, so this is the Facebook page, and that's for our actual community. So once you're on these pages, family, you just go to media, and media is going to give you those galleries. So then you go to albums. And so, see, brother, you see all the documentation? Those are the 4 times we have brought groups to the land. And also one time right there, we did a major clearing of the land and setting up pillars and making sure the land is laid out and put together. So people have been able to see us build this from the ground up. You know what I mean? So I'm always telling people, if you think we had an issue with the land and things like that, or if there's any drama, you think people are gonna sit there and just let us do what we're doing and things like that. You think the Lands Commission is gonna stamp and sign everything off. You think the courts of Ghana is gonna sign and stamp our lease off and things like that. So, brother, when people are making crazy allegations and which is what they're saying, I'm like, no, you're not making allegations, you're making lies, because our documentation here. I have a couple living on there. I have people building on there. I have builders. I have people moving around the town and things like that. So, brother, you think we can just roll up into Africa and just do all that stuff, and then we're doing it fraud?
Right.
Brother, people would have been done all kind of crazy stuff. And if anyone say that, oh, there may have been issues on the land and things like that, people mess with people construction all the time, and that's why we have a security, and that's why me and the chief talk about that situation. And we also not saying that for us, we're saying that for everybody else. Any kind of community, because I've been to other communities, even the community that we have our office at, which is across the street, they literally have 2 armed security there. Is it a violent area? No, but it's just what it is. People have to. It's just like different parts of Ghana you go in, you see high level of security. You ask, is it dangerous around here? The people are gonna say no. It's just that's what people want to do. People want to feel secure, and things like that. So I'm always telling people, families, to think. So you'll see this, it will say December 2021 right here. As I click on it, and you'll see this bunch of photos. So as your visual right there, this is Bomani. I got one of my other board members. I got one of our elders in the community. And
Jonathan Hill.
You have Leonard and Carmen, the beautiful couple. So that's what I just showed you, family. As my brother Kala was like, show your picture. I was like, all right, brother. I know,
so that's
like so many pictures. Like, let me find one.
Now that's a couple that's living on the land. Next to Negropeans gonna try.
They've been living on the land for a while. You can't just go up anywhere and go build a house and live on the land and everything. And then the chief palace is right there.
And the light skinned brother with the red shirt is one of our BAO original members, Jonathan Hill. Yeah. BAO, Black African original members, who being our first BAO meet and greet. Matter of fact, I want to try to have one of them, another meet and greet in Atlanta this year. That'd be fun, wouldn't it? But I'm hearing.
Oh yeah, absolutely, brother. I'm here to socialize and networking, because that's how you get good people together.
Yeah, we're gonna meet that before the end of the year. We're gonna have that. We're gonna have another meet and greet. We're gonna have a ball, man. You, me, Dynas, and all of us get together. God damn, we're gonna cut up, man. We're gonna have a freaking ball, and that's what it's all about, man. Family, brotherhood, sisterhood, and all the good vibes and everything like that, Yeah, I'm saying good people, man. Bomani is a good brother. You know, he's a good brother, man. He didn't have to host the first BAO meet and greet. You know what I'm saying? That's what put us on the map. We were just a social network organization, and the next thing you know, Brother Bomani's. I already knew Brother Bomani from Block Talk Radio days. You know, with Chef Rob and whatnot. And
Yeah, I remember them days, man. We were doing like radio shows and telling people how we want to be inspired to like be
right,
be the next people up to take things to another level in Africa. Because
right.
even a few years ago, we were all still very young.
Yeah, we didn't know this was gonna blow. I mean, we knew we were gonna be successful. We tried anything, right? But we had no idea because people, oh, y'all talking about Africa now? They ain't laughing no more, are they? They ain't
No,
laughing.
they're not, brother. Because
They ain't laughing
it's
no
their
more.
floodgates of people want to invest, do business, and move to Africa.
Right,
so
right.
People, if you have things set up, business are gonna come. So, and I'm telling people, I can't help it that you didn't set business up, and I set business up, and then we're reaping the benefits, and then we reinvest in that money.
Yeah, Bomani was on this years ago.
And invested in Black people.
Right.
When I collect money, we invest the majority of that money in Black enterprises and in Black people.
Right.
All my crew, my staff, majority of them are from Ghana, and and some range from high level professionals to this now tour guides and tour organizer. I mean, that's a literally family, an enterprise. And that's from going there and connecting and networking.
And that started. You know what I like about Brother Bomani, right? Because I had a business back in the when I first moved to Virginia in the '90s, right? And I just went out there and went. I had like 2 or 3 vending trucks, right? So vending machines and everything, right? And I was making money, right? I was putting out ads and everything like that, and I was making so much money as a young man. Sometimes I did events, something like that, and I would pocket at the age of 24. I'll pocket like $2,000 in one day and whatnot, right? And that put the bug in me, right? I took nothing, right? From nothing, and I put something together, right? Like this. No one's ever thought about what I was doing. I put it together and everything like that. So it's always been in me to like admire people who just basically had an idea, right? An idea, put it down on paper, and next thing you know, you're making money off your dream. You're making money off your vision. With you like. So Bomani did this out of his vision, his dream, and he's making money and making a living off of what he loves doing. Not many people could do that. Not many people could do that. People like stuck in 9-to-5 jobs or whatever like that. That's fine. You can do what you have to do. You do what you have to do. But he basically took the time while he was working a full-time job and did this and studied and everything like that. While everybody else were going out there doing stupid stuff and everything. You can imagine what Negropean was doing at this time. He wasn't out studying books.
Let's talk about that, while we talk about all these things. Because at one point, didn't he try to live in America?
Oh, yeah. Now, this is the difference. Check this out. I'm going to read something first before I get into that, right? It's by Marcus Tullius Cicero, right? A Roman orator is 558 BC, right? By the time of the Caesars, right? He basically saw how corrupt what Rome was getting, right? He said like this, and he wrote this thing, because this essay called "The Enemy Within," right? I'm gonna read "The Enemy Within," right? And I'm gonna tell you why this is so important to this day. The enemy within. Now, this is Marcus Tullius Cicero. He said, "A nation could survive as fools. It's even ambitious, but it cannot survive treason from within." And all this stuff right here, whether it's black, white, Chinese, Confucian, everything, pick up a goddamn book and learn. You can learn something and everything like that because all the stuff that we keep making mistakes now because we refuse to read. You gotta learn. You gotta learn things and everything. Not everybody's gonna be black, not everybody's gonna be African and everything, but you gotta learn. And it's the reason why we're failing right now is because we don't want to pick up a goddamn book and read. And read and learn things and see things before they happen. We always, oh man, we should have saw what was going to happen to Marcus Garvey before it even happened. We should have saw what happened to Malcolm X before it even happened. We're always coming up after the fact. This is what I'm saying. People try to come at Bomani now. I'm gonna head this off with the past. We're gonna fight this. However you want to do it, we're gonna fight this in because I see it coming. I'm not gonna sit back and let this guy destroyed my brother Bomani, and just sit back. Oh man, Bomani was a great guy. Let's name a street after him. So anyway, Cicero goes. He goes. A nation can survive as fools and it's ambitious, even ambitious, but it cannot survive treason from within. An enemy at the gate is less formidable, for he is known. He's open. He's known and carries his bed open. Like you see a white person, Chinese, he can't get on me because he's outside. When I say the enemy, I'm talking about the black race, right? Our enemies are within us. They look like us.
Yes, exactly. That's how we get infiltrated because we.
Yeah, that's how we get infiltrated.
That's my brother, man. We and talking all that, all that stuff.
My brother.
That's why people have to prove themselves before we do things together.
That's what I'm saying. You got to prove yourself to me. I don't trust nobody.
I'm done with all this stuff. We're not giving nobody a pass anymore.
We're not playing no more. We're not playing.
The people you give pass, they turn around, stab you in the back, and then and sell you out.
We can't recover, And people say Pan-Africanist doesn't mean you got to be a fool and love everybody. We got enemies in the so-called Pan-African movement. We got enemies outside in the white race. Everything we got to start dealing. We're so loving. We're too loving as a people. We're too forgiving. We're too forgiving of people. And our people suffer. What would happen if those niggas that turned on Garvey? I didn't want to say it on the show. And we would took the niggas out.
The people who turn on Garvey are the descendants of the same people who turn it on everyone else.
That's what I'm saying. The same people that freaking manipulated black people, manipulated shit for Garvey's downfall are the same niggas that we got right now. And because nobody wants to deal with these niggas. So anyway,
and talking about go ahead. To make sure you're finished. What do you?
No, I'm gonna finish reading this. Okay, the traitor moves freely amongst those within the gate. Freely. Write this word down. His sly whispers rustles through the alley, heard in the very halls of government itself. For the traitor appears not a traitor. He speaks in the accent familiar to his victim. He wears their face and their arguments. He appeals to the baseness that lies within the hearts of all men. It's in every man to be jealous and envious and spiteful. He rots the soul of a nation. He works secretly and unknown in the night to undermine the pillars of the city. That means our culture, our society, and everything. He affects the body politic so it can no longer resist. A murderer is less to fear, for the traitor is the plague. This is what we talk about, the sly whispers. You know what sly whispers mean, right? Now take Negropean, right? Negropean. When he starts talking about people, right? He don't come out bombastically and stuff like that, He's a con man. He's a con man. He's a sociopath, He's a pathological liar, And he's a seditious liar. He's a malicious liar, right? And he's evil. So what he does is he don't talk loud. He don't talk bombastic, right? He has an African music playing in the background, right? He opens you up. He soothes you, He sounds inviting. He sounds convincing, right? And he gives you sly whispers. What are sly whispers? Sly whispers aren't loud. Oh, like that. He says, oh, like we said about me. Oh, Kala Genesis, he seems so intelligent. He seems so this, But then he slips in all these other things, like a footnote, the footnote thing we do in elementary school. He'll add all his ad libs and all the stuff like that in there, He'll talk like this and he'll ad lib and add things in. So by the time when he opens you up, right, and he adds all this other stuff in that you didn't even notice, right? And then basically he gives you just enough to make it like this, man, Kala Genesis is a piece of shit, But he didn't sound like he said that. Why? Because he was using slow, sly whispers.
Absolutely, brother. And that's what people tell me when they call me. They say this guy sounds so organized. He sounds so nice. He sounds so proper. I mean, you talk about a fake Jamaican that grew up or born in the UK. And so that's why he has that strong British accent. It has nothing to do with Jamaica. His parents may be from Jamaica, but also I'm telling you, family, as we connect with this person, family, is the bloodline of the descendants of the wicked black devils in Jamaica that betrayed Marcus Garvey. Just like we have generations here, in America, and the bloodline has been passed on. So now, 100 years later, 50 years later, whatever time year later, this generation is not just about myself. We're fighting the same situation where we have these black devils that's coming at us. And so we're telling people, like, literally, these are tactics and strategies. And this, by the time you turn around, you end up destroying all of the people that was down and dedicated their life to you. Like, we turn around, who was gone? Garvey is gone. Malcolm is gone. Dr. King was gone. This person was gone. That person's gone. And then you look up, what did we have? We had like the 70s and the 80s. What really went on in the 70s, 80s?
Nothing.
Like, exactly. So then the 21st century came around, and then it came around with people like myself, yourself, Dinus, other people. We know we're just like business people, with people traveling, people studying Black consciousness. And we talk about this, all the other this flow of people that's just out there, that's like doing something on a path to where you talk about the Black acres and the Gambia. This to be even specific. Like, I don't know nothing about going to Africa, living in Africa, but I'm humble enough to show you all of my flaws, everything that we're doing, and we're gonna make it, fun, adventure.
Completely transparent. They were completely transparent in everything,
Exactly, and the same thing I'm telling people. Like, literally, if you go on YouTube, you see my son at the age of birth. You see my family, when all of us was younger in our 20s, and you see everything. So we're being real about who we are. You see where I live at, what we do. I have people coming here all the time, dropping off computers, doing business. I've been living in this county literally for 20 years. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? A person who's on a run and a fugitive, you don't know where that person is. You can't find that person. You know what I mean? They don't have their address, their phone numbers, their whole life on a website, on social media and things like that. That's because the ancestors is protecting me, and ancestors know that they've inspired me to do the right thing. I came from good family upbringings. My mother and father worked for 30 years in New York City. You know what I'm saying? From the 80s when we came here and things like that. You know what I mean? And I've been working since I was 13 years old, packing bags at supermarket, all the way up to now in the mid 40s, managing and running a business enterprise so where people can do real estate development and help people with repatriation and investing in Africa. And I tell people, if you look at somebody like that doing all of this, and then you look at somebody like a Negropean who don't have a job, don't have anything going for himself, and literally lying his self off to literally make every single penny on YouTube, monetizing channel, even getting into arguments about me, about buying my subscribers and why my channel is not monetized, because it can't get it monetized. So I monetize a few videos, show people you can do that, and added a few things up there. I can do that, but it's like I don't get up every day to sit in there and do this. I got a lot of customers. I have people travel with me throughout the year, and I have people literally investing and building their house on the land and doing business back and forth. And I have to be here with my cell phone on the computer and do business. So I don't have time to even play games with people, but I'm going to take the time out to educate people about what's really going on in the world. You know what I mean? And ask yourself, why don't we have anything? Is that by mistake or by this? Why do my parents was born in the 50s in Jamaica? Why do a group of immigrants that the British Empire invited, which are Indians, Chinese, and other indentured people, why do they run the country that we are in, for generations, for hundreds of years, being stolen from Africa, and then some of our people are, which I'm not going to say I know all this history of who was there, but some of our people are also indigenous to the land, which I don't want to get into all those things because it causes issues. But that's people that were stolen from Africa right there. And then now you have our country being run by Indians, Chinese,
Lebanese.
People. You have the Turks, you have Russians, you have this, you have everyone that have big states and investment. And I tell people it's simple, because you have 90% of people in Jamaica, and this goes for all of the other islands and any other country that are Black dominant. We're sold the dream of being individuals, and everyone else come in with the tactics of putting all of their resources together, and it's a full-fledged, all-out warfare. You turn around and you're like, oh my God. It's just kind of like us in the South here. At one point, we have a level of Black ownership. Now you turn around, do we have Black ownership? Yes, absolutely. You do have Black ownership, but it's on a very small level. And that's what will happen to us as time come along. Those of us that are out there building the empire and things like that, if we don't put the work into and get our people to support us, by the time we turn around, our children have nothing. When you look at somebody like Unapologetic Negropean, what can he actually do for Black people? Can he help you get residency? Can he help you get deed land? Can he help you if you get in immigration and something go wrong? I have corporate attorneys, business attorneys. They'll come in the airport like they're Jesus walking on water. Based on what they talk about the Bible. It's not trying to be funny, but just come through like they're a God and just get the person out. I've proven myself in many situations. People call me on an emergency base and things like that. I'm stuck in this country. I'm trying to get a transit visas to this country and things like that. you have to be in this world of business to even be able to do those things. And I'm in Georgia the majority of my 20 something years in life. I'm not in Africa, I'm in Georgia. And I'm in and out of different African countries, but everything operates from here. So if you don't know what you're doing technically, business wise, administrative wise, any of those things, you cannot pull this off. You can't be some scam artist or some crook or some criminal or some degenerate or some uneducated, unprofessional person. And I'm saying, I'm a brother who grew up in the streets. I grew up in Kingston, Jamaica. And I'm saying, and I grew up on the rough streets of Brooklyn, New York. You know what I'm saying? And things like that. That's 18 years of my life. I'm not just going to change into this perfect little corporate person with a suit and a tie and this. I'm going to be about my business, especially when, you know what I'm saying, where you come from, men don't come at men like this.
No, don't. They don't.
If you come at a man like this, you better be prepared for warfare, and it's not going to end nice. But now on this YouTube little punk stuff, men can, not even men, because these ain't even men. These are little boys. These are little.
That's what it is. These are punk
scouts. You know, these are male that literally just want to just talk all kind of stuff and things like that. And I'm like, I'm telling people, like, example, if a situation like someone like Negropean, I don't give a hell how big he is. I'm a small person, but it's, you know, at the end of the day, I'm telling people all that stuff size don't matter. It's about the fight in you.
Well, that nigga don't got no fight. But that nigga, let me say something. That nigga have fight. He have a full-time job, you know. Now he's a big strapping nigga, you know. I'll break him in half, or I'll break that nigga in half. You don't worry about it. But the whole thing is this. This nigga, what kind of grown man, big strapping man? He don't have any health issues or anything like that. He showed some videos.
I mean, why can't he go out there and get a job? That's my issue.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. He should be
get jobs and careers in business.
He should be out there working. You know,
and I'm upset at our people because the reason why he's not working, number one, I think is the country, that some of the countries in Europe, if you go to them, they have like welfare policy.
That's why I don't.
I think he's one of those men where he has that white girlfriend or wife. It's like she's an ex-porn star. So I think she take care of him, and then also the people give him like
between his welfare check.
They make him. They kind of encourage him. So I'm telling people, if people ain't out there doing the work, stop giving them money and feeding them money, because you're just encouraging bad behaviors. This first, and I know who the people are really giving them money. It's the white devils and the black devils. Basically,
they want him to win. They think he's going to win.
That wants to give him things to see black people fall. Now, if you're a black person engaged in that, you are sick, because like I mentioned to you, what can he do for your children? What can he build and things like that? You know what I mean? Do you know how much business I brought into Ghana alone? The 500 people and all the business I brought, black-owned restaurant, black-owned hotels, all black staff and crew. And you invest in your money. I got investment in treasury bills, United Bank of Africa. You have business and things going on. So you're doing things in the country and for the country. So I'm telling all the Ghanaians and all the African nationals, beware of this guy. He's dangerous. He's doing nothing for your continent. Like example, I tell people, if I just end up just stopping right now and things like that, how much other people are really bringing in the kind of business and our connection from the diaspora to countries like Ghana? It's not a bunch of energy. And I tell people, why did y'all wait to see me build what I built to come and start all this foolishness? People had all of this time, like even in the entire time of the early 2000s, it's like people had time to do these things and set them up. And I noticed more and more people are getting into this business. What are they doing? Tourism investment. Let's be real about it. Tourism investment. Who came up with that brand? Africa for the Africans. Tourism investment. From 2006. Now, I don't not nobody hustle, because I want people to get their money and do their things. But pay homage to the organizer, pay homage to the person who handle it, and support and defend the person against wicked threats coming against it. Because we have great ideas for this movement and things like that. And any movement, leadership is important, because like I said, if some of us don't step out here and do this, then we'll have a failed movement to where we'll have nothing, where you turn around and more generations go by and all we did was consume, work and consume. Basically, modern day slavery of giving everything back to the system. So I'm saying, family, let's be real about this. We need to build communities. We have land. If you don't want to do land and investment and travel and tours with us, that's fine. Look to build something, though, because we cannot keep on working hard in America and then having our money go back to the system. We have to reinvest it in Africa. And so when people like myself are talking like that, they're gonna send people after you. It's what it is. I mean, I'm not here to just cry or whine about it. You know what I'm saying? I'm a strong man, stronger than I look, stronger than anything. You know what I mean? Because I'm dedicated to this to the end of time, till I have no more breath in my body, and and even in death, just like Marcus Garvey, the legacy.
In death, I'll be a terror.
Yes, the legacy continues because you're dedicating yourself to putting the work and elements out. And this is righteousness. You're talking about us being able to have our own enterprise, being able to live and enjoy paradise, being able to have things that are owned by Black people. You know what I'm saying? Some of my favorite parts of America is like Myrtle Beach, Panama City Beach, Miami Beach, and things like that. Who owns all those real estate and all those things there? Not us.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm telling people, like, even the beach town that we're looking to build, and and that is all going to be owned by us as the people. You talk about bringing in Black investors in, because if someone like myself don't say, you know what, we're going to do this with Black investors, what's going to happen? Everyone else is going to come in and own everything up, and then we're going to be back to the same program of being the people that are literally just consumers and then working for everybody else and building everybody else's dream. So even when I tell my group, I was like, the 50 of us or whatever amount it end up being, we're going to put ourselves in a position to where we're changing the dynamics of many of our families and other families, because now you're focused on building a legacy, generational wealth, and things like that. And if you don't have that focus and you're working, you're going to end up just understanding that you'd have literally wasted your life, and you'd have literally just been just a good slave. I'm trying to just like keep my English and my French correct. But yeah, go ahead, brother. I know you got many things to say.
Oh yeah, brother. All right, I'm just getting started. Yeah. So what you said was very, very profound, right? As we see now, within an hour of this show, we're just getting started, folks. Brother Bomani laid out in full detail what he did. He showed you the land. He showed you people on it. He gave you a track record in history. This is something that the Negropean will never do. The Negropean he'll show you his little dusty ass website with 180 subscribers, whatever.
Are you talking about the YouTube page for like oversight?
Yeah, oversight.
Well, first you have to explain even what oversight is.
Yeah, oversight. Oversight. How do you oversight when you're in Europe? Do you have to see anybody on the ground? Do you have any means to do his stuff? And so the bottom line is this. The bottom line is he knows that a lot of people. There's a lot of energy. This is what I'm saying about our people, right? There's Black people who don't want this to succeed. These are the Captain American Negroes, UK, I Love the Queen Negroes, or whatnot. They basically don't want Black people in America or Black people in the diaspora to settle in Africa or build anything, right? Because it takes away from their argument about going to Europe and becoming part. Do you know I saw this thing where this? You ever see that dude Richard Spencer, that white supremacist, white nationalist guy?
Oh no.
All right, yeah. This is funny, right? He said this to this Black man in the UK, right? He says he just told him, "You're never going to be British. How are you going to tell me I'm not British?" He goes, like, "You're never going to get advanced." When he goes, he goes. Of course, American culture is better. Look at African Americans and look at the rest of you. And I was like, "Whoa, shit." He said African Americans way more money than any other group of Black people on the planet, whatever like that, because in America. And the bottom line, what he said was this. He goes, "But you need to go back to the country you originated in, right?" "No, I'm a British. How you going to tell me I'm not a British?" And this is a problem. These niggas actually really do think they're British. They really do. They think they're German. They think they're friggin' French. They basically, you look at the French, the French Negroes are the worst. These guys, it's to the point now where France colonized Africa just by language alone. Even before the money and everything like that, all the government documents and everything. So basically, this little backward country in Europe, right? France, was never anything in ancient times and everything. It was never really much besides Napoleon. Was how you take away Napoleon, they really have nothing, right? But yeah, it's able to claim large empires around the world of people of color and all this stuff like this. What the fuck is What the fuck is French? France was just an outpost of the Roman Empire. In the Latin, they spoke Latin, and they combined the Calvins, the Lombards, and the Franks, and all that, and they became Frenchmen only because of urbanization and intermarriage, of the refuse of the Roman Empire, So therefore, they're able to convince. How are you going to basically speak French when French is nothing but a bastardized language, And so you got the people in Mali, Burkina Faso, and all these countries basically throwing the French at Mali. Once the French troops out, French says we're not withdrawing our troops and everything like that, right? There's some Negropeans in Europe, right, who are living good. they're going to the brothels in Luxembourg and these places, sleeping with the white chicks and going on ski trips in the Alps and everything. And the bottom line, while they let the Europeans rape the African continent and everything like that, they're going to sit here and preach to us about us coming to Africa, and they're going to have the gall to call us colonizers, you know, because they basically want the same thing to be over and over. They want the same situation. White people rule over Africans, and they're poking their nose in Africa, and they scrutinize everything what we do. What they fail to realize, right, is this, right? They always think that Europeans are going to win and everything, but they don't understand Black America is actually stronger than Black America alone by itself is actually stronger than most of these European countries combined. You know, so therefore, and also basically, if we really put our mind to it, right? We really put our mind to it, right? We could take over, take these colonials out overnight, you know, just by our mere presence and our proximity inside the United States. You know, they don't want to start that war. Right, so that's why they want to stop it before it starts. You know, if we're over on the African continent and everything like that, we're over on the African continent. We're going to have influence over local policy. We're going to have influence over U.S. policy in Africa. And so the bottom line is this: we could change the trajectory of what's going on in Africa. We could basically say, you know, something, West, screw you, man. We like Russia better. You know, we could play this game. You want to play this game with us? You know, we could tell whatchamacallit. You know, we could tell people all the time, China, whatever like that, please come over here and everything like that. We'll be new partners. We could throw the British and all these other people out of there. You take Africa away from take Africa away from the Europe or the European Union, it collapses. So when people say unapologetically, I'm an unapologetic Negropean, what they're basically saying is the white man's way wins. We got to think like the white man. I'm a Negropean, you know. The white man's thought process. Black people are inherently stupid. We're heavily corrupt. So therefore, if you see a black man doing something in Africa and it doesn't have white people's stamp of approval on it, then the bottom line is it must be corrupt. There must be something shady. It must be a scam. It's a scam, you know. He's scamming people, you know. And I'm saying to myself, you know, okay, now the same Negropean, right? Now, this is what I'm saying with Negropean is not that smart. He's not smart at all. And first of all, when he talks, he gets dates, major dates mixed. I thought it was just a miss. Then I thought this guy's not well read. He'll give dates. Oh, say such and such happened. I said, wait a minute, that happened. He's like, I could see somebody being 1 or 2 years off when he gives an example about something. But he'd be like 40 or 50 years off on dates when he gives examples of stuff, you know?
It's often a lot of things. Think about that the video you did trying to put Tariq Nasheed picture on there. There's always trying to do some clickbait stuff, trying to get some viewers.
Yeah, so
you gotta be that desperate.
Check this
East and West Africa feud. East and West Africa feud.
Tariq Nasheed is somebody that we don't really care for that much and everything, right? So what he does is like he puts a picture on there with Tariq Nasheed. So, what does Negropean have to say about Tariq Nasheed, right? To get his views up and everything like that, right? And then he gets the whole argument wrong, right? And then he goes into this thing about East African, I dated a Somali and all stuff like that. Who cares about who the fuck you dated, nigga? You know?
So and so he's trying to say that he's also dated black women in the past. Is he trying to make a statement from that? Because we know he was a baby porn star.
Baby, like he was like really doing these creepy videos on East Love and Migrate, ES. And really creepy.
Man, big ups to our sister, man. Much love to your sister. I'm sorry.
She tried, you know. She's trying, you know.
And you know, we're gonna get this black devil for you and all the other brothers and sisters.
Yeah, because nobody else. We're
gonna fight the fight for you.
Nobody else has ever really said, you know, well, like they just let it go and all stuff like that. You cannot be no friggin' punk and call yourself a black nationalist or a Pan-Africanist in this movement, right? You gotta be prepared to confront people. Yeah. And at any time, you know, however it goes, you know, people find everything, you gotta be, hey, whoa, look at this. Now, so the bottom line is this: he basically came at ES, he came at Art Cathy and everything like that. You know, okay, whatever happened and everything. But the whole thing is this, though: when the brother came at Bomani, right? I said, wait a minute here. I know this brother. This guy ain't just somebody out on YouTube scamming. He doesn't use YouTube, right? He has an organization.
I just show highlight videos and conference calls.
Right.
recording me.
And this guy in Bomani has basically hell. He's when the most touching thing when you guys were in the Gambia and you guys were in there doing that conference and Bomani was a keynote speaker, man, you know, and he was in there, people like 20 years his senior, and this in there listening to this young brother, you know, given what we talked about. And he always says family, family, family. And anybody comes under Bomani, he treats them like family, treats them like brother, you know. And I said, man, this brother has done so much. He has a patience, man. I can't really describe it. But somebody to come at Bomani like this, sideways like this, you know, is like unforgivable. Now, we all have our flaws. And Bomani is not above criticism. And everybody, I'm not above criticism, right? But when you come out with malicious attack with sly whispers, right? Sly whispers, scam, you know, he's doing this right here, you know. It's nothing direct, right? And let's talk about something about the sly whisper, right? With their tone policing. What is tone policing? When people basically don't like what you're saying, right? And they see you're emotional and everything, they want to police your tone. That's a way of controlling you, right? Tone policing, right? Virtual signaling, you know? Oh, you guys are doing what the white man is, colonizer and everything. Virtual signaling. So a black man in a group in America can't buy land. We're a colonizer. Misrepresenting character assassination. All these things is traits of a sociopath. When they know what they're doing. They don't say it out loud. They do sly whispers, right? And you know our people are easy, right, to be manipulated into against their own thing. The sly whispers turn the masses of people against Marcus Garvey. The sly whispers turn people. The sly whispers now are trying to destroy the legacy of Malcolm X. They're trying to say, you know, Malcolm X. It's right now people online trying to say Malcolm X was a bisexual, homosexual. Sly whispers, you know, putting things out there, you know, virtual signaling, right? Tone policing. All these things basically go to create a big smear campaign against people they want to destroy. And a lot of times people back off because they don't want to deal with that. You know, I get that, right? But me, I'm a fighter, right? I know basically you can't come at me nothing because I got nothing out there for you to come at me with, right? So bottom line, you can come at me all you want because you're going to lose. You can't beat somebody with lies. You could have all distortion. You could do all your sly whispers and everything. But in the end of the day, the truth is the truth. Now, now, even though we know that, right? The next thing we talk about is what's called a scorched earth. What is scorched earth? Scorched earth is you tear everything in your path. Genghis Khan, you know, scorched earth policy, you know, just raise everything in your path, right? That means you just basically just constantly throwing out stuff like that, right? And you're burning everybody, you're destroying. That's called scorched earth policy. So therefore, when anybody here talks about a repatriation movement, now you don't scorched bags, you don't scorched ES, you don't scorch this, you just scorch Bomani and everything like that. So when people look at it, all they see is a burning field and they walk away from it. I better not do that, you know, I'm gonna fail. I'm gonna do like that. People, and then it says a warning to people that if you try, you're gonna be destroyed for your try. This say nothing beats a failure but a try. You know, it gets people to the point, I don't want to do it, man, because I don't want to fail. I don't want to be on YouTube and people making fun of me. You know, that's the sly whispers. The sly whispers, you know, the backstab. Remember a song from the smile in your face, the backstabbers, you know. You don't have to worry about the enemy. Like I said, we know all about the white man. We could talk about that all day. But we've never dealt with the enemy within. We never dealt with the sly whisperers, the people who exploit our people for their own personal gain, the people who try to tear our people apart, you know, pit Jamaicans against African Americans, continental Africans against African Americans, and UK and all these other people and everything like that. It's sly whispers. It's staying like that, and we have to start rebuking these sly whispers in our midst and whatnot. People who love gossip, people love starting their rumor mills, people love starting stuff and basically watching this scorched earth. This look at all this mess and everything. But they made one mistake, right? You got two brothers here, Bomani, Tayemba, and Kala Genesis, right? You know, we're it's not gonna. You're gonna come with the fire. We're gonna put it out. You know, all 5 elements. You got fire.
You gotta bring it, man.
You know what I'm saying?
We're the warrior class.
I'm saying, yeah, we're saying we're warriors here. These are warriors you're dealing with a warrior here. I'm a
I don't
fighter.
care about no YouTube likes,
Yeah,
fans,
all that stupid stuff on YouTube and
thumbs
all
up,
stuff like that. No damn
subscribers,
thing.
anything. You know, we're about a life.
Yeah.
Because if we don't do what we need to do, our children are not going to have much. You know, I'm telling people, brother, I live in this county, and I just add this real quick. For 20 years. And at one point, I used to see brothers out there on the construction sites. I used to see them out there on the road construction sites and other sites and things like that. What do you see? Primarily Mexicans. And, you know, no disrespect, and I'm not against any other race of people, because you have to do what you have to do. And if we're not doing what we're doing and other people take advantage of opportunities, we just got to be real with ourselves and like, yo, you know, take a look in the mirror and then look at, you know, we sat around and fight and argue amongst ourselves while other people worked hard and put the enterprise together. So I'm telling people that's what's at stake. Let's not play games and things like that. When we're talking about the unapologetic Negropean, I'm saying family. This guy is dangerous. He's one of the most dangerous person we have ever seen around. Just like the only difference is his family that betrayed Marcus Garvey and betrayed other people. They were kind of hidden. You know what I'm saying? They weren't really out there, because we still don't even know all of the physical people who betrayed Marcus Garvey. And the whole Malcolm situation is always like, you know, a mystery and things like that. But now we see him stepping out and showing his true face of his wicked ancestors who betrayed so much of our Black revolutionaries. And I'm one person say, I'm gonna fight this fight. And I'm not worried about anything.
I'm with him.
I want to let people know that I apologize to any of my brothers and sisters out there that if you think that I'm being childish or whatever, and the people who may feel like they may not want to do tours with me or messing with me, family, you have no idea what I'm going through and what I've dealt with. Having people in my own operation betray me and stab me in the back and things like that. And if you hear me screaming, yelling, whatever, or explaining things, it's a voice of being targeted, being a victim, and things like that. And I'm standing up for myself as a person, and I'm speaking my truth about what's going on and telling people, because I'm not going to be one of them people where people just have all these lies about you doing these things and not say anything. I'm going to educate people also why they do it. That's why this video is also has a part of it that says psychoanalyze. Why? The why is this person is desperate. He has no job. He has no way to make a living. He depends on his white porn star wife. He has nothing to do with Jamaica. He's not there communicating, connecting, doing anything. And he is just doing this. So anyone, I don't care how nice he sounds. Yes, yeah, I'm a warrior. You know what I mean? And if you ask me, I treat business people and treat people who do business with call me, I treat them like they're the nicest person in my life. Now, do I have people that I go off on and things like that? That yes, not my customers, not but people who are the degenerates and people who are the people who are like, if they were doing business with us and they step out of line and went out there and sabotaged and destroyed my business and operation, I made no allegiance anymore to treat them as a customer. I have to defend myself. So whether I call them names or whatever, it's what it is. They're no longer a customer. So I'm telling people, like, all them people I travel with and done business with me, you think I just they call me and I pick the phone up and I start yelling and screaming? I'm telling people, be serious. This is
like I said, bro,
be serious, this is real. Let's be real. Go ahead.
Tone policing, you know, when people basically say like this, he said, Negropean said several times, look how his expression, look how he's angry. That's what white people do.
And the thing of it is, I tell people, I'm not angry. I have different ways of expressing myself. Why would I be angry? I'm doing well in life. Life is good. I mean, I'm always all over the place traveling.
Check this out. You have, first of all, anger. Let me tell you something. Let me talk about human emotion. Anger is a legitimate emotion. You know, anger. If somebody's not angry all the time, if you have a friend of yours, right, and you're going out with him and everything, and that person never seems to get angry or anything like that, you can't trust that person, right? Because he's hiding his anger. The most dangerous people are people that can hide their anger. Bomani is letting it out. He lets anger and frustration out, you know? But what I'm trying to do is explain why the Negropean is trying to use that to defame his character. Everybody gets angry. Your boss may yell at you, you know? Your wife may yell, your husband may yell at you. Everybody talks out of anger and everything. And then you make up and say, hey, okay, cooler has prevailed. But to make it seem like, oh, because he got angry and he blew up or not, this is why, this is the type of person you're. This is what I'm talking about. So if that's the case, then we can ask a question, Negropean. What do you do for a living? We know all about Bomani. He laid it all. He gave us his whole life story. He told us his business. He tells where he lives at and everything like that. He's done business with people. Can Negropean name 5 people that can vouch for him? That's a question to ask. Can 5 people come up and vouch for Negropean and say, I did business with this guy. I bought his product and I got a good service. No, Negropean's gonna listen to this and say, no, I talk about his business. No, he basically tried to say, he said in his last video, Bomani was a criminal and on the run.
I got 500 people and a whole lot more that can vouch for all the things I've done for them.
So he got
a whole lot more
vouch for him that went on his
500, but he
know him in the community.
As a matter of fact, brother, he can't come up with one person because you have to actually be out there working and doing things. I'm here every day doing things. You're making move. This is a command center for repatriation and investment and connection in Africa.
So the bottom line is this: can Negropean do this? No. You know, he has a dusty ass, free ass YouTube channel. You know, that he monetized to make a living off of. Right? His porn star wife, probably out there waiting tables and they probably both collective welfare and waiting tables. He has a little daughter, so whatever it is, and everything. He's got an interracial.
So he does have children.
Yeah, he has an
yes, so I wonder how he would feel if somebody did videos and edit videos and showing your child
right. Even though
your child of doing all kind of stuff, accuse my child of being on there, attacking them on live stream and all kind of stuff. Like, I'm like, you're literally fighting against an 11-year-old child. I mean, what kind of man are you? But I do hear that he's also a pedophilia, so we have to be careful of people like himself because
he's obsessed over your son. You're saying inappropriate thing about your son. Now he's in there. Now we could go on about the white devil, things like that. But even though he's in interracial marriage, we're not going to do that to his daughter. His child don't deserve.
You're right. Absolutely.
We don't do that. We don't do that stuff like that. And then when we talk about Negropean, get this. I say alleged, right? It's alleged that he was a criminal in America. It's alleged that he did 2 stints in America, 5-year and a 7-year prison sentences in America. It's alleged, right? See the difference? Well, I use a qualifier, alleged, right? Because I don't have definite proof. But he doesn't have any proof about Bomani or anybody else, right? He just goes out and says it. Or he puts his sly whispers out there and give you everything to make you believe it without saying, no, I don't even qualify. This is not the truth. I'm just saying this, that, and the other thing. You can believe what you want. Or just shut the fuck up. If you don't know anything, you don't know it's the truth and everything, why basically put it out there? If you do like you do a YouTube video, right? And you say, well, this is my neighbor out here. He's been staying out late and everything. I don't know what is he doing and everything. Well, he could be working a part-time job. He doesn't want his neighbors to know. Back in the days, back in the 80s, that was common, right? People had middle-class people, right? Had to work gas stations, but they kept it hidden. They put it on the skies. They had to work in a supermarket. I don't want my neighbor to say, I got to work a part-time job to make ends meet and everything like that. People like, oh, your husband's gone off a lot. Where's he at? Well, people make up rumors. Oh, her husband's out here cheating on her or whatnot. She's never home in the evening. Well, he's working a part-time job. You just don't know. See, that's what it talked about with rumors. You don't have any facts or anything like that, but you put it out there because you were so low. He's so low down and dirty. He's a low down, dirty bastard that he put it out there, and he basically puts it on YouTube to make money, a little chump change off YouTube, And he sits there, oh, how many views I get today? His little struggle ass goddamn channel, which nobody watches because he had his heyday with Art Kathy, everything, and his viewership is down significantly because he's attacking somebody that's the real thing. That's why he feels if he gets rid of, if he can make his case against Bomani, he's back in credit. He knows instead of saying, something, I don't have enough on Bomani. I don't know about this guy. I think I jumped the gun, whatever like that. We're going to try to get it right and everything like that. I'm going to be your news. If somebody's doing stuff like that, I'm going to try to do like that. I'm going to partner with people on the ground that can give me accurate information. I'm going to be a better unapologetic Negropean, I'm going to be the best Negropean you could be. But I'm going to use truth and fact. He doesn't do that. That's why he lies, right? And then when he's caught in a lie, right? But instead of saying I was wrong about something, right? He goes on to the next thing. Case in point, he said that the land was fraudulent. That Bomani Africa's Black Star Line purchase was fraudulent. Come to find out, Bomani put all the evidence up there, right? It is legit, right? It's legit. He has people living on there. Nobody's having any problems, right? So therefore, since it's not legit, let's go on to the next thing, right? Which is, let's attack the person, the chief, right? An honorable man, right? He attacked the chief. I couldn't believe what I was hearing, Bomani. This nigga attacked the chief. I was like, God damn. So this nigga basically said, he basically called the chief a crook, a scoundrel, and all this kind of stuff like this, man. An honorable man who's respected in his village and everything, right? And then he says it's vested land, right? Okay, let's go on this thing about vested, right? Vested.
Yeah, I appreciate you saying that because the thing of it is, I tell people, I did my due diligence. I made sure that we have real attorneys, and I'm telling people, literally, myself, the attorney, the chief, everybody involved, it would be impossible for any of us to destroy our reputation. It's like you working hard for your career and then throwing it down the drain by being a crack addict and going to work the next day taking a drug test. And after you don't work 20 hard years and you're ready to retire and things like that. These things are not realistic. So he feel like if he can prove, well, he can't prove nothing, because in order for you to prove it, you either have to go to Ghana, you'd have to talk to attorneys.
You have to have the truth. You have to have the truth.
The main thing, brother, courts, lands commission, attorneys, business people. Now, we can be talking about a country that's completely corrupt, but is this realistic? Not at all. Especially when you have everybody showing their face. The chief is showing his face. I had his house, his palace, recording videos. I don't play games. Just like we have videos recorded here on the outside, you know where we at. You know what I'm saying? We're putting our life in jeopardy to let people know that, yo, we're not, because in order for us to really prove ourselves, we have to show and prove. So this is where we live at. This is our family. This is our people. This is what we're doing. And we're doing the right thing. Support us, because there always going to be wicked black devils against us. This is why it makes the unapologetic Negropean the most dangerous black devil traitor in the 21st century. He has coined that. It should be a most wanted poster for $1 million.
We're gonna do that too. One day we're gonna do.
He is literally a fugitive, a criminal, a devil, the worst black person ever, and he's a fake ass Jamaican. And if his parents was really honorable, they would literally, or any of his family member, they would literally get him to delete all of his videos and get off YouTube and give him a job. You are despicable. You are a sick, pathetic loser. Don't ever tell anybody you're Jamaican. Jamaicans are the hardest. Sorry, I apologize. I don't want to disrespect any other people.
No, they are
one of the hardest working groups of people.
No, the hardest working people I know.
When we were stolen from Africa, our situation was we were put on plantations, and the only thing that you were there to do is work until you die. And you know what they do?
Right, and throw you the garbage.
Some more brothers and sisters,
and bring some more in.
That's why after a while, our people had to organize and fight the British devils. So we're known for being hard workers and people who fought against the oppressors, just like our neighbors Haiti, which I have nothing but respect for Haiti. And that's still terrible. I wish we can do a lot more, because they literally use Haiti as an example. Like, oh, you want to bring the Haitian Revolution and wipe out our best military efforts ever. I mean, you talk about a group of revolutionary Haitians, stolen Africans, who defeated at that point. I mean, wasn't the French that
they fought the French, the Spanish, the
French were the baddest military in the world, along with their crew, because and things
they
like
basically
that.
People
fought against them. We're warriors, so you can't expect me to sit down and not do anything. Now, like some of our other brothers, I'm not gonna say they're not warriors. They chose a position to say, you know what, they're not gonna say anything. Like I've explained to some people, like these people didn't say anything, not one thing against the unapologetic Negropean. But look, he has made 30 videos of them, 20 videos, 10 videos. And that's why I want to also big up to my brother, Joseph Sakala. I want to make sure I'm pronouncing his name right.
Yeah, Sakala. Yeah. He goes after Negropean.
If you see that brother, Joseph Sakala, please like, share, and subscribe his channel. The brother, I think I talked to him today. He told me he's 33 years old. Man,
young brother.
I was saluting him. It was on a video call. I was saluting him. I was like, brother, I respect you to the highest level. You're my brother, and anything I could do to support you. And
I told you to get in touch with him, man. I told you.
Supported the young generations and also held up my elders and things like that. And so he is one of the, man. This brother is out there fighting against him. He's signed up for ES. I mean, brother, let's be honest. when we talk about someone like ES, what could possibly ES do to hurt people? She left from America. She went
Right.
to the northern part of Ghana. Brother, I even don't have the heart as a man. I'm being honest with you. I don't have the heart as a man to go to the northern region.
That was so. She was showing up a lot of
We have
men
a
up.
sister, a black revolutionary sister from America who went there, and all of us should have been supporting her, and all of us
Right.
should have been giving her energy. And the unapologetic Negropean literally just spoiled that energy in there. So what? I mean, we all have relationship, we all have love, marriage, and all that stuff.
It's
So
gonna happen.
what if you have an issue with your spouse and things like that? So what if you have issue? That is nobody's business. I'm dead serious. Police, the people on YouTube, the people on social media don't need to have nothing to do with that. That's between your family. Families get together and they work it out. That should be a respectable private moment for a family. Like, okay, family, you're going through a little rough situation where you're having a disagreement or whatever the situation is. Who knows? Because people tend to clip, snip, and do all kind of edits of people and put it on YouTube. Like the unapologetic Negropean, he must love my videos, brother, because I got videos with me with, you know what I'm saying, out in different places, and I got my son, we out there swimming. I got beautiful ladies, and we just hanging out, socializing. I got business partners, and he's just snipping all kind of clips. He must be like, oh my God, this guy, how can he have almost 3,000 videos on YouTube with him in all these different countries and him just enjoying life and and things like
Yeah,
that.
he's jealous, envious,
Right.
envy.
He gotta be a criminal. I'm like,
Check
brother,
this out. His last video said,
hard work, and there's nothing wrong with that, family. Go to school, get a trade, work hard, dedicate yourself to doing the right thing. And you know what? I don't have a mansion, I don't have a fancy luxurious car, but you know what? I have a good life to where I can make an honest living and do well for myself, and then I can make a lot of differences for people. So I tell people I don't want to invest money on luxury and things like that.
right.
I invest my money on us, our future. You know what I'm saying? My son, he's just always excited because he's like, and people like, why would you spend this kind of money on a child to get this? Because think about Elon Musk, think about Bill Gates, think about all these other tech geniuses. Number one, their family supported them. Number two, the system supported them. Anything that they needed, the system gave them. I'm talking about their white daddies, not exactly Uncle. I'm sorry, Uncle Sam, but their white daddies gave them everything that they needed. So what is wrong with me and you giving our children the future? When we build a Black Star Pan-African community, you have a business center, community center, and you have all these entities there. It's not for me, it's for all of us. So I'm telling people, we're not building a movement and doing this for us. We're not doing any selfish game. I would never dishonor my family and what we have built and our brothers and sisters, and even the great ancestors that came before us. Like when I literally look up and we put up books like Blueprint for Black Power and certain things, we talk about a generation of scholars and people who educated us, who taught us to do the right thing, to do it a certain way. And we follow their blueprint. It's no different. You're in the military, you learn leadership from your military leaders. You're in the Black Power movement, you learn leadership from the scholars. They're the educators of our operation. And they empowered me, you, and other people to do the right thing. So I'm telling family, we're here and we're not going to let anyone stop our movement. No Negropean, no anybody. And I'm saying, because I remember what happened. I studied Garvey hard. Literally, he had so many people against him. And people like myself, what I learned, I was like, get your legal people together. Get your brothers together to where we are shown as a united front, because they're going to come and challenge us and test us. Ever since I've been in this movement, people always come against us because it's a level of jealousy, envy, and hatred. You know what I'm saying? I know I still look young. I'm 44. But, I look at my pictures when I looked at my Egypt video. I was 26 years old in 2004. And I salute my scholar, Dr. Ranoka Rashidi. People have no idea the conversations that we even had. Even I did another video at the Pan-African Movement Summit when I was the one that was like, the organizer of the documentation and getting scholars together. And we have that whole summit right there, 2006. The two prominent names was Dr. Leonard Jeffries and Dr. James Smalls.
I love both of them brothers, man.
Yeah, they come from. There was an organization that we were working around called the World African Diaspora Union.
Yeah, I remember them.
Organization like the UNIA, ACL, and so on. I'm one of them people that when I was working at the airlines, man, brother, I was so proud to leave the plantation and go there in the office and do the work, man. And or on the weekend when I'm off or whatever my schedule was, go there and help with the lectures. It was like the proudest moment of my life, and we titled ourselves as student leaders because we wanted to be like the future leaders of this movement, but we wanted to be the students and put the work in. And then when our elders got to the point where they were ready to like say, you know what, it's your guys' time up. We like, okay, perfect. We did the work. Now we're gonna do the next thing. And now I'm going to put another 10, 20 years in. So then the next generation have everything that they need. You know, so you ask people, what is the Negropean and every other black people that talk against people like us? What are they doing to build the future for black people? Our
Exactly.
children need opportunities. What is our children going to do when they get to 20, 22 years old? They got master's degree and they got all kind of technical training. Who are going to hire them? How are they going to make a living?
Mm-hmm.
That is the question, family.
And we have the skill set and everything like that. And that was just a beautiful story. Because like I said, I had this similar background, man. I went to Pan-African meetings in my 20s and everything like that. I created this thing called a Colonization and everything. And I didn't know where it was going to go, man, because I was down in Virginia. We had like Virginia had a lot of black power people down here. But down here, man, you lived here before, right? Bomani, you lived in Virginia Beach, you know, everything. The bottom line, it's hard to be a black nationalist here.
Man, the whole time I was living in Virginia, I was in Navy, but the last year I was a civilian.
Yeah, but you know what I'm talking about here. You want to be a
I love
black.
Virginia, man, a beautiful place. A lot of black people here. It's
a lot of
and
black
also,
people.
one thing I want to say, brother, before we go on, when we talk about hard work, let's make sure we clear this up. What is Virginia known for? Military operation, including what? The ships. Now,
Navy. The Navy.
An aircraft carrier. That is a huge ship. You have an aircraft carrier. What needs to happen when the aircraft carrier go out for 6 months and do back-to-back 6 months journey? Where did they need to go? A shipyard. Who's working in a shipyard in Virginia?
Black people.
Black men.
I said that. I said, didn't I say that?
Black men, black women, black people.
Let me tell you something right now. Anybody who puts their mouth against black, like another thing, this idea that African Americans are lazy, I want you to come down here and replace the black people in the shipyard.
Most of those people are working in a shipyard and
are black.
I live in Virginia. Where they're from? This country.
They're from America.
And they're what? Black people. So let's stop this little foolishness about black people are lazy and things like that.
All this stuff like this. This is why I love my brother Bomani. You know what I'm saying? Because like I said, he's Jamaican, African, that don't matter to us, man. We're brothers, you know. But the whole thing is this: there's this movement going on now where people want to throw shade at African Americans, right? And then talk about you're Pan-African. No, you can't do that, right? You got to put respect on the people that you want to reach out to and lead, you know. And you got to basically tell you, because black people in America, right here in Virginia, between Virginia and Baltimore and everything like this whole world economy was shut the fuck down and black people walked off the shipyards and everything. All the stuff that you come in from and go out and everything like that is black people working at that shipyard, giving their all, giving 30, 40 years for a place.
The same thing with the Atlanta airport family. So serious. Like you saw about Naval Shipyard, Atlanta airport. If black people decide they're not going to show up to work, you have a failed society because
this whole country will collapse.
My brother knows about the shipyard in Virginia. He knows about, I mean, we're not talking about little tiny, we're talking about the world's biggest, best, strongest navy in the world that they ever
seen. The shipping, the containers.
Ships are what controls the world. That's what the British Empire showed the world, that when they had them ships out there, they controlled the slave trade, they controlled everything.
They control maritime.
Empire built that right there. So now you have ships. Who is going to do the work? Who has always done the work in this country? Black people in America. Who has built this country from the ground up and never getting the credit they want? So the people,
no one ever gives us the credit. So people want to talk this nonsense about this. This is what I said on Dinah Show the other night, right? I said there's a lot of brothers out there, right? Who the fathers worked the shipyard and everything like that, right? But the next generation wants more, right? They want more. They want more than their fathers had, right? And we never built the economy where they could take it to the next level. That I worked in the shipyard, I had a good trade and everything. I'm retired now and everything. But my son went to college and everything like that. You know, then his son does a little better. What people want to do is tell us that if you don't be satisfied with that one thing, then look at there's a Nigerian that replace you, and that they want to pit Nigerians and these other new immigrants coming over here against African Americans. It's all about the white man friggin' sitting up on top, controlling everything. manipulating different groups of black people, having us fighting over nothing and everything. And now it's like this. Now they want to do the same thing in Africa right now. They want to have people on the ground being suspicious about us, right? There's even talk now, right, where you got this one white guy who lives in Kenya with his Kenyan wife, right? And he was talking on this with the Somali guy, talking about the biggest problem in Africa right now is a number of African Americans coming over here with their radical thoughts. So they basically, what he was talking about was that dude that beat up that Ugandan dude for stealing his bike, whatever like that, right? And he said that's why we got to keep African American. A white guy from California is married to a Kenyan woman, right? And he has businesses in Kenya, right? And he said, look, the thought process of black people with this black unity and everything is a threat to their thing of living a comfortable life in Africa. They feel uncomfortable with us living in our own friggin' ancestral homeland. The Negropean is uncomfortable with African Americans like that. Why? Because we're not bringing in, because we're going to say something about the pedophilia and all the sex trade and all the stuff like that the Europeans engaged in, the homosexuality. Let's lay it on the line. The homosexuality, the all this non-stuff like
Absolutely.
this.
And he's in
That's exactly what this is all about, you know?
Yeah, Kala, he's involved in these things too, and he's been butt broken. You can tell he's been butt broken.
Of course. I know he slept with a man
big,
before.
strong man that they used to tie up, and then they just pull his pants down, and they just give him that work.
Yeah, and the bottom line, that's why he's so butt broken. That's why he doesn't have a job. That's why he has a job. He can't. His whole manhood is gone. He can't do physical work. He can't say, yeah, I work at it. I would have more respect for him if he said, look, yeah, I work down here at the yard the day when I had to lift this thing up or not. Then you're talking to a man.
He's never been able to tell you his career, brother. I've shown people my whole career. You know what I'm saying? From packing bags at a supermarket, working at terminal markets, to being in the Navy, working on airlines, both as aircraft technician, doing technical support, running my three different business. I mean, come on, family. I'm just doing these give me's. But he got to give something. If he's not going to give something, family, y'all got to please, man. Y'all got to shut him down, because what he's doing is destroying stuff for us as a people. So we must fight against the enemy, because he's a common enemy amongst people.
He's an enemy within. The enemy within is not going to come with you with bombastic. He's going to come with you with sly whispers, right? He's going to play his little African music in the background, right? He's going to basically sound like you. Oh, yeah, he's playing the African music. He's going to open you up and everything. But he's not going to cram nothing down. But he's going to put gestures, sly whispers, and stuff in your ear. Because look, he had it with me, right? He had me turn against ES. I was like, wait a minute, why did I turn against his sister? You know, he had me go against the Bag family. I said, what is Ricky and
you guys are wonderful people, man.
Do? And then I said, next thing you know, this dude, I look up and whatnot. You know, he did a video on me. He had me turn me against myself. You know, I was like, damn, I'm a college jet. So he did the whole video about me. I said, damn, I'm a piece of shit, man. God damn. I felt like, hey, Kala Genesis. He starts with, he's so smart. He's so articulate. And this is the one guy that you got to watch out for. And I was like, oh, I'm feeling good. I'm so important. Negropean is puffing me up and whatnot, you know? And then he throws his little things in there. Next thing you know, God damn, man. I didn't even recognize myself, man. He made me look like a piece of shit, you know? And I began hating myself. I'm like, God damn. And
then he called you a black, basically, a black dictator. You want to have your own country in Africa.
I want a dictator and whatnot. I'm a dictator.
Let's talk about that whole situation, because I think a lot of people are confusing what you and I have talked about. We even put out theory that if we were able to have a country, and it's like, the thing we're talking in theory and science, but he's
I'll break it down to you.
That's all they want to do, and they just want to go to Africa, get their own country, or to get their own little thing, and they want to take over and dominate the Africans. And it's like people got to be careful, because also along with that, you can also explain the situation with the craziness of Liberia and Sierra Leone, since you have more knowledge than that than anyone else, because you're a published author.
Yeah. So I'm going to talk about that, right? This is the whole thing. When it comes down to the black race, the black man in America, right? There's an old saying, men chained together become brothers. On those slave ships, sometimes they would dock off Angola. They may stop in the Brighter Mainin and they load up more slaves and they put them. The white man did not care See, the whole thing is the white man, when he took us into captivity, he didn't care what tribe you're from. He didn't care anything like that. Only tribes that were spared the slave trade was the Crew tribe. And because the Crew tribe cooperated with Europeans and gave information and everything. So if a Crew tribe, a crewman with his crew markers ever got on a slave ship, right, they would go and find out where he came from, right, and ship him back. That was law. That was an international law. You don't enslave the crew. That's how vital they were to the slave trade, right? Okay? Everybody else was fair game. You could be on the coast one day chilling. Next thing you know, you're kidnapped and you put it on a slave ship. You know, you're in a dungeon and you put it on a slave ship. And there's an old saying, men chained together are brothers, right? So the idea of Pan-Africanism has to do with Black unity, you know? The idea that, you know, no matter where you come from in Africa or whatnot, we're all in the same boat now. Whether you on the bottom of the ship, you know, is on the top of the ship, whatever like that, whatever hull and galley or that you're on the ship, you're in the same boat. You're going to be about to be enslaved. When you got to the slave, the final destination, right? They didn't separate us by language and everything like that. We could, a lot of us couldn't communicate with each other, right? And so the idea of Pan-Africanism came out of first by learning each other's language, you know, how to communicate, and also developing Pidgin, which we have the Gullah people who speak this tongue. When people used to tell us we were ignorant and everything, that was just Africans using English, the African vernacular version of English and everything. So we have to apologize for our ancestors for calling them ignorant and dumb and everything because they couldn't speak the Queen's English. Just because we couldn't talk like the Negropean, we were called ignorant. We hated ourselves. We hated the slang we talk. We hated all the stuff, the Ebonics and everything like that, right? And the African American and African Jamaican, we have a certain mindset, right? We were ripped and given the most brutal thing in history, the injustice. When you take a group of people and you make them work and build your wealth, and you basically curse God Almighty Himself and say, "You a nigga, you're gonna work for me till you die and whatnot," you know, and you're gonna put it in law. You're gonna teach other people to hate me, and then not only that, you're gonna teach them to hate me. You're gonna teach me how to hate myself. You're gonna teach me how to hate my brother. And to this day, while we're so quick to judge each other, we're just put each other down. That's that self-hate that was bred in the Black man, you know, it's bred in our community for hundreds of years and everything. And so therefore, now we're saying, now it's time for us to return home and build in Africa. They're waiting for us with this. Oh, so you're returning now after all these years? Yes, we're returning to our land. It's up to the accent, the African on the ground to say, you know something, it's time for you guys to come home, right? How do you guys want to do it, right? Well, we need space, right? Africa is devoid of people almost, right? Remember something, millions of people, the reason why countries like Namibia and Angola are so empty, because millions of people left those lands, you know? Millions of people were gutted to build a new world, right? And so the fact of the matter that there's no real organized by law pathway for Africans to return is a shame. And this is what we talk about when we talk about an African, a nation state of our own, a state of our own. If you had this one state, right, that all the diaspora was part of, right, a territory we were part of, right, and this state could be a whole. It could be just basically like. Let me give you another example. A model. Sicily is still part of Italy, right? Dubai is still part of the United Arab Emirates, right? Hong Kong is part of China, right? But it's still Hong Kong, right? Macau is still part of Hong Kong, right? Those are the models you can use, you know, models that you can use. You have a host country who says we're going to build a country where people could come in from the diaspora, right? And if you look at Africa's coastline, 90% of Africa's coastline is underdeveloped. Less than 15% of the African continent is lived on. 15%. You got whole sections of countries, Angola, the Congo, devoid of people. You got plenty of territory on the continent, right? What does such a city-state or African, whatever you want to call it, would only require no more than like 15,000 square miles. That's nothing. That's nothing. And then what would Africa get? You would have an infrastructure. You have to build the infrastructure. The African people, the Black people in the diaspora can finance the infrastructure by simply the tax revenue that it would generate alone, without even having no natural resources, just basically basic things like sales tax and real estate tax and all stuff like that would basically pay for itself. Build roads, infrastructure. The more roads you build, the more people coming in, the more people coming by airline, the more people coming by sea, the more people putting money into the banks and everything, depositing money into the banks and everything, the more the thing. Hong Kong was a proven model. When you have a surge of people like Dubai and everything, and there you got a financial class and all the stuff like that, you have build industrial parks and all stuff like that, it could function, right? It could function. Dubai is good. It's good because it's not a nation state. It's part of the UAE, but it basically generates so much billions of dollars for it. And this nation state, this host nation, could generate billions of dollars for the host country. It'd be a win-win situation. And say, well, why do you need that? Because it has to be organized, right? It has to be organized. The only way you can organize anything is by having territory. When you build the blueprint, say, oh, we're going to build this city here, we're going to build this town here, we're going to build this here, and we're going to populate this territory. When this territory is populated, right, it's going to generate wealth, revenue, income, everything like that for the host country. You know, so that's a win-win situation. And also, we'll have a what we call geopolitical. You have to know that any sort of geopolitical entity has to have it'll be negotiated between the host country. Okay, we have be able to raise taxes on goods and services coming in and out of the country, and the diaspora, 200 million diasporans, and only 2% went there. That's still, you're talking about 15 to 20 million people, and people coming over with their retiring with their 401ks and everything like that. It'd be endless growth, It'd be endless growth. It'd be endless opportunity and everything like that. I think that's a perfect idea. Now, since we can't do that right now, the next best thing is to build like little communities, And if the communities are successful, right, and say, wow, man, we got a community in Ghana. It's thriving. It's going big and everything. And somebody else is going to build another community here in this country, here and there. And these communities, expat communities, are going to pop up all over Africa, right? And then the end game is, something, it's why are we don't need America no more, right? There's people that want to live on that continent permanently, but those people have to have a government, right? That a government of the people, by the people, for the people, right? The government has to be set up specifically for that people. It could be a city, like you go to Las Vegas, right? Las Vegas is a place where people gamble, right? The state of Nevada governs Las Vegas. No, the Las Vegas has a city, a government that governs the gaming activity and stuff like that, the ways and means of that area. Sure, the state has something to do with it, right? The state, Nevada gaming commission and everything like that, right? But the United States government, right, doesn't really have anything to do with it, right? Because the states have some limited sovereignty. So if you have a state, right, a state and a city state, like you got New York and you got New York City, right? New York State is different from New York City. New York City is going to function a certain way, have different laws and everything than the state of New York, right? Even though they're part of the state law supersedes city law, but it's worked out to the point where, look, New York City is a cosmopolitan area. What might apply in upstate New York may not work in New York City. You see what I mean? So when we talk about building our own city state, there's going to be things that apply. That's going to apply to people who coming from the United States or the West, right? That may not apply to the rural parts of Africa and stuff like that. Two different areas. So therefore, that society has to be, that new society has to have governance of people who are like mine or like them. That's being government of the people. The people we elect to represent us and legislate us and courts and everything have to come from us, and that's a sticking point of everything we talk about. Sure, it will be the host country have oversight, a supreme oversight in the final decision with the courts and everything. But having a district and a magistrate and local laws of revenue authority and stuff like that, that's essential. Those are essential things. Being able to provide our own medical things, everything. Being able to basically port over our pensions, be able to port over our Medicare plans, be able to port over all the institutions in America. That's going to take us with some limited sort of autonomy, not sovereignty, but autonomy. And so that's what we say when we talk about the African, a nation, a city state or territory for the diaspora. It ain't like we're going to go to Africa and just take over a bunch of land and kick all the Africans out. No, it's a win-win situation. It says that African Americans, basically, and Caribbeans and whoever else, people from the UK or people from other parts of Africa, right, want to come to a place that's not beholden to the British pound or not beholden to the French zone, that basically has the idea of, in its constitution, the idea of Pan-African, African nationalism. Right now, no country in Africa, right, has a Pan-Africanist constitution. None. None. Every African country is basically a holdover from the British, the French, and everything. It's just a few years ago, before people, let me give you a history of something, right? When Liberia, at its height in the 1950s, right, came up with the idea of a united African nations or African Union is not new. People in Liberia have thought about this for a long time before it actually happened. And it was happening in countries like Liberia and Sierra Leone and the black people who lived in the West and everything. We should have it in Africa. But no one could ever dream that all these African countries would get independence, right? Sort of independence. So what happened was when Kwame Nkrumah became Prime Minister, Sekou Toure, and then you had President Tubman of Liberia. 3 African men, 3 black men in the hills of Saniquelli in Nimba County, Liberia, right? The Liberian legislators who were Pan-African, who believed in Pan-African, who read the teachings of F. Ford McGill, who was the father of Pan-Africanism. He taught Edward Wilmot Blyden, who basically Garvey studied under, right? So it was the McGills out of Liberia who came up with this idea of what they called back then Pan-Negroism. That means we're all the black races together. We're one race, Pan-Negro. Before that, no one was talking like that. People were in their tribe, their clan, and everything. And Europeans were becoming Pan-Europeanists. America is a Pan-European country. E pluribus unum. That means out of many, we are one. That means that you see the Dutch, the Irish, the English, the French, everything. We're now Americans. The Portuguese, Spanish, we're now all these European nations, and we're in this what we call a melting pot, E pluribus unum. Out of many, we are one. So in Liberia, we created our own E pluribus unum, in Liberia. Out of Pan-Africanism was born out of the reflection of what we saw with Europeans. We saw there was a lot of free black people in America, right, who saw that white people, they couldn't get jobs or anything in America, even though they were free. They were born free, many generations. They fought in the World War. But the Europeans were welcoming to Irish immigrants and everybody else that were coming off the boat, anybody with white skin. They welcomed Arabs, anybody else who would blend into the white Anglo-Saxon way of thinking and everything. But black people were more into the white Anglo-Saxon than anybody else. But the thing that we held us back was what we looked like, our race. So we created the African Methodist Episcopal Church. That means people, we exemplified being proud of being from Africa. The African Missionary Baptist Church, African Repository, all these African themes, the African Masonic Order, all these things were African. We would say, well, you could do that, we do that. That was good, right? But the thing is that we need a place where we can practice this black Africanism. And so the idea of going to Liberia was born. A place where we could who we're free. We could be ourselves, we could be black. We could teach the indigenous people how to be black, how to be black. Well, let's see the things from a standpoint of being black. Well, a lot of indigenous people in Liberia didn't have the socialization. They didn't understand why they need to be united with their traditional enemies around them. Because why? Because the Europeans would come and put you against him, and next thing you know, they take over, like they did in Nigeria, like they did in Ghana. They take the Fannies against the Shanties, like they did in Sierra Leone, like they did in Senegal. They took the Wolof, they killed the Wolof and whatnot, and humiliated them, and everybody else fell in line. So therefore, you have Inform YouTube requesting to have his videos removed. Harassment, bullying, but Bomani Tayemba, yeah, happy companion, positive Dynasty Samir, and everything like that. Hold up, folks.
Yeah, man, and that's serious business, brother Kala. Literally, I mean, that's a lot of people. I mean, come on, man. That's a lot of people, family. Literally, it's one of those situations where, it's kind of like one of them fake ass rappers. Honestly, they're trying to get up there, and or like some of these cloud chasers or people just want to be that's popular online. So what they do is they go after established people who are doing certain things, and in this case, these names are people just that are trying to connect us to Africa. And since we've been doing what we've been doing, studying and researching from 2000, even 2003, you can go back to that time because that's when I read a lot of them books, family, a lot of books, a lot of this information because now we have to just like change our path of what we're doing. And I'm just gonna add Kala back right here, family.
Yeah. Yeah, my brother called me. I was on a roll.
Absolutely, family.
Yeah. It always happens when you're on a thing, you're on a roll, somebody calls, and I'm like, oh man, I had to take that call. Anyway, so what I was saying basically was the people who the Liberians went over, African Americans and Caribbeans that went over to Liberia, they had a mindset. They had 200 years of basically catching all kinds of help. They knew what the world outside of Africa was like. They understood that they have to create a republic and recognize. That means as long as they basically control what goes on inside their borders, they're safe. In other words, basically, as long as no white man can come in here for any sort of reason, without permission, whatever, and they don't have any right to just walk around or harass or put their hands on anybody in America, a white man could at any time could just basically, you can walk around and mind your business. A white man could just put his hands on you and just basically harass you and fondle your wife, whatever like that. And Liberia was the one country where that wouldn't happen. They'd be dead if that happened. They couldn't do that. They did it in Sierra Leone because it was still controlled by the British. But Liberia was the one country they never was able to control. And so therefore, in 1959, the idea of that we could govern ourselves, Liberia was so confident, right? Because they had the best run administration on the continent. Their administration was better than any European administration on the continent as far as the indigenous population, everything, integrate them into society and everything. They was way ahead of everybody, And so therefore, in 1959, the Tubman invited Sekou Touré and Kwame Nkrumah to there, and three great black men forged the idea of the Organization of African Union was born in Liberia, and then when they organized it, it convened in Addis Ababa, Ethiopia. But the idea, right? Because they didn't know what was going on. We're going to talk about organizing the whole continent. It's like, just like, I'm sure Bomani remembers this. When you start something, you're like, you don't know how this is going to end. You don't know how people are going to receive this. You say, am I making a fool out of myself? You wasn't sure, anything. When I started BAL, we didn't know how it was going to turn out, right? But we just did it. That's what they did. So they said, let's meet in Nimba County, Liberia. You come across the border from Guinea, and we'll meet. And these three brothers, Sekou Touré, Kwame Nkrumah, and President Tubman met, and they were all leaders in the country. They said, we're going to basically get this idea of organized African unity. Then they had the 61, they had 64, then they had several. Then Kwame Nkrumah was overthrown in 66, and then the last one culminating was 1979 in Monrovia. Now that right there, that OAU conference of 79 was the most that charted out the whole thing. We wouldn't be going through what we went through if the CIA hadn't sabotaged that meeting, all this stuff that Kwame Nkrumah talked about and stuff like that was implemented in 79. The Lagos Plan of Action, how to industrialize Africa, right? The Mono River Group, right? How to build a highway system from Senegal and Sierra Leone, all this stuff like that. The WAP, the West African Power Pool, we're going to pool our electricity together. All these cooperations, a monetary zone for Africa, right? Industrialization of Africa, right? Instead of just basically exporting iron ore from things like that, we're going to start the process, right? A 10-year plan to have steel mills built on the African continent. All these things were basically being set up, right? And agreed to. Idi Amin was there. Idi Amin was there in Hotel Africa, right? Which is abandoned now. And he was basically swimming in the pool with his gun on his hip. You know, so the bottom line is this: we have basically a whole treasure trove, but that whole 79 OAU peace conference and thing, right, it was tried to sabotage by the rice riots in Liberia a couple months before that, but it still went off without a hitch, even though they had the CIA orchestrated the rice riots. And then a few months after that, we had a coup in 1980 with Tolbert, the president of Tolbert, was taken out by so-called under the indigenous revolution. No, it was a CIA operation. Mask. That's another thing I would talk about. Masking. Okay, what is masking? You know, we talked about sly whispers. We talked about tone policing. We talked about the scorched earth, right? I'm gonna talk about masking. What it means, masking. Masking means this, right? When you covering something, right, to make it seem like you're something else. Put on a mask, right? What they do with us is, right, they mask what we're doing, right? We're not, in other words, we're not Pan-Africanists, African nationalists who will start the process of repatriation of the bill, right? They put a mask on us saying that we're neo-colonialists, we're black colonialism, we're doing the same thing the Europeans did. At the same time, none of these people will ever come out and strongly condemn what Europeans are doing, why the French are still in Mali right now. I want Negropean to answer that question, right? Because I know he's going to listen to this, right? How come he hasn't never said anything about the French military refusing to leave Mali? Why has he never said nothing about Ethiopia being kicked out of AGOA for not bending to the Arabs and the North Africans and whatnot in the Biden administration? How come Negropean has never said nothing about that?
Absolutely, Kala. Let me answer you right there, real quick, man. You have to add like fire on your name. Kala Genesis fire.
yeah. They call me Kala Thanos. They call me Kala Thanos. They call me Kala Thanos. Thanos.
Oh yeah,
they call me Kala Thanos for a reason. You know, the Infinity Stones, the 6 Infinity Stones. They call me Kala Thanos, right?
Yeah, but so, definitely, you know, I gotta address the question that you just dropped. And I'm always telling people that the world we live in, it's what it is. I'm not saying I sit here and accept it. You know what I mean? But you talk about racism and white supremacy, it's what it is. You talk about World War II, you know what I mean? I'm telling people, like, you know, it's like when you went to high school, you studied sociologists. They may have not taught you anything in the history class and things, but what do we have? We have the Black Bookstore. I got stacks of books back here.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, I'm about to give me another bookshelf so I can add some more of the other books to it and things like that. We as a people have literally educated ourselves to organize ourselves to be in a position to where we can build something. So when you're literally talking about, I'm trying to just hit back on the last thing that you mentioned. When you're literally talking about, what's the last point that you made? Is real quick.
Oh, I'll talk about the OAU in Monrovia, how they mask. I said masking. You know, they put a mask on. Like I said, it's like someone threw a mask on you, right? And you become somebody else, right? What they do is they throw a mask on our movement, right? Instead of us being Pan-Africanists, nationalists, and everything like that, right? They put a neo-colonial face on our movement, right? To smear, oh, see, they're coming as colonizers and all stuff like that. That's masking. You know, you're putting a mask on, a false mask on somebody and everything like that, right? And you know that's not what they're about, but you create a mask to put on and whatnot. So it's just like, you know, somebody put a head on somebody and you become another personality. You become something different than what you are. And that's what they're trying to do to us. What? Oh, they're colonizing. I said they didn't. How come he hasn't said one thing about Ethiopia? He hasn't said one thing about what's going on in Burkina Faso. He hasn't said nothing about Mali. The French refused to leave Mali. Mali asked them to leave, right? And the French refused to withdraw from Mali. There's Negropeans nowhere needed to be found, you know? And so the bottom line is the whites still got their land back here, bullied, and put sanctions on Zimbabwe. That idiot Obama put sanctions back on Zimbabwe, right? And the white farmers are handing over their black people are handing over their farms over to white people and everything. And all over Africa, right? Chinese are raping the continent. I see gold ore in Zimbabwe. The gold ore is so great in that part of the region. The gold literally sticks out of the thing, you know? When you ever seen gold? You got usually in South Africa, you got to dig for the gold. You got to dig and make a little spot of gold. I look at a whole wall of nothing but gold, right? You can go and take a hammer, Bomani, with your hand and take a chunk of gold right out there and put it in your pocket. You don't even have to friggin' iron it out of the ore when it's right there. That's a Chinese are taking millions of tons of gold out of Zimbabwe as we speak, you know. And so basically, we basically and this the Negropean and the people, all our detractors, they got nothing to say about that. They got nothing to say about that. The thing is the enemy is Kala Genesis and Bomani, who just want to do an honest living, and we're just honest people who want to do an honest thing and everything. We have no malicious intent towards our brothers and sisters in Africa. We include them on everything we do and everything. And we got this Negropean who is out there trying to spoil our name and everything. And we're gonna keep pushing back. If he thinks tonight was bad, man, it's only gonna get worse for him. Because there's a key questions I wanted him to ask her, right? Right. He lied about the land thing, right? So since he pivots, a pivot. That's another thing, the pivot, right? He pivots. He masks, you know, he uses sly whispers, he uses scorched earth, right? He used tone policing, and he pivots, right? I'm giving you his old playbook. He pivots, right? When he's cornered, right? When you got him, right? He pivots. He couldn't talk about the land commission. We showed that and everything. It was actually authentic. He has no way of authenticating it, right? Anybody can get the stuff and check out, verify if the land's in. Since he knows that, right? He can't prove that anymore, right? So let's pivot to the chief. The chief has vested land. He wasn't supposed to get over. The chief can do whatever he wants with the land, right? But if it's in the greater good of the community, building a community will be good for the surrounding community. Why? Because let me say it in layman's term, right? Let me say it this, and I don't want to hurt nobody's feelings. The land's sitting there not doing nothing but collecting goddamn dust. It's always when we, the same thing happened 10 years ago in Fiancra, right? The African American, the diaspora come and build, right? Suddenly, people come out of nowhere. This is my ancient land. I want to. So you pay them off and everything, and then next thing you know, when the Fiancra ladies won their case in court in Ghana, this land is yours. Possession 9 cents of the law. We agreed to that, whatever like that, you know, no land. First they poisoned their dogs. They should have got off the land then. And then they'll bludgeon to death right there in central Ghana, you know, on the Velta River, the Fiancra. You know, look it up. 2 Detroit retired elderly sisters, right? And then what happens is people are like, oh, this scam. No, that's not what happened, right? It's not what happened. Some people, they said, some people from the diaspora, this was before Art Cafe and everything. Some people in the diaspora were selling land, whatever like that, you know, like that. But that's not where they were killed. They were killed on principle by the fact that they had claim to land in the first place. It had nothing to do with any so-called land deal and everything like that, you know, or they were scamming land. That had nothing to do with it. And so, therefore, they basically arrested the guy. We don't know what ever happened to the guy. The guy went to jail, whatever like that. But he murdered these 2 ladies in cold blood, 2 elderly sisters that built schools, did so much for the local community there. When I gave their hearts and mind, only thing they wanted to do. Think about it. After slavery and everything like that, the only thing they wanted to do was live in peace on the African continent. And to end up like that is unforgivable. That's not going to happen this time. That's not going to happen on Africa for Africa tourism and investments in our territory in Ghana. That's not going to happen. I promise you that. So if you think you're going to incite people against us or raise their hand against us, you got a sad thing coming, because we got people backing us too in Ghana, in Liberia, Uganda. We got people all over the continent looking out for us, you know, and people that want to see us win, and people that will do the work. So if you think you got more people than us, you think you got you could beat us, whatever like that, you're not dealing with the same rational people like that. You know, you think you're gonna win, you think you're gonna go against us and whatnot. You try it. You try it. You know, all you niggas looking for our failure, looking for our fall, whatnot. You try it. Just try it. You know, you just try it. You know. So the bottom line is this. Leave us the fuck alone. If you don't agree with what we're saying, you know, you don't like what we're doing, go the fuck away. I don't have time to deal with people. I'm sick of dealing with fools. Really, I am. I'm sick of dealing with people who think this is a joke, who think of playing games or whatnot. I put my life on hold for this shit, you know? I could have been doing other things and everything, but I gave my life to this shit. So did Bomani. I have a business and everything like that and everything, but I could have doubled my business by now if I was doing what I'm doing. I could have been so much later, but I gave my life to this movement. It's not just something I believe in. This is what I am. This is what I was born for. So all these people coming up on YouTube with their YouTube, you got a YouTube channel, and you want to dictate to me about what needs to be happening. Negroes, please sit the fuck down. When you put the years I put into this, the years I put into this, the years Bomani put this, and everybody else put into this shit, and you on YouTube with your little slide whispers and your little comments and everything like that, it was like, what, Jose, right, you're lying. You're too elder to scam me. See, I said, Jose, I don't know who this guy is. I know who this guy is, but he's a troll. We'll put the link in the chat room. You want to come on here and tell me how I'm lying? You want to tell me how I'm lying? These are the other people like Jose just love drama. They come in these chat rooms all the time. I hear them just typing drama. This ain't fun and games, nigga. This is fucking real. They'll tell me about, you're lying and whatnot. You got any proof? We know the evidence. Bomani was there in Fiancra. About somebody's fight. If somebody was scamming, even if somebody's scamming, do they deserve to get their head bludgeoned in? You can't even recognize them. 2 elderly 75-year-old women. That's what I said. People you better. And also, another thing I'm sick and tired of, right? When it comes to African Americans and everything, you motherfuckers better start respecting our elders and and putting respect on our name. Because I'm sick and tired of people just talking loosely about our people and whatnot here in America. African Americans ain't this or that. So what you're doing is saying whatever happens to one continent is their fault. No, you go to the continent, right? Just like any place else, you deserve to be dealt with fairly. Just like in America, if something's not fair, we go to court, whatever like that. You don't go to Africa and say, if Africans want to steal from you, they want to abuse you and humiliate you and everything. You don't go to any place. You make them respect you. When you make them respect you, you're respecting our ancestors who came thing. You don't throw your ancestors under the bus just to kiss ass to Africans. It don't work like that because they're not going to do it for you. When I come to Africa, when I come to step to Africa, I'm coming with 400 years of accomplishment. What we did in America, right? How we persevered, how we survived, right? And so you see the embodiment of that when I step off that plane. You see the embodiment of that. And so you better put respect on our name. African American, I don't know what happened. That had nothing to do with why they were killed. And that wasn't them doing the bidding of Fiancra, right? There was all kinds of people with their own Fiancra stuff. And that's another thing, right? Bomani has this so tight, right? And when some people got to go. People will get on Facebook and everything and create their own Africa tourism investment. This is I fell out with Bomani, but now I got my own WhatsApp. Good, hit me up on WhatsApp and everything, and people go follow them and whatnot. So you don't know who the real Africa, but that's why we're people heading off the path. That's the same thing what happened with Fiancra. People, I'm gonna create my own Fiancra stuff and whatnot, So don't go blaming the lady, the ladies. There was like 20 different people claiming that they had Fiancra on the thing. I talked to those 2 sisters. I talked with those 2 sisters right before that happened. Beautiful ladies, whatnot. Yeah, I talked to them for a long time on the phone. So Jose is in here talking about, you always don't know, you obviously don't know, blah, 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 blah. There was all kinds of people. It was a Wild West back then. There was all kinds of people claiming they were Fiancra. But now we got things down to a science, right? We got things down to a science. Anybody claiming to be a BAIO that's not with Kala Genesis, you ain't BAIO. Anybody claiming to be Africa for Africans or whatever, Bomani is, and he's not with Bomani. He's not with Bomani. We put it out there like that. There's a lot of people false flagging the BAIO, and those people like that left the BAO and went and tried to do their own little thing. How's that working out for you? We're doing big things. Our chapter, Liberia chapter, doing big things. Where the fuck are y'all at? So people are gonna go out there, do their own thing and everything, and then they fuck up. They use the name BAO, they use the name Fiancra, they use the name like that, and then everybody got to fucking bear the cost. So we're gonna talk about that too. You take people's names and you and destroy people's reputations and everything. You know, reputation, everything. Fiancra. There was all kinds of people involved in Fiancra, right? What she went to court for was the stool. Did she have rights alleged? She stopped paying these people money, so they took her to court. They said she had no right to the land because she was not the stool. She was seated on the stool and everything like that. Regardless of the stool and everything like that, she paid for the land. She had the title and everything like that to land. Now, you can't just take a stool, install yourself on the stool, and talk about, well, you got to resume payments to me. They went to court. The judge said, no, don't worry. They already worked out a deal with the former chief. And so, therefore, since they lost, right, since they lost the court, and you're dealing with people that don't understand the rule of law, once you lose in court, right, that's it. They went and started harassing them, right? Big men, harassing two elderly black women, right? They went there and they basically poisoned the dogs, right? Poisoned the dogs one day, right? Dogs were poisoned. And the next 2 days later, they were found in a shallow grave with their brains beaten out. Nice houses, everything. The whole community just abandoned the property. I will not sit back and let my community be humiliated like that. Everybody else ran. They were terrified. So you telling me we gotta go to Africa and suffer from the same clan-like terror, you know, in our own motherland? No. The bottom line is this: whether we're in Africa or America, we're gonna fight. We're warriors. We're gonna fight, and we have a right to be. If the government of Ghana tells us we have a right to be there, we're gonna be there. Anybody doesn't have a disagreement with that, you're gonna deal with us. You're gonna deal with all of us. And you don't want that fight. You don't want that fight. Because bottom line is this, man, if Ghana can't protect us, whatever like that, you know, if they can't protect us, if they think a few disgruntled villagers is more important than us coming back home and building what we're gonna build, then you try it then. Try us. This is the type of talk people ain't used to having. You know, we're trying to build, we want to build Ghana, Black America for all of us. And you're going to sit here and talk about, well, the acres they're taking away from the indigenous people. There's freaking tens of thousands of acres in Ghana, right? Uncultivated, growing weeds and some of everything. And you're going to talk about some 60 acres in the middle of nowhere? You're going to talk about 60 acres and saying, okay, we can do something with this. You know, that's vested land. What's vested? People sitting around not doing a goddamn thing with it. The chief knows his people. He builds people ain't going to build shit. So why not partner with Bomani? And also, when you build this community, right? Won't the people be the people in the community be buying goods, food, and stuff like that from the local people? Wouldn't that become a symbiotic relationship? Of course it would. And that's what the chief knows. He knows, honestly, if you Ghana's going into debt, it's taking more loans up to the IMF and everything. It needs hard cash. It needs any sort of investment they can. They can't afford this for the African Americans and whoever else is investing in Ghana not to turn their back, you know. And also, Ghana is going to, in a couple of years, going to be competing with other countries for this money. Liberia is coming up, you know. Sierra Leone's coming up. All these countries coming up and whatnot, you know. And that's going to steer interest in other countries besides Ghana. Ghana's always been the main center of Black America in Africa. That's going to change. You know, that's going to change in the future. Not to Ghana's detriment, but Ghana should be at a higher level by then. Ghana should be past worrying about that. Giving all these other African countries a chance. But it's not going to happen without respect. We have to, respect goes both ways. So, and what we're talking about is the Negropean has no respect for himself. He doesn't have a job, right? What kind of man does not have a job to show you or whatever like that, you know? And you got Bomani here. He told you everything he does, you know, his career, everything he does. All these years, 18 years, he said, look, I was reading books. And he was like me, reading books. I read Garvey, read Amos Wood. I read all these books and everything. I read so many books. I read books on African history, you know, all these things that make up the Kala Genesis, the Kala Nation, and everything, the Nyama Kala, all these things, and and that I've been studying all these years is manifesting themselves right now. All these things are manifesting themselves right now. After you read all the books, you got all the knowledge, right? We are who we've been waiting for. We're at the age now where we are now the leaders. You know, all these other people that came before us, they had their time. Now it's out. This is the age of the Kala Genesis. This is the age of Bomani Tayemba. You know, we're the future. We're the now. We're the now. We're gonna pioneer the next phase. And what this brother Bomani Tayemba has done is nothing short of a miracle. You know, with perseverance, shows you that it can be done. And it will be done. You know, it will be done. We will have something for our people, our future. People will have an option. You know, stay in America, or you could easily, with a click of a button on the mouse or one day your mobile app, say, you know something, I want to have all my shit shipped over to Ghana, Liberia, Angola, whatever like that, and I'm out. I don't know how long I'll stay. I'll stay for 5 years, you know. I'll stay for 10 years. I may stay forever. But I'm out. Having no options outside of a racist country, right? Who you're constantly being vilified and objectified, you know? You're constantly, we just had another police shooting, you know? And matter of fact, ever since the George Floyd thing, police shootings have gone up in America. It's getting worse. It's not getting better. It's getting worse. Now, some black people could deal with that, right? But you cannot basically say, okay, I need an escape. Even if you basically say, you know something, you know, I'm going to spend a year in Ghana, you know. Then you come back to America. Yeah. I'm working and making money and everything. Oh, I'm going back to, I'm going to Tanzania for 6 months and everything. That's the world we want to live in. I got an investment thing like that, you know. Say, yo, Kala, why are you profiling on Bomani shows now, you know? I'm on Bomani shows. I'm on Pan-African Strike Back. I'm on Dynasty shows. I'm wherever anybody needs me. You know, that's why people call me for a reason, you know. I would not be on this show with Bomani Tayemba if it was not for a reason. I would not be on Dynasty Mir's show or anybody else's show is not for a reason. You know, I'm on the show because I'm so damn good. That's why. The bottom line, the Negropean got spanked tonight. There's no way he's going to recover from this. There's no way. All the questions we've asked, right? This conundrum called the Negropean. How's he going to get out of it? How's he going to get out of it? Well, what is he going to do? Negropean, where are you going to? You should get a job. That's the whole thing. A big strapping nigga like you and I should be working somewhere. You know, with your little soft voice, with your little sly whispers, you know? You don't think we know what you're talking about? That you've been exposed. Now everybody knows, yeah, he has sly whispers, you know? Sly whispers go in a thing like, you know, people whispering something in your ear. And next thing you know, you got a full-on revolt. That's how coups happen. You know, coups don't happen while you standing on a pulpit yelling. It's usually people putting ideas into people's head, thoughts into people's head. You know, ideas, you know, malicious intent, you know, everything. Sounding like you're doing them a favor. Sounding like you're looking out for them. Sound like you actually give a damn about what happens in Africa, or you care about Africans, or you don't say nothing about these devils who are over there molesting African children. But you got all the smoke in the world for my brother Bomani Tayemba, who's done nothing but be an honorable man. He ain't perfect. Nobody is. But I want to see how the Negropean comes out of this, you know? Okay, not a statement of aggression or offense, but I'm surprised. I'm everywhere, man. Look, brother, no offense taken, man. You know, I'm on Bomani Tayemba show because why? Right? Why I take my Saturday night, right? Because I see this brother under attack, and I know Bomani. You know, I know him. You know, he's not that type of person. He's not he's the most, the heart this brother has, the most genuine person you're ever going to meet. You know, he really cares about people. He cares about everybody. You know, he really put his heart into this. He basically became the embodiment of what Marcus Garvey wanted, right? Marcus Garvey's soul is living in him, you know? And so bottom line, after hearing this brother for years speak and everything, speaks on him, never boasting and bragging in himself, you know, never putting anybody else down, never said a word about his African-American cousins and brothers and sisters over here, whatnot. always invited all black people to be part of his repatriation family. He doesn't care about what country you came from and everything. You black, you want to be part of his family? Well, not. He's genuine. He's real. You know, I see how he raised his son as a single father, you know, and basically how he loves his people and loves what he does. He loves Africa and whatnot. He loves Ghana, you know. Okay. Lucy, I'm home. Lucy said, Nakers in America mad because I could afford to go to Africa and live how I want. I'm not worried about black ass crabs in America. Yeah, you know, Lucy, you know, that's how it is, you know. The bottom line is this. People out here, the bottom line is, like I said, a lot of times envy, you know. If you can go to Africa, live for a year, or 6 months out of a year, and whatnot, and people stuck in their dead-end jobs, they don't want that for you. Who the nigga think they are? You going over to Africa, but mine's innocently shining. He's in Tanzania or on a safari and stuff like that, eating in fine restaurants. They're like, yo, who the nigga think he is? Yo, who the hell do you think he is? And then you got Negroes out there that are much older than mine. It's like, man, you make me realize I should have did more with my life. Yeah, nigga. You should have did more with your life. You will listen to people like Negropean your whole life, whatnot, you know, telling what you can't do or what you shouldn't do. Bomani was out there as a young man, getting his education, getting his skills, getting his act together, you know, putting a party down, party when he wants to and everything, but making business first, business a priority. And that's another thing we haven't really realized, right? The African nationalist movement, just like in the Pan-African, has to become a business. And then when it's a business, right? Let me tell you something, right, folks, right? Because I know a lot of people never ran a business, right? In my office, when somebody walk in my office, right? There's no fun and games. It's a place of business. You know? There's the ambiance and everything. When you have an office and a place of business, right? People cannot be foolishness. You got to protect your name. You got to protect your brand at all costs. And people say, oh, yeah. And black people, not only the Negropeans, right, who like playing with people's names, you know, oh, mine's a criminal, just throwing stuff out there, right? They play with your business. Oh, I went in there one day, ate that restaurant, I got sick. That's a fucking serious charge. You're trying to damage the reputation of that certain person's establishment. But we're so silly and childish and everything. We listen to people like Negropean, right, who basically put stuff on people's name. He has no evidence of Bomani being a criminal, but he's called Bomani a criminal several times, right? And when I know or I heard that he did that, I say alleged, because I don't know what I heard about him was true. I say alleged. So why you put that out there? Well, we have to put that out there, right? And the bottom line, sooner or later, the truth, when I'm no turn, is going to turn up. But alleged. I don't know anything about Negropean's criminal background. I have not seen the documents in my hand. So I will say alleged. He won't do that for anybody else because he's so mean and callous. See, I'm not trying to get YouTube views. I don't make my living off of YouTube or anything on the internet and everything like that. So I don't need the sensation. I don't need the fuckery and thing. And so when he's basically trying to do stuff for YouTube views and everything like that, you know, that's him. He's trying to, oh yeah, I got some more information about Bomani Tayemba. What now, Negropean? I was getting nervous. Maybe he got him now. And I said, what? You know, what? You know, I said, that's it? And I said, it showed me, man, made me even more strongly committed to Bomani Tayemba. Made me more loyal to him. You know? And I'm saying to myself, Bomani, that next day, he sent me all the documentation and everything. I got everything, you know? Kyle looked this over. I looked everything over. Everything was legit. Everything was legit. He didn't have to do that. I didn't even want that from him, you know? So I trust his judgment. He sent me all the documentation. Everything. Everything's legit. There's a non-refundable clause, right? That means what this means is this. You pay for the land, right? Let's say you want out, right? Part of the money, like the part of the money is non-refundable, like 20%, 10%, whatever. That covers administration fees, everything like that, if you have to pull out for any reason, right? So you get your money back, right? He gave people money, it's later money back. But there's a non-refundable part. That means you don't get back. You sign the contract, you agree with that. This is another thing about professionalism, right? When you black people, right? Just because somebody says Pan-Africanism and stuff like that, don't mean that we don't obey, we don't believe in courts, we don't believe in laws and stuff like that. In the future, as we see now, it's going to be even more tight. Everything's going to be done with courts, laws, signatures and verifications and notaries and all this stuff like that business. We're not playing games with people anymore. You basically say something about us and everything, or damage our reputation and everything, you're going to be seen in court. You're going to have a liability against you. Well, you do something like, yeah, we live in America or whatever like that. We use the system that's here. If I'm in the United States, I'm going to use the laws that I'm in. And I will take your black ass to court, for damages. And I'll watch that judge pass a sentence on you. Don't give me that, Pan-African, we all love that, love, peace, and get the hell out of here. This is business. There's a time to love, there's a time to hate, there's time to play, and there's a time for business. When you interfere with our business and whatnot, yes, we're going to be in court. And we're going to take you to court, and we're going to do it. I'm not going to say anything after that. I'll leave it at that. We'll take you to court. But the bottom line is this: we got to stop playing with these people that want to keep playing games and we playing games with these people that playing with our lives and everything. People put a lot into these movements. We got a couple living on the land in Ghana right now, man. They're happy. And that's what we want. We want black couples, black couple. That's probably the most romantic thing in the world. You and your boo-boo, right? Living in Ghana, right? Things are going good and everything. You could ride to the beach, ride to Accra and everything like that. You could go back home and put stuff on the grill and have a cookout, drinks at night and everything. A family coming in, or basically take a trip. Take a flight to South Africa, go on a safari and everything, go back to Ghana, go back to Liberia, wherever you want to go to and everything, and live that African life, man. We have to get there. We have to get to the point where we can live Africa full time, but it's going to take means. It's going to take a lot of hard work. The work we're doing right now, the next generation are going to have to do this, right? They're going to be able to go and just get their passport and a visa, whatever. That one day we're not going to have a required visa. That's what we're working on, so we're working on this, folks, and we just need your support. Support. We're the real people here. Now let's look at it now. You got Bomani Tyehimba. Look at all he's done. Look what we talked about and everything. 18 years of success. 500 people to the black continent, the black African continent. 500 people satisfied that life-changing experience. We got Lizzie in the chat. She's one of them, right? She's one of Bomani Tyehimba. She's changed for the best forever. She went on Brother Bomani's tours and everything, had a ball. She talked about it all the time. Man, we had a blast. We had this and everything. I was bonding, man. Listen, okay, and she had to go back. She had to go back to Ghana. She got the Ghana fever in her, and she went back and everything. So we basically have so therefore we have satisfied customers. Lizzie is in the chat room. My black yard. She's in the chat room. She'll tell you anything, but I had a ball in Ghana, man. Couldn't wait to get back and whatnot, And so the bottom line is, sister spirits are up, our spirits are up and everything. Satisfied customer. One of 500 satisfied customers of Bomani Tyehimba's Africa for the Africans investment tours and investments and everything. He basically laid the blueprint. Young man laid the blueprint of how this business should operate. Now we have Dinah Samir, we have Mark Blanton. Everyone's come to Bomani for advice, on how to do this. He studied the books and everything like that, right? He put his first tour together. Once you got that first tour under your belt, it's like, okay, I went off my history. Now you're going to go bigger. Now we got other people who are getting into the tourism business and everything. That's big money. You talk about big money. When we start getting into the tens of thousands of people going to the continent and everything, we got some clout. We got some really clout. And so the bottom line is this. Then Africa can meet us halfway, Okay, we want to build this over here. We're going to build a resort town, partner with black institutions, black HBCUs. Instead of having HBCUs going to Cancun, let's go to Accra, Ghana for our convention, It's all in our mindset. It's all our mindset. But these people want to basically spoil the relationship between us and our people on the continent and everything. Blow things way out of proportion, way out of proportion. The locals, Negropean said, the locals are starting to rebel and tearing shit up. Blah, blah, blah. Tell me any time in Ghana, anybody knows anything about Ghana where locals aren't going to do, some locals ain't going to do some stupid shit because you said, and somebody asked you for $5 on the side of the road and whatnot. You said, no, I don't got it and whatnot. Guess what? They come and do some shit. And that happens all over the African continent, whatever. Some people are like that, they want to take advantage and everything. There's good and bad. The majority, 99% of the people are good people. Of course, there's going to be some bad people and everything. What kind of, and also Negropean, I want to ask you this. Even if somebody did damage something, is that good or bad? Is that the way to handle something? If you have a disagreement about the new land and thing, the chief and everything, wouldn't it behoove you to go to court or go to council or whatever like that and talk it out and everything, see what you really, but to basically say, okay, you're saying the people did the right thing by burning something down, so they were in the wrong. Why didn't you say that they were wrong for what they did to the property of Bomani Tyehimba? Why did you use that as a qualifier? First of all, I don't agree with what happened. He never said that. So, but the fact that he gleefully told us that means he was happy it happened. He wants more of it. He's hoping that more the people on the ground, more people on the ground will attack the people in the village that Bomani Tyehimba is building. He's hoping that, right? So he can say, "Oh, see, the locals are after Bomani." And he's going around this lie that the police are looking for Bomani Tyehimba, and he can't go back to Ghana. Bomani's going to be back there in a few months. What is he going to say when Bomani turns up there? Pivot. Like I said, pivot. I gave you his whole playbook. The Negropean is not smart. He's not somebody high intelligence. He sounds like it. But I've dealt with these type of niggas my whole friggin' life. He's going to pivot. He'll talk about somebody else. Suddenly, somebody else will be the big topic to talk about. He won't talk about Bomani Tyehimba forever, right? And he knows you won't bring him up again to him, right? Because he'll be like, "Oh, it's not important," whatever like that. He's making whatever like that. But no one's ever going to come at him and made him eat his own words, because this is like the only time. I think Brandon did a show about him months ago, right? Where we basically went in on Bomani Tyehimba, and Negropean. And stuff like that. But nobody else has actually done. Look, this nigga is talking shit. Everything he says, we're gonna fire back at, right? For example, let me give you an example. While we're piling on to this Negro, this nigga, I know he's listening, right? Negropean. I ain't one of these nice niggas, man. I hate your fucking guts. Can't stand you. I can't stand your little bitch ass. Okay. Now, and I'm no fan. Everybody knows I'm no fan of Tariq Nasheed. Don't give a fuck about Tariq Nasheed, right? Everybody knows that. If you listen to me and everything like that, I don't really dwell on him, whatever like that. He's completely irrelevant to us. He has no bearing on us or that. Don't ask me what he thinks about Pan-African or Africa and everything like that. He's completely irrelevant. Don't ever bring up Tariq Nasheed to me in my life. I don't give a shit about him. But he did a video, right? I'm gonna read where he basically, the video is, he's basically talking about Tariq Nasheed, right? He said, "Why do East Africans hate us so much, West Africans, right?" And he used Tariq Nasheed's picture on a thumbnail, right? And I asked a question, right? Why would he use Tariq Nasheed's picture when he said East Africans hate us so much? So who is he talking about? People who descended from West Africa, right? We use East Africa as a thing. Okay, why East Africa? Then he begins to go on about he fell in love with a Somali girl. The guy's a real freaking weirdo. The guy's a real weirdo, psychopath, sociopath, sociopath. He went on this East African girl. They got problems and everything like that, blah, blah, blah. So who is he talking about? Oh, we're all West Africans and everything. First of all, if anybody knows anything, Tariq does not really qualify or use a qualifier as a West African. He says he's an FBA, foundational buck broken nigga, foundational buck broken asshole. or ADOS. Oh, I made a good one for ADOS. Let me think of it for a second. I made a good one for ADOS. Oh, yeah. Oh, I got it. Here it is. ADOS, American Demons of Satan. ADOS is the American Demons of Satan. FBA is Foundational Buck-Broken Assholes. ADOS is American Disciples of Satan. That's all they are, is a scourge. These people believe in FDA, ADOS, crap and everything. Now doesn't mean that I'm not proud to be African American. We love African American. I love African American. But ADOS is a mindset. ADOS and FBA and all those people who are trying to divorce themselves from the black world and everything, and they're trying to be standalones and whatnot, they're race traitors. The race is these people. I'm American. I'm a foundational American. You're a foundational nigga with nothing. Anytime the white man gets ready to crush you, he'll do it. I'm a foundational black American. Nigga, if you don't shut the fuck up, foundational buck-broken asshole, But anyway, Negropean's talking. He used to reach everything. And people are starting to ask the question, right? Let's ask the question, right? Somebody named Super Black says, this video shows a complete lack of understanding on your part, Negropean, right? To be honest, I never regard you as very bright, but this, but this video confirms that. His fans are coming after him now. God damn, Negropean, you're going down. How are you going to survive this? How are you going to survive Thanos? Do you think I was going to be some tiddlywink and tiptoeing the tulips and whatnot? No, nigga. I come with a shotgun. I come to blow your freaking head off. I come with the real thing, man. And so you really thought, yeah, dude, man, you haven't done nothing yet. We'll do this every fucking Saturday night. Every time you say something on the line, we're going to have it and we're going to fucking rip you to pieces. So bring it, nigga. And somebody else says, I like the brother, but this is the most idiotic video I've ever seen coming from him. The nigga's crazy. The nigga's insane. And what gets me is people that used to rock with us, right, are caping with him, caping for him. That chick T. Kelly talking about she wants to arrest Bomani herself when that. If he has a federal warrant, I'll arrest him myself when I. Bitch, get the fuck out of here. And I don't like using that term without women and whatnot, but look, anytime when you basically were rocking with us all these years and Dynasty's one of Dynasty's moderators and everything, and you're gonna come with that malicious in your heart, fuck you. So anyway, it said this is the most idiotic video I've ever seen coming from him. He has no clue what he's talking about. I don't know when he was smoking crack. I think he's on crack. The dude don't seem to be right in the head. He has a couple of screws loose in the head. He doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. He never does. He puts stuff out there and boom, boom, boom. And then somebody named Island Vibrator said, "Tune." That means the part of Negro. This video is very confusing. It was all over the place. What exactly are you trying to tell your viewers? Thing. Wherever you smoke, it must have been good. Another person accused him of being high. Super Black again said the video most definitely does not show him in a good light. Anybody who wants to know video about Pan Africa Strikes Back covered it well. He's giving a shout out to Brandon.
Absolutely, brother. Big up to Brandon and Pan African Strike Back. Keep lighting their ass up, man. Keep put the fire upon them.
Yeah, I just don't have no energy for Tariq or Dane Calloway. I'll let him do that. I don't give it. I got bigger fish to fry like this Negropean clown. And what we're doing. So anyway, he goes. It's confusing because himself is confused. The issues and points of original video has completely been passed by. Somebody named Homie Keep It Real said, "Listen, beautiful sister, our brother has made an error on Al's." Oh, so basically, when he's talking about Tariq Nasheed, it's an error, Oh, these people are caping for Tariq Nasheed. See, this is what shows me one thing, prove one thing right here. A lot of the people that normally, these people seem like they're shocked, whatever. Negropean didn't even know what was going on the streets, right? Right now, there's a war going on between the Pan-African and Tariq Nasheed, right? So most of the people who want Negropean to win, right, want to discredit Pan-Africanism, and they want to discredit Pan-African on the ground. So basically, they're shocked that he came at their boy. See, most of the people who support Negropean or people who support ADOS, American demons of Satan, right? Or disciples of Satan, right? American disciples of Satan, or FBA, which means foundational buck broken assholes, right? And the buck broken have their assholes buck broken, however you want to put it, right? And bottom line, these are these people, right? These are these people. These are these demons, right? And the other ones is these Aboriginal niggas.
Kala, let me this. I hate to interrupt you.
I'm going off. I'm
Yeah,
on fire,
I
right?
think you made a mistake with the FBA. I thought it was Foundational Black America.
No. It's foundational buck broken. You know, the assholes are buck broken. You know?
Oh my God. Yeah, but that's I love you, man. That is we're talking about Black Power organization and nation building. And we just your family, we're also trying to do this video as a video to this, not entertain you, but also just show you with us smiling and us just being active, because we do stuff where we're serious and we don't smile and things like that. But this is one of them where we just
this is one of the let it rip, man.
Foundational Black America and all these other things. So I just really feel like all this stuff is about dividing Black people. I'm from Jamaica. I have other people from Trinidad, Brazil. I have people from other countries in Europe and other countries in Asia. And it's like, you tell people, it's like, what, those people don't matter? You know what I mean? Let's try to get the best 1% of our people, because even if we just focus on America, you know, you talk about 95% of these our folks, they're not going to be down with anything.
Right.
So that's why I'm on a global movement with people, because
right. We gotta get like
we use the word what Pan-Africanism. And maybe we have to define what Pan-Africanism means.
And African nationalism, Pan-Africanism,
and African nationalism,
Black
absolutely.
power and Black power, you know, all this stuff like that. Black people, you know. I remember when I was coming up, Bomani, right? I was coming up, and I was a kid, right? And I remember we moved upstate New York, right? And my mother's friends were from the islands, they're from Barbados, right?
Right.
And they'd be like, "You are Black people, you're Black." You know what I'm saying? You're not white, you're Black. And the Haitians and Jamaicans were like, "Yo, Black man, Black, you're Black, you're Black." I was like, "Okay, Yankee boy, you're Black, you're Black, you're Black people, Black people." So don't tell me about the island people. They're the ones who lit the fire on our ass, you know. They let us, man. They got the Negropean out of us, man. You know, you're Black. When it was the Jamaican man, yo, all my life, man. Thank you, Caribbean people, for coming to America. Y'all saved us, man. You know, y'all saved us, man. Y'all gave us direction, man. You know. It's okay to be Black and whatnot, you know. You got brothers down there. I'm gonna tell you, man. Anybody who's against my Caribbean family, you are not with me. You're not with me, because it wasn't for the Caribbean. They would talk to me about Marcus Garvey. They introduced me to Marcus Garvey. You know, you go to Sutton Boulevard in Jamaica, Queens. A Haitian barber in there, right? Jamaican Haitian barber. I forgot what. Man, he's telling the story about our people, Harlem and everything. He has a big picture when I was a kid, when I was a young man. He has a big picture of Marcus Garvey in his carriage, right, on the thing, whatnot, you know, and let everybody know we're right here in Jamaica, Queens, but we're Black. We're one family. Whether you're from the islands, whether you're from the South, or anything, we're Black people. We're together. And when I see Bomani Tyehimba, when he hosts his Pan-African movements down in Atlanta, you see brothers down there, man. These brothers down there. The bottom line, the ADOS, FBA, y'all ain't got a chance. Y'all ain't got a freaking chance. We go out there, the festivals and everything, and the Black America, they just want the African American to start coming on board. You know, we got it. We know about the movement, what we need to do. We know about the Black unity, the Pan-African movement. We know that, but the African American is dragging his feet. He want to talk about all this foundational shit, whatever like that, whatever the fuck that means and everything. The bottom line is this: we basically need each other, you know, like minds, you know, a Black man, we have the same blood, you know, we produce the same seed. Black man, Black woman, whether Jamaican, is going to put a Black child. That Black child's going to grow up in a white world, right? We got to create a Black world for that Black child. Just that damn goddamn simple. You know, it's just that goddamn simple. We don't need people talk about, I was here. ADOS is the greatest thing. So get the fuck out of here, you know? ADOS, American Disciples of Satan, you know? FBA, foundational buck broken assholes. You know, that means your asshole been buck broken. You know, white man went all up in your ass. You buck broken now. Yeah, and whatnot. You know, talking about I'm a
Oh,
foundational.
wow. That I mean, so you have explained what butt broken means, because didn't Tariq Nasheed made a movie called Butt Broken?
Yeah, buck broken. Yeah, man, he's always on that buck broken shit, man. Anybody tell somebody keep talking about that too much, man. I'm like, all right, bro, I get it, bro, I get it. I'm good. I'm good, man. I'm good. I don't need to hit. No, I don't need to know no more details, motherfucker. I don't need to know more details, man. You got motherfuckers out there beating their dick to that shit. Yeah, buck broken. Yeah, the white man, you know. And nigga, get the fuck out of here. Let me read some more comments, right? Exactly. And then turn around and says Central America is the reason why North Africans hate South Africans. The whole video is gibberish. Negropean is losing his mind. And somebody said, absolutely, Negropean regroups after, always regroups after. That's what he does. This is what I'm, Dinus. Excuse me, Dinus. I just proved what I said. She said, Negropean regroups after the debacle. I have faith in him. She's a follower, right? What this means is this. I prove this. He pivots. He'll pivot to something else. He's not regrouping, because regrouping means that he basically cleared this up. We're going to keep reminding him of it. Unless he deletes this video, right? Deletes the video in the comments and everything, it's going to be up there. And I'm going to keep reminding him how he fucked up on this video. And the bottom line, this goes to a broader point. Most people like him because they believe in him attacking the so-called African nationalist Pan-African movement. They want him to win. He's not going to win. Your boy is finished. He's done. He's done. He's nothing. He's losing his mind. He's off hinge and everything. He likes to tell, oh, these guys are off hinge, everything. Just because he talk in a calm voice. What's calm voice, right? Tone policing. Sly whispers, right? Scorched earth. Tear everything in its wake and whatnot. Let nobody go near that scorched earth. He can't go in. He wants to scorch earth this movement, right? Tear everybody down and burn everything down. And then when he can't do that, when he's cornered, right, he pivots. He goes to something else. I wouldn't be surprised if he ignores this response video. Out of sight and out of mind, hoping nobody see it. Look how many people watched it and everything like that, right? And everything. I'm sure people inbox him. You see what Kala had to say? People are going to tell him. But the bottom line is he knows that he's not going to come against me directly. He's not going to do it. I'd like him to try. Because we got more shit on him. You know? And it would be nice if we basically had a worthy opponent. This is some little mouse a little mouse in the freaking house we're trying to crush. He has nothing, you know. He has nothing to put up against us, you know. He has nothing. He has no track record. He can't show you even where he worked at. He has no career, no nothing. Just a friggin' YouTube video and a dusty ass Patreon, and some dusty ass oversight thing with 180 subscribers. And his videos barely crack 1,000 views. The only time he cracks over 1,000 views is when he's gossiping about somebody. He can't come on in here and say, "This is my thoughts," and boom, 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 boom. Nobody listens. He's boring. I really can't listen to a lot of videos. Only videos I listen to through and through is what he said about Bomani. I could sit there and listen for that. Oh, we talked about Dinus. I want to hear what he says about that. But some of his other gossiping videos, I cannot sit through. He's boring. He doesn't know the first thing about YouTube, right? Is you keep it simple, stupid. You keep it short. If you're going to talk about somebody, if you can't get your point across in 7 minutes, right? 7 minutes. People, they study say, if a video is more than 7 minutes, people skip it by. People who see videos 7 minutes or 6 minutes under will click on it and watch it in the end. People don't have 15 minutes out of their daytime to listen to an incoherent moron talk about stuff he doesn't know about and people he don't know about. He hasn't figured that out yet. I'm giving him a pointer. Shorten your videos, nigga. You know, shorten them. Keep them short, nigga. You know, Negropean, you know, I don't know what there's hope for you, right? I don't know if there's any hope for you or anything like that. You know, you're a babbling idiot. You're jealous of no one's jealous of you. Yes, you are. You wish you had, so I would be. If I hated somebody like Bomani Tayemba, if I'm trying to destroy him, I know he has everything I want. He has black women adore him. You can't get no black women. You can't get no sisters. You gotta go to the pale women. You know, you gotta go off the reservation. You gotta go off the thing. So you can't get what Bomani got. You know, You can't get a business. You can't get nobody to follow you to Africa. You can't get nobody to vouch you say I did business with him. You can't. There's no hotel in Africa said Negropean bought me all this business. Look where we're at now. Bomani has businesses here and in Africa and whatnot. You can't match him. You don't even have the YouTube channel have. He has thousands of videos and everything, like full length, everything, professionally done. Where you have a bunch of random thoughts and everything like that with a raggedy ass YouTube channel. And people are supporting you because they think you're going to win. You're their hero. You're going to stop this Pan-African movement stuff all once and all. But they made a fatal mistake. And after this, I know their spirits are going to be down. That Kala Genesis, man, he's just so mean and evil. I heard it all before. I don't give a shit. I know people hate my guts, you know? And I've never gotten this to be liked and whatnot, you know? I don't give a damn about who doesn't like me or not. You know, that's why I'm so effective. I don't give a flying fuck who doesn't like me. I know what I need to do. I know what I'm going to do. And I know what I am doing, right? If you want to be a part of what I'm doing, hey, fine. Find me on my social web network site, network with me and everything, formally, properly introduce yourself to me and everything. I'll put you on to people and everything like that. That I have a vast network all over the African continent, and so then I'll back you up. I'll back anybody up that gets into spaces like this. I know Bomani is too much of a gentleman to do this. So that's why he comes across as angry and everything, but he's not. He's just a real gentleman. He just understands that he put his life into something, right? And people attack him. I don't know what that like. He put your life. You're doing the right thing. You haven't done anything wrong. You did everything right. He did everything right his whole life. When I worked hard as a young man, he wasn't out there in the streets selling drugs or doing dope and everything like that. It's alleged that the Negropean was that young man in America. It's alleged that he did prison time for drug dealing and stuff like that, and fraud and scamming and stuff like that. It's alleged. I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt, like he doesn't give anybody else. It's alleged. I don't know if that's true or not. It's alleged. He won't do that. He'll just go out there and tell you a lie after lie, lie after lie. He doesn't put a qualifier before anything. Now, I want to know, is he going to ignore this video? Because no way he can defend after this. There's nothing. There's nothing. Remind me, he got nothing.
Yeah, man, Virgin. The man have nothing on us, because if you can come up with allegations and prove something, if you're in, I don't know what this guy is, Austria, Switzerland, whatever country he's in, it's like, you want to prove something about me doing business in Ghana, you have to put some work in and things like that. It's easy to discredit somebody. And so people literally have to be smart and think, because we have a whole bunch of confusion. There's so many different groups of Black people that are out there. And it's like people have to literally, before they start joining organizations and group, see what the track record of these people are and see what they have done. And things and it's real talk. So that's why you have people that's believing, like you mentioned, they come up with this other stuff, FBA and other stuff. I got people in the comments posting stuff about ADOS and everything. And I'm being honest with them. I don't give a damn about any of those movements. ADOS, FBA, whatever. You heard it. Me, Bomani Tayamba, Black Power Africa for the Africans said it.
We don't give a shit.
All that is do is literally dividing us. Dividing us. You know what I'm saying? And if you want to divide us, then take myself, Marcus Garvey, and other people from other parts of the world out. And then take the African continent out, or if we just say we're not going to do anything as African diaspora to the African continent, what happens?
So the bottom line is this:
all together. If we don't come together, it doesn't work. It's the only way to make it work, because how are we going to compete against the Chinese, the Indians, the Lebanese, and other nations? They're a full nation. They have countries that they own and represent. We don't even own any country. I mean, we have Africa, but is Africa really belongs to us as a people? No.
Right.
Because everyone else that's investing and building Africa is not our people. We have a small percentage of African investment in the whole continent. And I hate to say that, but anybody want to prove me wrong, they can prove me wrong. And they can show me all of these rich Black people in Africa that are invested in their own country and their own continent. It doesn't exist. It's the foreigners that are building Africa. And if the Africans and the diaspora don't participate with our own people in Africa and work together, we will have nothing in the entire world.
Yeah, we have no place to go. We lose Africa, we lost everything, And somebody saying, get woke soap, money. You need to tell your boy to shut up trashing us African Americans. What I guess, I assume he's talking about me, because we are the reason we prisoners can live here. Same old ADOS FBA talking points. First of all, when I call you ADOS, American Disciples of Satan, right, or FBA, foundational buck-broken assholes, right? Bomani, you're muted. You're muted. Bomani, you're muted.
Oh yes, big up to that. I love that definition. I love that. Go ahead, rock on.
We gotta do something. We're gonna do show. We're gonna do whole shows about that. You know, we're gonna we're going after ADOS next. You know, really how it's supposed to be. So anyway, the bottom line is this: when I talk about ADOS, I'm not talking. Excuse me, ADOS. When I'm talking about the ADOS and FBI, I'm not talking about African Americans, right? And the bottom line is this: this is the way I see it. This is the way I see it, right? They say, "Oh, Caribbeans." Do you understand that there were Caribbeans in America during the Civil Rights Movement? That there were Caribbeans in America way back in the 1920s and everything like that. Marcus Garvey came here. This notion that African Americans paved the way for Caribbeans to come here and all this kind of stupid shit, you know, shut the fuck up, you know. The Caribbeans were right beside us, right? You know, right beside us on the stockyards, right, and the subways and the Harlem juke joints and everything like that. You know, I remember Western New Archie from Malcolm X, you know. Bottom line, they were in the gambling halls. They were there with us in the Bronx, Brooklyn, Staten Island, Queens. Our Caribbeans were with us, man. So the bottom line, this idea that African Americans and Caribbeans, shut the fuck up, you know? Now, I do admit there's a group of Caribbeans coming over here who don't want to be part, but they're the Caribbean version of ADOS, you know?
Well, look at the comment this person that's posted. I hope you can see it.
Yeah, I did. You need to tell your boy show about trash of African American. When do I trash? I'm trashing ADOS, the movement. I'm not trashing African Americans. I'm talking about ADOS, that stupid mentality. You know, that's not going anywhere. You know, you guys want to just give it up, you know? Now, you could be proud to be African American. You could be proud to be your ethnicity and everything like that. But when you start divorcing yourself from the rest of the black world, there's where the problem lies, you know? When you start saying that you are different and everything. So basically, you want to hug up with white people, you know? If you basically don't want nothing to do with thing, white people don't want nothing white people don't want nothing to do with you. Black people in America don't want nothing to do with each other. So where does this ADOS shit come? It only exists online. It only exists on YouTube and Twitter. I don't see no ADOS love out there. I mean, every day you look around, somebody's getting shot and killed in Chicago. Is that ADOS love? Wow, man. If that's ADOS love, I don't know what it is. People getting carjacked, shot. Remember in Atlanta, not too long ago, a 78-year-old man got shot in a carjacking by a young couple. Remember that? ADOS. You know? Huh?
Those are the things that goes on. I mean, you're talking about coming out of Walgreens,
minding his business, 78 years old, thinking the prime is like they carjacked him by a so-called fellow ADOS. Tell me about this love and piecing of this ADOS stuff and whatnot, you know? I think you can keep the ADOS stuff over there, you know? That's what ADOS is. I don't want nothing to do with it. You know, ADOS, financial buck-broken assholes, you know? And they motherfuckers gonna jack you for your shit and whatnot, you know? You know, foundational buck-broken assholes, right? Snoop Dogg, 50 years old, 51 years old, did a crip walk at the Super Bowl halftime, you know? Telling you, Bomani, listen to this, giving out kids all the wrong direction. The wrong direction. We got all these people giving us all the wrong advice. The wrong advice. Snoop Dogg is still friggin' a crip and crip walking at the age of 50 with $150 million in the bank. All the best he could do is talk about cripping and the crip set and everything, like trying to legitimize stuff. So that goes out to the kids and they got the wrong information, you know? The wrong information. You know, and this is what ADOS FBA is, you know? Now people will use this straw man argument about reparations, right? Let me tell you something, right? Now this would like I said, masking, right? Look at a perfect example I'm talking about. He says, I have a white supremacist mindset. We just laid out all the stuff to build Black Africa. We want Africa for the Africans, but that's a white supremacist mindset. They just say stuff, and this is a Negropean disciple. They twist stuff up. They rearrange things and everything. They make no friggin' sense. They call you a white supremacist mindset when they're trying to be friggin' white in America. They're trying to be ADOS FBA. They're trying to hold on to America. They believe the white man is God. He's inevitable. So they don't believe that America is going to fall one day. And they have something, but yet we're the white supremacists because we want out of here. You know, brother Bomani, man, it's just like we have a lot of work cut out for us. He says, we want our reparations. Nigga, you are not going to get no reparations until you build Africa and have an army and make you take your reparations. You know, nobody going to give you no damn reparations. Are you stupid? Yeah, we're gonna get reparations. How you gonna get reparations? How you gonna do that?
Well, look at this what this person talking about. They just don't want to move to Africa. I mean, that's fine. You don't have to move to Africa. But my point to people is literally, you know, we can't build what we want to build in America.
Why?
Let's be honest.
Is if they don't want to move to Africa, why are they so terrified of those who do?
Yeah, absolutely. Those who do are the visionaries, because the thing of it is, when we talk about building Black Power, for me personally, building Black Power is having factories, having corporations, having import, export, having a bunch of things tangible.
Infrastructure.
That's what it is. You know, like you talk about the Black African Infrastructure Organization, things like that. Those are what tangibles.
Tangibles, infrastructure.
Things like that. So, can you build those tangibles in America? Let's be honest.
No.
I mean,
build an airport?
do you want people to come burn your house down and kill you? I mean, people think this is a joke. That's not a joke. These energies are out here, you know, and it's like, you live in America, you got to play by the rules. You know what I'm saying? And it's what it is. You cannot feel like you can build a real operation of Black Power. No one has been able to build a real operation of Black Power in America.
Inside America.
Well, I'm not going to jeopardize my life and my child life and my family life and my brothers and sisters' life for trying to do something that is not acceptable. And if you do, you got to feel the full force of what what these people have built.
You're behind enemy lines.
Worst white people in Europe ever. They're the ones that built America. And you think they're just going to not be as wicked? These people are gangsters. These people are wicked.
They're not playing. So,
what we've been able to figure out so far in the repatriation movement is that we find good people in Africa, chiefs, people, and we get land and we build on the land and we build a future. So that's what we're working on. And since we're doing that and not doing something else, I'm telling people that's why y'all need to go back and study our history.
Check this out. Remember. Let me tell you something. How they are, right? You remember Waco, Texas?
Yeah. Great story. Go ahead and rock on with that one.
Yeah. Look, Waco, Texas. David Koresh and everything. They were white. There's some black people there, right? They and the Branch Davidians and everything. The government just said, you know something. They see those. They're even more dangerous than other white people. They basically, throughout the West and everything, they have these cults and everything. The 70s and everything, they have these cults that the federal government is breaking up for generations. They had the Aryan nations in Boise, Idaho, and everything. They destroyed them, you know, the compound and everything. What do you think they're going to do to you if you try to build something inside the borders of the United States? If they could do that to David Koresh in Waco, Texas, and everything like that, what the hell you think they're going to do to you? You know, we could do it right here in America. No, you can't. America's sovereignty. America is sovereignty. You know something? You could get away with more on the American soil with the police department than you could do overseas in the battlefield. I remember this one time this guy shot somebody in Iraq, Afghanistan, but he had to go get court-martialed to justify defending himself, you know, because of international law. In America, what you do inside, what they do inside, what these devils do inside their own borders is not regulated by international law. You know, so the bottom line is this: they could do whatever they want. They could kick your door, and look what they did to H-Rap Brown and whatnot. You know, he didn't understand. He tried to build a compound down there in Georgia and whatnot. You know, and tried to, they came in, tried to serve a warrant, shots of fire and whatnot. Next, you know, he got 2 life sentences. You know, and the bottom line is somebody told him, look, if you want to build something, right? If you want to build this thing, go to Ghana. I know it's going to be hard work. You got to build infrastructure. You got to put work in, right? But it's worth it. And that's what we're doing now. We're going to build something. We're going to build communities. It ain't going to be in no Texas. They ain't going to be in no damn Oklahoma. It ain't going to be even in Mexico. Because anything you build inside this hemisphere right here, we're still living under the Monroe Doctrine. The United States. You ever notice that? I'm gonna say something. You ever notice that everybody in every country in the Western Hemisphere is poor, with the exception of Argentina, Brazil, maybe? Why is that? Because the policy of the Monroe Doctrine still holds. Cuba should be a thriving island right now, but they got U.S. sanctions on it, right? Because they basically The U.S. Loan Cuba money, Cuba didn't pay it back, seized all the assets. You got sanctions on that, right? So it lasts 1,000 years. Mexico, right there. Mexico tried to build itself up and everything. The United States sent this military and everything, overthrew democratic elected governments in Mexico. The cartels you see in Mexico are part of the CIA, the creation of the CIA and the U.S. military, U.S. Logistics, right? All the drug gangs and everything you see in Central America, right there, are the United States government meddling in these countries, arming rebels and arming everything. And you have poverty, Honduras, poverty. People leaving the country because nothing there. It's complete poverty, violence, and death. That's why they're coming up to the border right now. The United States, there's not one success model the United States could point to and say, look. Now, on the other hand, look at Japan. Japan and China. China and Taiwan, billions of dollars of trade with each other, lifted millions out of poverty. China lifted 400 million people out of poverty in China, right? China lifted Japan capital, right? In the late 80s, switched all their capital to Southeast Asia, created newly industrialized countries, Thailand, Taiwan, right? Singapore, Malaysia. All these countries had Japanese factories and battery plants and everything, and they were proudly became newly industrialized economies, right? That means industrialization is the majority of the GDP, right? And now they're transitioning into the service sector, which banking, real estate, shipping, tourism, entertainment is now centered in Asia, right? Where you got these smart cities being built all over Asia, where the top Asian people are going to be living a modern lifestyle. But look at Central America and everything. It's still under the shadow of America. War, death, and everything. And like I said at the top of the show, I said, how these little Asians, I'm not a little Japanese, I have a lot of respect for the Asian Japanese. I know they're little, I'm just saying that, right? The black man says he's so big and bad. How is a black man getting his ass whooped by these little ass Europeans when the Asians were able to knock them upside the head in Pearl Harbor and say, get the fuck out, you know? And the process, Asians drove the white man out of Asia. They took Indonesia, everything. They took their ports, everything. There's nothing Europeans control in Asia right now. How the hell the Europeans still can run muck all throughout Africa, have military bases all over the continent and everything, take all the diamond, gold, everything like that up to Europe and everything, make themselves rich and everything, while we're sitting here debating on whether we should go back to Africa and build a future for ourselves and everything, take back what's ours. I just don't get it, you know? I never said, look, those who don't want to build in Africa, I have no problem with that. We're going to need people to stay in America. By the time, like I'm Thanos, by the time I'm all done, half of Black America will still exist. You know, by the time we're done, half of Black America, the diaspora in America, that's what it is. We're going to make it show that at least 100 million of us descend on the African continent in the next 50 years. You watch, you know. If we can get 100 million people, as a matter of fact, 10 million would be good, you know. But if we could have a revolution where millions of us coming there to the continent when I taking back what's ours and building new territories and building the African, make Africa an African state, that'll be the future, you know. If those who want to stay in America, stay. You want to stay in the UK, stay. Nobody's telling people they have to go. I don't understand the logic in that. What the problem is, you think by us going takes away your claim to America. And I'll be like this: if you call yourself an American, I'll work out a deal with you. If you call yourself an American, this is your country, you love America, you know, I'm proud to be an American, at least I know I'm free. Yankee Doodle, little town, Yankee on a pony, Yankee Doodle. You want to sing Yankee Doodle? When Johnny come marching home, hurrah, hurrah. If you love it, Johnny come home, hurrah, hurrah. Oh, Johnny come marching home. If you want to be American and all this stuff like that, Star Spangled Banner, you know, and all this stuff like that, go right ahead. You know, I wish you all the best of luck in the world. But I really don't understand is this: you got black people who have this. What gets me is there's no black so-called patriotic channels. Nobody listen to them. Why is that? The only thing they're slick with it, right? They want to be able to say, Bomani start talking, singing "God Bless America," but they know they'll be laughed at, right? So they come up with this ADOS FBA stuff, right, as in the back door, you know, because they really want to be proud Americans, right? I'm a black American. I'm a pro. What the fuck is a black American? You're an American painted black, you know? So no, you're an American, a flag salute American, but you're basically basically going to wave the American flag and all this kind of nonsense and everything like that, you know? Bottom line is this: if you want to be proud to be an American, you want to stay here, hey, right, hey, I wish you all the luck in the world. Good luck with that. You know, but at the same time, right, don't tell me I got to join your protests and everything, because the bottom line is there's going to be another Tamir Rice. There's going to be more Alton Sterlings. There's going to be more Ahmaud Arbery's and all this stuff like Trayvon Martin's. They're going to continue. As long as you stay in America, you're going to have to deal with that pain and sorrow, you know, and that's what America is. Instead of you calling America on, you're in the black people don't understand. They're in a position of power, you know. They're in a position of power. You got America on the run, but yeah, you bow your head and talk about and you with this phony ass argument about phony ass argument about reparations, right? You know you ain't gonna get no reparations. You know that. That's just an excuse for you to freaking stick with white zaddy and say I love my massa. I love massa. I love me some Massa Biden. You know, Massa being good to me. Massa gonna give me a reparations check. You ain't gonna get no damn reparations check. The only way a reparations check will be done is through force, power. You ain't got none. You can't force them, and you ain't got no goddamn power. So shut the hell up about reparations. You know, we're getting our reparations is building Africa. That's all the reparations I need. Give me my land. Give me my infrastructure. Give me a chance to build a nation. That's all the reparations I need, right? Land, infrastructure, nationhood, you know?
Absolutely. Like Kala, one of the things you mentioned to me, you know, what if what if we were given a country?
That's what I'm talking. That's the only reparations I would ever want, man. Shit, you know? Man, imagine that government our own, man, flag and whatnot, you know? God damn, I wouldn't know what to do with myself, man, you know? Man, oh my God.
We let people know we have aspirations. We don't want to be a generation of slaves, a generation of people that are consumers. We're trying to think about.
We want to build.
Yeah.
When I see Taiwan, right? What are they smarter than us? No. I see them building their own industrial zones and stuff like that. You know, you mean tell me we can't have our own great stock exchanges, on capital markets, on industrial zones, on ports, on free trade ports, and stuff like that, on airports and everything like that. We can't have all this infrastructure and generate the type of life that we want and everything. We can't do that, you know. You know. Now this guy says, I hate this racist guy. These guys are, this is what it is. The Negropean types are behind this ADOS movement. He says Bomani is a racist, right? Bomani doesn't have any power to be racist on anybody, you know? He says it's a short man complex. These guys hate Bomani. Why? Because he's doing it, right? And he's doing it, right? And he basically, these people want Negropean to do that bidding for them, right? Because they want to they've really been brainwashed to believe that they're Americans and all stuff like that. The mass media got them brainwashed and everything. And when they see us on social media and everything like that, they know it's here. They know we're not going nowhere. So they basically want to freaking crush us and get us off social media. And so it's not going to happen. We're here. We're not going nowhere. Our movement's here. And we're going to keep telling all the good stories and stuff like that. So you could basically talk all you want. You can scream all you want. You can hate Bomani. You can hate me, Kala, all you want. We're not going anywhere, you know. And the bottom line is, if you want to bring us down, we're not. You better get somebody that's the unappealing Negropean, you know. You want to get somebody more than that because that dude is not equipped. You want to get somebody worthwhile. Get somebody that got money, assets, that did what Bomani does, and then you can match him. But you go with somebody with a YouTube channel, with a dusty ass YouTube channel, can barely get 1,000 views and whatnot, talking about, this is my guy and stuff like that, you know? And we just have to clear it up for the people that are dumb enough to listen to him. If you follow us after this show tonight, you realize, okay, yeah, I was misled. You know, I was misled. Bomani, come back to Bomani, come back to Kala, apologize. We'll accept you back. We'll accept you back. We'll say, okay, it was all good. We understand, you know, you were misled. And we're no hard feelings. You're welcome to come back to us and be with us and fellowship us again and whatnot. It was no hard feelings because you were taken in by the sly whispers of the unapologetically Negropean. With his sly whispers, he knows how to scorch earth. He just tears everything in his wake. He puts a mask on you, you know. He tone polices you. He talks about your tone. Look how mad. He said, look how AS got mad at Prince. Look how she was mad. Oh my gosh, she's an angry black woman. You know, this is what he does, tone policing. That's what white people do. White people do, they do like that. They provoke black people to anger and say, oh, look at these people. Oh, look how angry they are. Look how mad. He almost lunged at me and stuff like that, you know? Yeah, sly lip backside of last ones. Now I'm coding against their own. Yeah. You know, sly whispers. You know, that's our word tonight. Sly whisperers.
Yeah, absolutely. And
Yeah.
people like the unapologetic Negropean, I'm saying family. For those, the revolutionaries, the black gangsters, the tough guys, the street guys. I mean, are you guys gonna let this guy just patrol around and walk around like it's okay to destroy and attack a movement? And when I mean a movement, you know, what I mean, it's beyond just me. When we talk about all these other people that we named, you know, what I mean, they are the people that are out there. I don't live in Africa. I live in Georgia. But you know what I'm saying? When I'm talking about ES and the Bags family, I got no more respect for them. I mean, you talking about somebody who's been traveling to Africa for 18 years and don't live in Africa, and then people come around few years of just doing this research and move to Africa. I have to respect them. I have to salute them, brother. It ain't about ego situation. I'm not in it. What I run is a command center. You know what I mean?
Right. Yeah, that's what we do. That's what
for being in the Navy. You out there, you running a command operation to make the other rest of everything else work and things like that. You know what I mean? So I salute them, and anyone that comes against them, I got their back. And I'm gonna do a better job now, stand up for our people. And that's why I got my brother Joseph Sakala. You know what I'm saying? Big up to him again. Once again, family, please check this brother out. You know, just subscribe to his channel and show him some love. Because we gotta support the revolutions that are coming up. You know, Kala, I'm in my 40s and you're, you know, I wouldn't say you're in the early 50s.
Yeah, I'm early 50s. Okay, it's all good. Stay my age, you know.
This is what it is. We're all getting up there.
Yeah,
Brother, I remember when I was in the Navy, 21 years old, I had my military fatigues on, and we were out there doing training. I was like, I thought I was the toughest, roughest person, and like ready for war and things like that. But the reality of it is you get old and you have to keep things going generational. And that's what I appreciate about you, brother. You've been able to educate me and empower me and a lot of other people.
Yeah,
and you have a YouTube channel. You join people's channel and come on their shows and educate.
yeah.
So, I mean, I don't see you going around collecting any donations from YouTube and getting any money. I tell you say, brother, I'm working and do my business. I respect that.
I have a good life. I have a good career, and I have a business and everything. That's all I need, you know. I don't need the people. I want people to listen to me. You know, I want people to listen to me. And sometimes with our people, right, if you're not hustling, they're so used to being hustled and everything. If you're not taking their money, they won't listen to you, you know? Because see, the thing is, by me doing this, man, see, if I took money, that's letting you off the hook. That's thinking that you could buy salvation. You can't buy salvation. You can't put a price on grace, and you can't buy a penny of grace, and you can't buy a pound of salvation. You can't buy this. You can't buy this. It can't be bought. I'm gonna tell you the truth, right? I'm not gonna tell you what you want to hear, and that's what happens when people start taking donations and they start taking stuff like that. Not all the time. They basically sell themselves, right? Or I gotta say, that's what Tariq is a problem with. You know, he basically all over the place and everything. He does pretty much. You don't know who you are anymore. I don't take no money. I'll take no donations and everything. Why? Because I have a message, right? This message right here is like 20 or 30 years in the making, right? I'm the same person I was 30 years ago when I started on this path, you know? And so therefore, when 30 years ago when I started the colonization, right? I had everything I'm talking about now, I talked about then. I've grown since then. I've added on, I've built up to this point right here. But 30 years ago as a young man, right? 30 years ago, in my 20s, I was out there, right, talking this revolution, talking about nation building, that we need a nation of our own on the African continent, right? And I began studying examples of it, right? Why? Because I didn't like what I was. Moved to Virginia, and I saw when I moved to Virginia, right? And I saw how early. See, the difference is this. When I lived in New York, right? I lived in upstate New York. My father had a good job and everything right there. I didn't see the reality. I thought, oh, racism, no, that's in the past, right? My father had a good job. We lived in a nice community, mixed community, and everything, upstate New York and everything like that. And I lived, okay, I had a good life and everything. We traveled and everything. Then we moved to Virginia, right? And I saw the direct effects of slavery, right? Still in our people, right? I saw how dangerous it was. I said, well, wow, these people they never had anything. And you go deeper south, you still people living in such utter poverty and everything. There's no job, no opportunity, nothing, right? People are ignorant, right? And all of a sudden I see a story I tell, man, back in 2000 and what year was this? 2015. I was in Dinwiddie County. I do insurance for a living. I was in Dinwiddie, Virginia, right? And I remember I pulled up to a gas station, right? And this is what I'd say. Well, this is what when you have love for your people, you have love, right? And how you treat the least among you is what tells your character. Anyway, I pulled up to a gas station, right? And this guy, older than my father, right? And his son was like my age, right? At the time, I'm in my 40s, or in my mid 40s, whatever. And basically, I pulled up to the gas station, and all of a sudden, they were there first, right? I didn't know they were getting gas, right? And because I had a suit and tie on, they didn't even have the guts to even come up to me and say, "Sir, that's my pump." And as I went inside, I said, those people were waiting for the pump, right? I went up there, I said, "My God, sir, you, your son, your wife, and everything all crammed into this car, poor, dirt poor. I'm sorry. I didn't know this was your pump and everything. I didn't know. Oh, it's okay and everything." I said, just because I have a suit don't mean I have something more important to do than you. I'm so sorry. And his son gets out, I tell you, this is so poor, just holding on to life and everything. And I got in my car, and I just broke down in tears. I really did. I broke down in tears. To see people, these sweet people, oh, it's okay, sir. Okay, just the nicest people in the world. That's why I'm very protective of my people, African Americans. Out of the world, everyone wants to talk about our people and everything like that. But I'm sorry, I'm not gonna let people berate my people. Our people many times are doing the best they can. I'm not gonna let people talk about our people. I'm not gonna have it. I'm not gonna do it. And so these people, some people might look at, oh man, those people ain't doing shit with their life. But you don't know, these people live in rural Virginia, right? And the fact that these men, his father, the guy was older than my father, and he couldn't even look at me in the eye like a man and say I was at that gas pump first. And son's my age and whatnot, and he just felt so low with themselves. So when you start attacking African Americans, right, your own people, and try to elevate other black people and everything, what do you think that does to the people who may not have money, who may not have anything?
Yeah,
You gotta love your people. You gotta protect your people. We're always gonna get shit from the white man, but you don't go spewing white supremacy talking points to your own people.
Yeah, serious, brother. I mean, think about. I mean, I'm here in Georgia. You're in Virginia. That's considered South, right?
Right. Yeah.
Yeah. And think about the South's contribution. You talk about stolen Africans who've been here for generations, so hundreds of years. Not all of them had access to progress.
Exactly. I saw that when I moved
get
here.
caught into the system of welfare, whatever, and things like that. So, we all have to just be careful about how we look at it, because that's our people. That's our people.
These are people
that build this country.
Right. These are people.
Cannot be this country without the stolen Africans who build it. The people who are the poorest people at this moment.
The poorest among us. Whatnot. The Bible says the meek shall inherit the earth.
Right.
And you need those people as a groundswell. They may not maybe get to the promised land, but they're gonna help us get there. I may not get with you to the promised land. And so they're gonna be your biggest supporters, man. I know I can't go to the continent, but yeah, Bomani, you just do that for me. Why turn that brother away because he don't have the job and he have a criminal record or something like that? We got to stop all this nonsense. We got to stop all this nonsense, this hate within our own community, elevating somebody and whatnot. That's a ploy of the white devil to tell you that Nigerians are doing so well. Nigerians are well. Look at the Nigerians. Look at these Caribbean and whatnot. Me and Bomani, we don't play that shit. Real Pan-African nationalists don't do that shit. We don't pit black people against other black people at all to make a point. You don't do that. Now, there's times where we could criticize our people, offer constructive criticism in love. In love. This is what we need to do. We talk about people doing bad and everything, but the bottom line, vast majority of people are good people, and they're people. And we gotta love. We gotta show them the same type of love, because they're not gonna get in the ADOS movement. They're not gonna get in any place else. In the Pan-African movement, you're gonna show people that really care about you, really love you. We care about you. We care about the future. I'm gonna care enough to say, hey, look, if you don't agree with me, that's fine. Hey, you could, do your thing. That's fine.
But
I wish you a lot of love.
And the other movement that you mentioned, they literally just trying to take a situation over where they just, and I'm like, yo, it's not all about all the stuff. Where did this foundation of Black America stuff come from anyway? I mean, I know Tariq Nasheed is an idiot, but I mean,
well, I tell you where it came from.
It's like,
where it came from?
It's like, brother, if you're gonna do certain things, keep us connected, and that's the issue that I have.
Yeah. Now let me give you an example, right? If they really say, okay, we're the foundation of Black America, ADOS shit right there. But if they weren't so divisive, right? They basically use this to basically say immigrants are taking over. It started with the whole, remember when 12 Years a Slave came out? And
I remember that movie.
Played by Chiwetel Ejiofor. And then David Oyelowo played Martin Luther King, and the blacks of the UK were playing Black American roles, whatever. And then the movie Black Panther came out, right? That's what really tripped them out, right? Oh, why are you talking about Wakanda? We're Americans, we're not. Everybody went. Remember that Black Panther came out? Everybody went with their Wakanda shit on. Everybody going to the movie.
Oh, man, absolutely, brother. I mean,
they hated that. They're like, "Oh, we're Americans," and all that. So they began hopping down on this thing. We're foundation. So they began trying to separate themselves from the Black people, from the diaspora, and everybody else, to try to create this unique identity. And what does this unique identity do? It basically says we have a unique relationship with America. Okay, we agree with that, right? So what are you gonna do with it? Oh, we want reparations, but they don't understand something. The reparations movement was built on the Black separatist movement, Black nationalist movement. You can't say I want to be fully American, but the American government got to pay for it. Now, the Black people that you say in the South that are poor and everything, okay, fine. We need to help Black people out, right, in the South, rural areas that are suffering, Black and in the cities. We understand that, right? But when you take the word reparations, you're talking about repair. Repair what? A nation. Wouldn't the reparations movement make sense to people who want to relocate to the African continent? People are building trade between Black communities and institutions in America and Africa, and the United States government helping along with that. The United States government, wouldn't reparations mean instead of giving Liberia a pittance or Sierra Leone a pittance or Ghana a pittance, why is the United States government give Israel $30 billion, $10 billion a year and whatnot, and the Black countries that built this country get nothing? Isn't that our tax dollars? So why can't we funnel that money to the African continent to build banks there? You get a return on your money. If you give Black people reparations in America, it's just going to go right back into their system. If you build on the African continent, you're building something sustainable for the future. That's what we thought reparations meant. But these people got brand new on us when I said, no, reparations so we can have a good life in America. No, fool. You know what I'm saying? There's no such thing as a good life in America, because the bottom line is this: whatever you have, they're going to take it back from you.
Yeah, that's the reality, brother. America is set up for that situation. It's set up to where, if me, Kala, let's break it down to people. If me and your family, if both of our families built a foundation in America where we control everything and we literally let it just go on for generations,
right?
And we just dominate. It's what it is. It's like, what happens to the people that we're dominating? It's literally we're dominating them. So they're limited on what they can do. Is what I mean. When
they have the infrastructure. We're under the infrastructure.
So how can you pull up your bootstraps and do all the other stuff? You're being relegated and controlled by a system, and it's not that simple, family. You're sending children to school. 75% of your children are going to end up in jail and end up on a plantation. The other 25% is going to have nothing. It's a system that they designed. So I'm telling people, we have to control and take over our future and stop leaving our future in the hands of our.
Because they're not going to let them. How many millionaires you see in Black America, wherever, The bottom line is the mass of black people are never going to get to that thing, because ultimately, like I said, to get to the next level, it means you got to take food out of the white people's mouth.
Right.
And they will go to war before that happens. You know, say it's always Indians. Well, if you talk about a small population of Indians doing well, or a small population of this, 45 million black people in America says, you know something, I want to get to the next level. They should be happy that most black people are content with being working in middle class, because I know for a fact of the matter is, look at Boston, right? You heard about Whitey Bulger and all this stuff like that. Why they have such a high organized crime rate with the Irish and the Italians and everything? Why? Because you cannot tell white people that they're going to work in a rusty steel mill forever, and that's what their sons are. They're going to eventually turn to crime or whatever they else to get out of that situation. You know, that's the way it is. But black people in America, right? We got people that basically still work in the shipyard, the worst jobs, and everything like that. You know, that's just the way it is. They're lucky we haven't said, you know something, on the whole, you know something, this ain't enough for me. I want what the thing had. Remember Al Capone said that, right? Al Capone said, who was these people coming at us? Oh, the people who had the country before we had. The people, the Anglo-Saxons and everything, didn't even want the Italians to get the wealth. They had to fight these Italian gangsters. They turned to crime, you know, to get the bag. They turned to crime. Eventually, they turned to crime, you know. And the bottom line is this: that's how they fought. But the whole thing is this: the black man in America, right? On the whole, we never went that route. We never were successful at crime. You know, we never had a successful black criminal organization. Most criminals go for good. The JFK, people love JFK so much. Do you know their family were bootleggers, you know, in Prohibition? You know, do you know how many families in the Midwest and everything that were bootleggers and stuff like that? But they put on suits and paint themselves in portraits as respectable men and stuff like that, you know? We never had that opportunity to gain our initial wealth through bootlegging, slave trading, and all kinds of blood. The blood's on the white man's hand is unreal. The white man basically, the John Kerry's family, right? Do you know the John Kerry's family were in the opium trade in the Far East, in Turkey and places like that, poppy fields in Turkey, and financing the opium trade? You know, John Kerry, you know, former presidential candidate, the Fitzgeralds. So every time you see white people with this great wealth and whatnot, they did things, right? They killed people, they murdered people, they did all come like that great wealth. We're trying to do it the nice way, the honest way, you know, pull our pennies and nickels and dimes together to try to build some investment. And we're being demonized. We're being vilified. You know, is that fair to you? You know, we never killed anybody. We never put anybody on a boat. We never put drugs in anybody's arm. So why is somebody talk about we're colonizers, words like that? You know, evil people, wicked people. Why would you want to destroy my brother Bomani's name, man? He's never did any of that. And you listen to somebody who's trying to destroy Bomani with lies and innuendo, and you who knew Bomani all these years and whatnot, you side the fence and see what's going to happen and whatnot. You just like a good show. This is all fun and games to you. This is all drama. That's another thing that's sickening. And people with their drama, they love drama. Go to YouTube. What's on now? All this drama and chicanery and stuff like that. So I think we covered everything tonight, Bomani. You know.
Yes, Kala. Yes, brother man with the master plan.
3 hours and 42 minutes. You know.
Yes, we did cover a whole lot, and
there's more, This ain't over yet. This is just the opening stages, right? Because the bottom line is this: we're gonna like this. When people listen to this, okay, they know they got a reference point. You know, they got a reference point. Yeah, we got people saying something different. You know, something different than what I'm hearing. And you can't say you weren't told the truth, because we told you the truth tonight, and you know we told the truth. You know, so you want to listen to the Negropean?
Absolutely, family. I mean, you know, we're not the strangers on YouTube, and we're not the strangers coming out there trying to get money from people and trying to just do a bunch of stuff. I'm not here to just talk about people and insult people and disrespect people and go after people shine. Like I've never went after ES, Black Sit, the Black Acres and Gambia. The only thing I've done was talk to them and been friends and associate. And You know, because whenever I see all this energy moving in the repatriation movement, I'm happy and proud to say that,
Right, right.
let's work together and do this thing. So
There's
when I
a
see
there's a
somebody attacking us, I'm like, yo, family, stand strong, stay together, because we have seen this before, haven't we? Almost
yeah.
100 years ago, these same things happened to Marcus Garvey in a different era. There was no internet. There's none of the things that we're dealing with. So I'm telling people, it's the same thing, but it's a different era with different technology. But it's the same black wicked devils, the sellouts that sold out Marcus Garvey from Jamaica, the ones from the other parts of the diaspora that sold out Marcus Garvey. These are the same people that's doing what they're doing, and they do not care even about their own children, because some of them do have children, but they just want their children to go work for white corporation. Me personally, no matter how whatever our population is, I want to see us have a black world. That means we handle our business just like the Asians. What kind of world do the Asians live in? Say example, the Chinese or the Japanese or the Koreans. What kind of world they live in? They live in an Asian world where they practice their what? Own culture.
Right.
Practice what? Group economics.
And you know something,
that's all we're doing.
I used to watch a lot of kung fu movies when I was a kid, right? I used to love them. And one of the ones I like, even though I like to watch set in ancient times, I used to like the modern, because I used to always love when they used to show modern Hong Kong, the skyline, And I used to always say, I always wanted to go to Hong Kong. I said, I want to live in a country go to a place where it's modern, right? And there's not white people walking around, And I've always been fascinated by people able to build their own cities and everything with people that look like them. That's what really got me on the path of this, right? Then I started discovering when I first started looking at Nigeria, right? And books were like, oh, Nigeria, Lagos got buildings and everything, even though back in the 80s it wasn't that much, right? But I actually look at Nairobi, Kenya. I said, oh, wow, modern cities in Africa, and Mozambique and all these countries like that. I always was like, yo, man, I would love to live in a modern black African country. I would love to do that. I would love to live in a modern black country. I want to see Africa has all. Then I realized that, okay, you see the modernization, but the economies of these countries are still controlled by Europeans. And there's not enough infrastructure to provide us with a sustainable life. And I learned that Asians built their friggin' economy bit by bit. The Bandung Conference in 1955, Indonesia, Jakarta, Indonesia. They said, we're going to free ourselves from these white people once and for all. That was the Bandung Conference. Kwame Nkrumah was there. Adam Clayton Powell was there, And that conference set up protocols for the next 4 decades, which was the reason why Singapore is what it is, Taiwan is what it is, Vietnam is what it is. All these countries in Asia had agreements and said, we're going to pull ourselves out of colonialism and get the white man the fuck out of here. We tried to have that in Africa, right? But the same thing happens. We have Negropeans, right, who got more loyalty to Europe and white people and everything. Always want to come in, spread misinformation, spread all this nonsense and everything like that. And that's why the African Union is not nowhere near successful. The African Union has no mandate right now. It has no mandate. The supreme law or body is what the Europeans still say, because the Europeans are one financing Africa's debt. We got to have a place where the black race can finance its own debt. We could buy up our own debt and everything and finance our own infrastructure and stuff like that. We could do it if we work together. We could do it. And the Trump card is the millions of African Americans, right? The largest group of black people with the most money and disposable income. That right there is the key. Getting the African American community on the diaspora on board and building Africa. That's no other way. There's no other way. Other than that, we're going to be in darkness and slavery. Here we got the richest black people on earth, right? Being disrespected in America. They taking $1 trillion from $2 trillion from us a year and treating us like shit. There's no reciprocity whatsoever. They could take with us because we live inside their country. Because they tax us, they exploit us, they take everything they want from us right now because we can't do nothing about it. But one day we're gonna have a way to funnel our own money to the African continent. We're gonna have our own bank set up and everything. Just like the Jews have their money globally, we're gonna have our money globally. The Jews in America are a tiny group, but they support Israel with their vote. And also we're gonna support the Pan-African movement with our vote one day. Right now, we got people voting, right? And there's nothing on the table as far as Africa. Joe Biden, you put sanctions on Ethiopia, you want our votes, you better take those sanctions the fuck off. You know, you want to try to put sanctions on Ghana, guess what? We ain't gonna vote for you. That's how we got to tie our vote. That's why this ADOS FBA shit is so dangerous. So immigrants like, hold on, no, you want to do something to Haiti, you got to deal with us. That's what it means by Pan-African nationalism. So, Negropean, you're done tonight. I don't know what else to say, man. You know.
Well, brother, appreciate your energy and everything, and we have covered
Black Power. Remember,
a whole lot of energy and things.
Africa for the Africans. You know, you want to know our side. You know, Africa for the Africans. Black Power. You know.
Yes, Kala, man, you've been on fire, man. You wrote the whole thing down.
You know, we stand behind Brother Bomani. You know, more people. I want to see more people talk about this. Ignoring this nigga is not going to do anything. You know, I need more people backing Bomani up, coming out and creating a united front for Bomani. You know, so.
Yeah, absolutely, brother. That's the issue. I explained to people that you know, I have several close friends and people who this guy has attacked, and they've all told me their position. They said they're just gonna ignore him and let it go. And I told them, I respect you guys to the highest level because we're family. But you also, in a revolution, you have a warrior class. And just like when it was in the military, I mean, not everybody. You don't give everybody M16s. You need people also to do communication, navigation, surveillance, and you need them to do other things. So it's a unit of operation, and that's what I'm telling people. We're literally operating as an organized energy, and we're gonna stand against the people who are trying to destroy us. The reason why, and I said we, is because he's not just attacking myself, he's attacking many other people who literally have built something. So the unapologetic Negropean family is trash. Is a useless piece of life form. And if you send a donation to him, you are a useless and worthless black person. Encourage him to get a life, get a job. Myself, Kala, and all of us, we have careers, we have business, and we have other things going for ourselves. And none of us are going to be out here just trashing another black person. Like I've said, family, I've never spoken against anybody in the repatriation movement. I made one video. I've never spoken anything bad about our folks in Ghana or any other countries. Do all of those situations have flaws? Absolutely, family. I can just dig deep in and go off about Ghana. Ghana, as a matter of fact, Ghana is the easiest country for me to go off in the world about all the things that goes on. But do you know what? It doesn't make sense because our brothers and sisters in Ghana, just like everywhere else, they're working hard. They're trying to overcome colonialism, African slavery, all the things that they have to go through. Brother, that's psychologically messed you up. Your own people were stolen and brought to another part of the world, and then they're coming back, and then you're trying to connect with them, and then you have to deal with all this politics and all this other stuff. It's serious business. You don't need no one to interrupt that connection, and if you interrupt it, family, whether you're unapologetic Negropean or any other coon or punks or sellouts, we're gonna run you over. It's too many of us. When I lived in Brooklyn, it's what it is. You have crews, they don't play around, they roll deep, and what you do is you walk to the other side of the street. Unless you're ready to fight.
Yeah.
And I'm telling people, we always fight. We are that crew. It's a lot of us. Go ahead, brother.
In New York, they'll beat your ass for no reason and whatnot, You come home with a lump on your head. What happened to you? I said, I don't know, man. I was just minding my business.
I got beat down because they say that, they didn't like how I look.
They said my shirt was on wrong. But
that's what I'm telling people. It's like, imagine that. And now this person, Negropean, is doing literally dangerous stuff. This person is wicked beyond belief. No one has ever seen a most self-hating black person than this person. This is the black male. This person even had the nerve to say he's more Jamaican than me. Brother, I'm an article Jamaican man. I represent my continent, my country, my people. You know what I'm saying? I'm not going to trade up, a whole continent for an island. You know what I'm saying? Right. It's ours. Whether, you know what I'm saying? All those islands, the continent, our energy in America, we built this world. Black people built this world. Without black people, white people would still be in Europe, have nothing. They wouldn't even have the discovery.
They have no music. They have nothing.
They're the ones that taught them how to build ships and circumnavigate the world. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm
We
saying?
taught them how to farm, the rice farm. They wouldn't know how to rice farm. They went to Africa and stole, specifically got information about who knew how to grow rice. And they will import people who know how to wash diamonds, grow rice.
They're gonna steal the best of our people.
They say the
Just like
best of
today.
skilled people that could do basket, whatever skills we had when that, and to build that, they'll make themselves rich because they couldn't do it themselves. They're the lowest people on the fucking planet. You guys said something about the Europeans who came into America, right?
Right.
They literally emptied their insane asylums, their criminals, their primitive, put them in America, right? And then said, look, man, you know, we know you ain't shit, but we need money. If you can go to these colonies, right, we'll give you slaves, we'll give you capital, everything, right? And we'll justify it.
You know, they were game for that one right there.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. They say, look, we'll give you everything. It was called mercantilism. People, I bet the Negropean doesn't even know what that word means. Mercantilism. That means you only could trade with the mother country, you know? So it was a win. So if you grew cotton, you already had a ready market. You didn't have to do nothing else but just get the slaves and grow the shit, you know? So it wasn't like these people were geniuses or anything. This mercantilism, they already had a supply chain, a buyer chain already set up. They already had capital coming in through the banks and everything, finance everything, and they had protection of their ships and everything like that. So all they had to do is get this. The only thing they had to do was break the black man in and make him a permanent race of slaves and everything, and they could make money forever. So this is what it was cruel, like Marcus Garvey, unjust, everything. But nobody, they don't give a shit. They don't care. Since they don't give a shit, we don't care. There's nobody can tell me anything about America and white America and everything like that. You know, they made their bed, and bottom line is slavery is unforgivable. It ain't to be forgiven. Carl, you sound so mean. Look, I'm just telling you like it is. Slavery is unforgivable. The black man and the white man, we're always going to be freaking enemies. But the thing is, though, we got interests, right? If I could do business with them, whatever like that, but it's going to be to our benefit. No more of we just going out there raising the American flag and going out fighting and whatnot for them. You know, that was when I think about what they tried to do to Muhammad Ali, right? After Emmett Till, right? After everything, he said he was humiliated in the with his Olympics, right? He threw his gold medal in the water. I don't think Ali probably hit it. So I said he threw it in the water, but he probably kept it. You know, his gold medal. You know, you just don't know niggas. You'll say, you know, that's a story. He threw his gold medal in the water, right? It didn't mean nothing, right? But then they say, you know something? We see he's militant joint nation with him. We're gonna draft his ass, right, and go fight in Vietnam, fight the yellow man. I mean, the white man got balls, man. He got balls. We're gonna tell you that you belong to us, and when we get ready to, we're gonna send your black ass to war, and you're gonna like it.
They purposely drafted a man to mess with him psychologically.
The white man is beyond.
I mean, how much boxing champions and and top athletes of the world did they draft to go send in the army? Come on, that's real.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Go, be foot soldiers.
Yeah, they'll say. Okay.
I mean, they purposely mess with a man, and I want people to literally understand that.
They did that on
your life is not your life in America. That any moment, you don't have to be in the U.S. military to be controlled.
Yeah, controlled and whatnot. Right now, they're controlling you with the COVID mandates and whatnot. You know,
exactly. There you go.
Yeah, anytime they're trying to tell you that we are in power, it is what we say it is. You know, and you Negroes better get in line because the bottom line is this. The bottom line is this: we have to have a way out of America. The only thing right now is this, right? Now, as we travel to Africa, we got to watch what we say and everything, right? Because at any time they could basically, oh, you know something? Ghana's having too much COVID. No more traveling Ghana. And all of a sudden they put us on restriction, you know? They control the flow of us and everything back and forth. So we got to watch. We understand we got to watch what we say. And I'm smart enough to realize that they're the ones in power right now. You know, so we're not going to push too hard, you know, against the grain. Because we know we got to be quiet. We got to move in silence. That's why we have secret societies like the BL. These are secret societies. We got to move in self, you know, and basically move fly under the radar. But Negropean is trying to put us on the radar by sounding the alarm. And he's doing a successful job because you got all these white people who follow Negropean, and he successfully demonized us to enough white people. That's what he wants. Demonize with enough black people around.
They got white devils, man. You have a collection of them. Because I mean, what type of person would follow the Negropean and send him money? A black and a white devil, self-hating black people, who want to see black people fighting each other.
That's what he wants. So bottom line, Negropean needs to get a job, you know.
He needs to get a job. Can't you hire him, Kala? I mean, don't you have, you know what I'm saying? You
All
know,
right,
and
I
you
do.
probably like, you probably like, Bomani, can't you hire him? That's what I was expecting you to say. And I'm gonna say, brother, be honest with you. He's not qualified to work with me. I mean, because if he works, I'll fire him the same day. You know what I'm saying? I'm sure
my business,
because he
business
has no work ethics other than being negative.
Check this out. My work at my business, what I do requires what is called fiduciary. That means you're responsible for truth. You're responsible for being ethical, you know. And I study ethics, you know, ethical.
So he's unqualified for that position.
Yeah, he's ethical. You know what ethics is? Ethics means doing the right thing, even if you don't benefit from. You know, you put your clients first and everything. This nigga right here, you look on the screen, is unethical. You know?
Man, that picture is funny, man, because we already know that he has a mugshot for being a criminal because he served a lot of jail time.
Right, alleged. Yeah, let's give him about. Let's say alleged. Let's say alleged. Because we're not gonna be like him. We're not, you know, even though we know it's true. Allegedly, it's alleged.
Yeah, I mean, I can show people the criminal record. I mean, next show, I might just go ahead and show it. There's a bunch of things that we have, and it's like we're trying not to do that because that's not who we are. We just want him to understand.
We got evidence on you, nigga.
Well, you're not our brother. We don't understand. Stay out our way or get run over. And at the same time, too, the best thing for you to do is to delete your YouTube channel and go get a job because we're coming against you. And it's not the same.
He's losing his mind. The dude's losing his mind.
Well, brother, it's a whole bunch of us, and I've just begun to unleash on him. You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? Like he was frustrated about Joseph video, and Joseph is one of our warriors. He don't play around. You know
he's mad. He's scared of Joseph, man. He goes, "Oh wow!"
Talk about why you making all these videos. The brother is defending our people in the diaspora. I salute him and other brothers and sisters that are out there. Let's get at Negropean. Make ridiculous amount of videos off him and tell the truth about who he is.
And then we're gonna start going. We're gonna start going after his supporters, right? All the comments.
Yeah, I know all you supporters who supporting him. You're supporting the evil. You're basically supporting that your children are gonna be homeless and have nothing.
And we're gonna start looking up and doing backgrounds on your support. We're gonna find out who the supporters are in the chat.
Yeah, most of the supporters are white trash from Europe.
And some Negroes over here.
And then you have the sellout black coons here who
we're gonna make an example out of sellout black coons when we freaking put your business out there on you think you're playing with us. So you think you're playing with us.
Yeah, we're gonna be doing mug shots. I got you know, like that lady, like that black Canadian devil, you know, Velta Forbes, and another black Canadian devil, Lily K, and then this British black devil, because they claim to be from Jamaica, but you people ain't no Jamaicans. We don't.
The UK is from the UK.
You're not building nothing for our people. You're not making a difference. You don't flow in the same line. You guys are the traitors and the sellout and the black devils. Your bloodline has been passed down. You know what I mean? And since our ancestors couldn't deal with y'all 100 years ago, we're gonna wipe y'all off the map. Negropean.
Oh yeah, man. You ain't gonna be safe in Africa.
Weak, spineless punk. You weak excuse to a man with a vagina between your legs. You know?
I would love to see Negropean on the continent, bro. Because, bro, you don't.
Brother, trust me. If I find out he's on the continent, the pussy was done. You better Negropean. I dare you to go to Africa in any country and show up and let us know that you're there. Trust me, Virgin, you're done. You have no idea who you're messing with, Virgin. You're messing with the wrong person. The best thing you can do, unapologetic Negropean, you weak, spineless punk, is to delete your channel and hide and run. Because we are coming for you. We don't run and we ain't scared of nobody.
Ain't scared, all right, we're coming for you.
All the black people who are with us, keep on supporting our tours and keep on supporting our community and keep on supporting all the things that we do, because we are building something for the future. This person is trying to destroy everything that we're building. And trust me, family, he is being paid by white devils. I don't know all the existing organizations.
Exactly.
This is a common thing that goes on. No respectable black person marry a white devil porn star and live in somewhere in a weird part of Europe and then talk about us. You're not about us.
You collect welfare.
You're just making money. You just head hunting and things like that, family. So, family, I'm telling you, please support our energy. I'm gonna wipe this punk off the map, and me and my brothers and sisters gonna shut him down. He is done. He is done. There's nothing else he can do. You know what I'm saying? That is his number. Holla at him, call him, and say, family, yo, I got a job for you. You a big black man. Go do something with your life. Don't mess with Bomani and his people, because they have been known to wipe people off. I've been in this movement for 18 years. How many people came against me? You ask me what's going on with them people. They're doing nothing. They're actually probably watching us right now, saying I should have never messed with Bomani and his crew because they roll deep and they're strong and they're rough and they really operate as international business. So I swear, brother, he running his mouth only because he's in Europe. Because you know me, at any point I could be in any part of the US within a few hours.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
And then we got roughnecks all over America. You know what I'm saying? People who are real people that don't respect and like this stuff because they are represent. They look at they like there must people that reach out to us and send us love and say, "Yo, we appreciate what you guys are doing. Keep it up," and things like that because they know that we're building a path for us. And then when people like this try to ruin it, destroy it, people come for them. So he is cool with doing what he's doing because he know you won't have a bunch of people that's gonna approach him. Most of the time, where he's in Europe, it's probably around a bunch of white people.
Well, hopefully somebody in Europe. Hopefully somebody
holler at him and handle him because he's not only destroying the movement for black people, he's also embarrassing himself because he's trying to make it seem like he's down with you guys. No, he's not down with anybody. He's just trying to play both sides of the field.
Yeah, check us out. The bottom line is, I just hope that somebody. I know he's in either
Australia, Switzerland, one of them countries.
You know what I'm saying? He got to get a location on him. But the bottom line, people, we're gonna keep doing more videos like this, right? So somebody's gonna give us a positive location on this guy, a positive location on this guy. Then we can deal with him, So he can run, but he can't hide. You can run all you want, you can't hide. So people think he's gonna come in Europe and this, that, the other thing. You're gonna do that. If he was in America, he would have been rolled up on, And
he can't come back to America because now, number one, they deported him, and then he has sex crimes against him, and he has jail time against him. So It's a shame. He's a British citizen. He's a black Brit, and and I'm telling people, even America won't accept degenerates from.
It takes a lot for you to get deported from America. It takes a lot,
and it takes a lot to literally. For those who are not like from America or Europe, for those who are not from Europe, it's one thing to get deported back to Jamaica or Ghana, but it's another thing when you're a European citizen and you come to America and they deport you. That means you are low life, degenerate, they're literally just bottom of the barrel. You know what I mean? And things like that. So he's pissed off at people in America because he got deported and he couldn't sustain building a future here. He doesn't want to be in that cold ass place in England. There's nothing there. I've been to England like about 4 times, brother. I've waked up 3 o'clock and I didn't know if it was 3 o'clock in the afternoon or in the morning. It was just that dark.
Yeah. Always foggy and shit.
Sun does not set on the British Empire. I mean, these are wicked white devils. Some of the most wickedest people between the Brits, the French, and the Spanish and the Portuguese.
Why are people still celebrating the Queen of England and all stuff like this? The royal wedding and all this kind of stupid shit. I have no idea. I don't get it. I'm missing something.
You're basically praising your oppressor.
I don't get it, man. Because we have no allegiance to the British. That's the American in me. I guess I am an American. The American in me just says, fuck the English. That's why we went to the Revolution. That's the American part. Yeah, I'm African American. Yeah, that part American in me just don't like the British, at all. That's a part of it. That's American.
Who are the British anyway? I mean, who are they anyway? The only issue that I have is that a lot of our African presidents go to England and go to parts of Europe.
I hate that shit, man. I don't get it.
They need to do like Kwame Nkrumah, the realest African president that the world has ever seen. Where did he learn and where was he educated at? The East Coast here, baby. United States of America.
Lincoln University.
You know what I mean? From his connection in from Pennsylvania to New Jersey to New York to that whole that area, he was able to learn and be around black people.
Yeah, he even pastored in a black church. He would pastor in a black church. Now anytime you could pastor a black church in them days and whatnot, So he went to Africa with a mindset of black people. You know what I'm saying?
Right, serious black people.
Black people. Black power. When you say black power, you might as well say Kwame Nkrumah. He was the embodiment of black power. Just that we just had to make it transition to a state. That was the whole thing. We want black power and everything, but the Europeans like, nah, Kwame, I think you gotta, you gotta slow down here, man. It's all right to say black power. When you talk about building infrastructure, that's the thing we haven't done yet. We haven't
Now you're
transferred the black power
break
into
up.
black
Yeah,
energy and infrastructure. You know, we got to do that part. We got to build them power plants. We got that's what Kwame, he said. I want power. I want power plants to bolt the river. There ain't no black power if you ain't got no power. You know, we need electricity. We need industries. You know, we need banks. You know, we need ships built. We need real power. We need to be strong like the Asians are. You know, and that's what we're taking us to next. It's next the final phase of the black liberation is infrastructure.
yeah.
You know,
Black
that's the
African
final
infrastructure, like you
black
mentioned,
African
brother.
infrastructure. Black African infrastructure. That's the final phase, you know. If you're not talking about that's why these niggas don't want Africa. You know, it requires building infrastructure. That means requires you going to Africa and building something. You know, laying down windmills, laying down railroad tracks. You know what the fuck it is. We gotta get our hands dirty. You know, you want to be free, you gotta build infrastructure. You know, anybody is free. If you ain't got no infrastructure, man, you're gonna be overtaken. You know, we have to have our military, our logistics, you know, in order. You know, we have to have a diplomatic house in order. You know, we have to have a transition phase, you know, where people could come over, when our students can come over and study in different African countries and everything. They can come over here and study in our black colleges, you know. And the bottom line is, I think America should just leave us the fuck alone, you know. Leave us alone. If you leave us alone, we'll be all right. You know, but you'll throw, oh, yeah, why are you going over here? You're just, I got no allegiance to the United States, man. Just, look, I'll play the game. I'll stay out of your way, you stay out of my way. Let us do our Pan-African thing and we'll be all right, you know? We're not blowing shit up. Are we putting bombs on the thing, brother? Are you see any Pan-Africans blowing up the World Trade Center or something like that, you know?
Yeah, brother. We're people who just want to make a
But
living.
but what we're saying is more dangerous than what the Al Qaeda. That's what they did.
Wow, that's
What we're doing is more because we could disrupt the whole world's economy. You know what we're doing. We're more dangerous than Al Qaeda. We understand that, so that's why we gotta speak softly and stuff like this. You know, deal with the Negropean. Let's learn the page from the Negropean. Use sly whispers. You know, sly whispers. You know, be slick about it. You know, be slick about it. You know, I mean, we had Khalid Muhammad. He was fired up. That doesn't work no more. We gotta be slick. You know, we gotta be, you know, okay, talk, whisper, yeah. And next thing you know, before they know it, man, there's an avalanche. Like what you call it? You say an avalanche, right? Somebody whisper and whatnot. Next thing you know, you cause an avalanche. You know, sly whispers are dangerous. You know, and so this. All right, brother, mine. I'm kind of tired, man. I'm all talked out. We've been on for 5 hours, brother, or 4 hours.
Yeah, 4 hours and 10 minutes, brother.
Yeah.
Kala, appreciate you, and let me just do a quick wrap up, family.
Yeah, do a wrap up.
Family, we literally just went to a whole bunch of psychoanalyzing, you know, psychoanalysis on black devils and race traders and degenerates, and show you and explain to you what they're trying to do, and literally just let you know that these people are necessary evils and things like that, and we should never support them and give them anything. We should encourage them to get a job, get a life, and do the right thing and things like that. And for those of us that are building and pushing this movement, you know, encourage those other people to stay out of our way, because one thing I tell people, either stay out of our way or what happens? You get run over. There's no way around it. When an 18-wheeler coming through and you're in the way, what's gonna happen? You either get out of the way or what's gonna happen? It's gonna steamroll you. That's it. So that's what we are. We are basically a truck, 18-wheeler truck coming and moving fast. And you can just jump on and be with the energy, or you can get steamrolled, or you can just jump aside and just lay low and keep out of our way. Either or for me, family, is fine, but no one is getting our way and no one is stopping what we're doing and things like that. And Negropean and anyone else that come against us, we're going to shut you down. There's too many of us. We're too black and we're too strong. So we're going to unleash the power on you. And family, we're dependent on our family, our brothers and sisters out there to support us, and also to shut this guy down and don't give him no love, no support and things like that. Because if this is a situation, think about what happened 100 years ago with the Black Power movement and Marcus Garvey. Think about where we'd have been at if we'd have supported that energy of Marcus Garvey and the other ancestors that was working on something incredible for us. So family, that's where we at, family. The state of our children's future in life is at stake. Not because of me and not because of ES or the Black Acres and Gambia and other people. You know, it's because he's attacking a whole movement, not just myself. So it's not just me, about me, and I'm never about myself. Everything that we're building or involved in is about us. So Kala, appreciate your energy and things like
Thank
that.
you.
Any last words? And
Okay, you can catch me on if anybody want to get a hold of Kala Genesis, download my social media app at the BAIO Global Pipeline, app, right, on Android or app store, whatever. And then you can register for our social network site. You can inbox me from there and everything like that. Then once I basically understand who you are and everything, you're in my network and everything, because I don't really respond to people on Facebook or Twitter. I learned my lesson, like that. So we vet people now and everything like that. I'll have a one-on-one conversation with you. I'll call you. We'll have a one-on-one conversation and everything. If you want to get to know what I'm doing in Liberia or Sierra Leone or Ghana or whatever, I'll get to know you. We'll get to know each other and everything. And then once I build a trust, then it flows from there, But you got to join my social network. I don't just anybody. Like, we're closing ranks here, That everybody can't just come at us out of nowhere. You got to join our websites and social network. You got to be in on, because this is too much of this. Too many people that are flaking on us and people they're like that. And also, my show Kala Nation comes on DeVilleRadio.com. You're going to download the app DeVilleRadio.com. Wednesday nights at 11 p.m. on the Kala Nation radio show. If you want to see raw Kala, I'm very humorous, funny. Yeah, saying. So you want to hear Kala Genesis tell how it is and everything like that on the topics of today and everything like that, And I got one for Sandy Kelly in the chat room, right? I was talking about weaves and big girls last week, Sandy Kelly's in the chat room. Kala, you live in a dreamland, So I got weaves and big girls and whatnot, man. So big girls need love too and whatnot, Big girls need love too.
Oh, they do. That's probably on you then. I mean,
No, that's I was on you. Maybe hook for money.
That's what you're talking about in general. Yeah, absolutely. I'm with you on that. Just to be, everyone needs love. Even the Negropean needs love. The Negropean needs. Well, he needs a black woman and he needs a job.
Negropean needs to do is hook up with Lizzo. Lizzo will set him straight, man. Come on, Negropean, come back here, boy.
Yeah, you got to sit on him and crush him.
You're gonna crush him with it. That's exactly what that nigga needs,
Yeah, you do need somebody to sit on his punk ass and
that's
and knock some sense into him. As a matter of fact, he probably needs one of those famous Brooklyn, New York beatdowns where about 10 guys just beat your ass for about 10 minutes, and then
I'll set him straight.
And you become a better person tomorrow because you realize that you shouldn't steal, lie, cheat, and destroy people's lives.
Yeah, and I don't know what happened and whatnot, but
all I know is I can't talk properly because a bunch of Brooklyn youngsters beat my ass up. A bunch of brothers just beat me down from the Black Power movement because I was just talking a bunch of stuff. I was just trying to make $1 to that way I didn't have to depend on my porn star wife.
Hilarious, man, hilarious.
You cannot make this stuff up, family.
You cannot make this stuff up, family.
We're building business in Africa. And other people are jealous, hatred, and have their envy against us. Tell them, family. Tell them to go to business and technical school. Tell them, well, he's too old to join the military, but that's one thing he could have done. He could have joined the British military and made something of himself.
He didn't make none of his life,
Yeah, so now he's like a degenerate. The brother's so desperate. Every minute you see Patreon and things like that. You know what I mean? Thank you for my Patreon supporters. Well, I don't have no Patreon supporters. And I don't have, what I'm saying? So I'm not here to thank no Patreon supporters, but that's one thing he's always doing because he's like, man, thank you, Patreon supporters, man. I was able to, I was able to buy a meal today.
Yeah, he can order food today, He go Uber Eats and whatnot.
I'm like, yo, homie, all you gotta do is shut the hell up and go get a job. Do like the average person do. We out here working, right?
Yeah, get a job, man, Negropean. It'll be better for yourself, So.
Yeah, man, it's serious, man. So, brother. All good. Appreciate your energy. And it's one of those things where we just letting these people know, stay out of our way or get run over because we're not scared of anybody. And we're not into all of this stuff about likes, shares, subscribers, and all this stuff. And, I understand some people want to grow their base like, oh my God, Bomani, how do you get all these people connected to you on YouTube and things like that? Hey, cheating the game is not going to work. You remember that line that we talk about, that shortcuts are not good in life?
Right.
Yeah. And I have friends, when I was younger, that took shortcuts. They're still in jail.
Yeah.
And some of them are dead. They're never coming back.
Yeah. Yep. This is the long haul. This is forever, you know.
We got to encourage our family, our children in the future to do the right thing. So family, that's my last word, family. Do the right thing and work together with your own people. Build something for us, because it's us against the world. You know what I mean? All we have is us. Us as far as black people about the business. And then remember, our enemies are the black devils and the white devils that won't see us do what we're doing. So just because somebody look like you don't mean that they're not a devil. All skin folks aren't kinfolk. So there you go, family. So Kala, man, appreciate you, brother.
Appreciate it, brother Bomani. Peace.
Power, Nation
Black
Building
power.
Revolution, family. We're signing off. And
Right.
let me just click on end this thing here and give me a few seconds. And
All right.
All right, so my brothers, all family. So once again, family, I appreciate everybody's energy and everybody's support. And we're going to do this together. We're going to make this move. And our dedication is to build a future in Africa. So that's what we're doing. And we don't want to always do these kind of videos, but it's necessary. Most of the time, what we're going to be focused on is a lot of interviews on how we can connect from the African diaspora to the African continent. So I'll keep everybody posted, family. Keep strong, and we keep in touch.